I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs spoon. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Try to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Niger boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, I'm scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs slow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Django. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality spicy, body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace like headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, stay where I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing you need endurance to go in. I got mileage on this pen, I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
you guys know, I know you guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly! Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Aslı.
Boy, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Aslı.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love him when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to be here with you guys today. Thank you all so much for joining tonight. I am glad to have everyone here and I'm sorry I was a little bit late, but we were talking about something in the Discord that's very important. So we'll get into some of that here in a little bit. Good to see you, Chuchi. Thank you for being here, Chuchi, and always putting in all of these important disclaimers because we are in night court. Night court is in session, and we don't do, the dark triads. We don't do the dark side. We don't do Gatorade. Don't drink the Gatorade. Don't drink the Gatorade. Right? Because there's like haterade in the Gatorade, right? Only the haters are drinking that haterade. So And apparently, so is Eric Craddock. I hope you guys enjoyed the meme that we put that we put out today. So that was funny as hell. In my opinion. He said it, not me, guys. He walked right into that one. I mean, could I if I would have passed up that moment, I would have really been doing myself a disservice. Hello, little Miss Sharon. So good to see you. I hope you guys have a great time uh riding around. I'm sure it's so pretty right now. I know everybody's sending out spring messages, and then other people, hey Detroit, were saying that, it's not springtime just yet. Like it's still cold where they're at. The night times have been chilly. It's hot during the day here. So, but it's like 64 right now. So, hello, Cinderella. Good to see you in Scranton. Don't work too hard. My goodness, girl. And thank you for all you do. I did post Mr. and Mrs. E's link. If you guys want to help out, they have like a GoFundMe, but it's not called GoFundMe. It's different. I'm gonna link it in the not the description, in the chat as we're going tonight. But mods, feel free to also grab it. It's on my community wall. So if you guys just want to help out with Mr. and Mrs. E, we did the meal train, but they're asking for this. So I think this would be a good thing to share out for a little while. Maybe we'll go back to the meal train, just sharing them intermittently. Um, every little bit helps. I don't know how much I'm going to be able to help because I have a trip coming up again, another trip to see my daughter for her graduation. So I'm I'm a broke bitch. So I mean, like I'm going to be scraping up to do that. So um, because also, I have to get her. I don't know, what do you get your kid when they get their master's degree? I mean, I'm not giving her money. I've never given her money for her grades. Those are her grades, not mine. Hello, Sasha. Good to see you, Sasha. Thanks for being here. So, yeah, but I do want you guys to help out if you can. Um, and then, when I get back, hopefully I'll be able to help as well. And hopefully, I'm just praying for Cole, and I hope that he is fighting if he wants to, fight whatever is gonna do him the best. That's what I'm hoping for too. I'm hoping for a miracle also. Um, I mean, again, fuck cancer. I don't know what else to say because it's just awful. But I think the best we can do is be supportive. And hello, Deanna D. Good to see you. So that's what I think we ought to be doing right now. And we'll definitely have the link in the chat part. And hello, Witchy Mama. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Chuchi, thank you for the green hearts always. Oh no, really? I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh my gosh, Deanna, I'll tell you what, it takes a very special person to be a nurse. It just does. And Nani McPoppins, good to see you. She says, good evening, Dragon Tribe. And Gail is here. Hello, Gail. And I promise you guys, we are going to do a live on Devlin. I just need to make sure that I have an update to give you guys. But if anything, we might just go over his story again and we might just theorize a bit about what could have happened. Now, I do want to say that we have extensively worked the family, right? We've worked the family, and what about his mom? What about his sister, Tammy, or grandma? We know a lot about Devlin in that way. So, but what if he got linked up with somebody else? Because here's the thing about Devlin Tate. Let me put him up. The thing about Devlin is that he wasn't like Sebastian, that he was shut down from the social media at one parent's house or another. He went missing just shy of his 19th birthday, and he was granted that he was actually emancipated. That's the word. Sorry, emancipated, that he could be taking care of himself. And so he didn't I mean, he had a curfew because he was in trouble. He did have court. So there's a lot to explore on those angles with Devlin. And I would like to do that. Devlin went missing and it's going to be a year in April. So Devlin Lee Hatfield Tate has been missing from Lake Odessa, Michigan since the morning of April 21st, 2025. He has not been seen or heard from since. Um, Lost the camera on Devlin after he was seen in the Carl's parking lot, and they did erase the footage. So the footage was not preserved. Um, I'm not pleased with that, Ionia County, but again, I've talked to the detective, one of them, they have two there, Detective Castle. I talked to her, um, and she assured me that they were working hard. Then they put out a I think it was around the 9 or 10-month mark, if I'm not mistaken, they did put out information about Devlin, just stating that they thought that maybe he ran away on his own and went to court, or excuse me, because of court, and was trying to evade court. But then they decided that they were more on a 50-50, where they're not really sure if there was some foul play, or if, I mean, he could have been walking somewhere and maybe he got hit by a car and then somebody hit him really quick. I mean, a lot of times bodies aren't found far off of the road because it's not easy to move someone. Devlin is almost 6 foot tall, to where it wouldn't be easy. And these are pictures of him when right before he went missing. He was singing at Bob's Barn Jams. He loves to sing, known to walk around. So he's autistic. He's also got a rare chromosome deletion, and he's just always contacting his family and friends, and that's a big red flag. That's why people are suspecting foul play. Another reason is because he's also one to walk around a lot and be out and about, and he does it, and he has a routine about himself, and he likes to visit many people and be social and all that. He goes around town, doing those kinds of things. And for him to just be, in a house and never going anywhere, that's also off of his routine. I mean, I'm just saying. So, just some things about Devlin, but we will absolutely do a live on Devlin because he's coming up on 1 year. The weather really needs to get nicer in Michigan, because I did have someone reach out to me that is willing to go out and search with sonar on boats. But we need the weather to be nice. These guys are out there ice fishing up there in Michigan. So it, it just, you know, and also, I know that search and rescue is doing everything that they can to find Devlin. So I feel a lot more comfortable. We also have our friend Piper up there as well. Um, so, I mean, just there's a lot of reasons why I feel more confident in Devlin's case, even though it's approaching the year mark. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at with Devlin's case. But I have a bunch of videos. I did interviews with the family members, so feel free to take a listen to those and make up your own minds. There was a time where I was really trying to help his mom with resources. She did not want to do that. Um, so also tumultuous relationship with Tamara, but I do think that we're at a good spot right now. Just, we have to put things aside in order to achieve the common goal, right? So even though there's things, me and Tamara, I mean, we could go head to head and complain and go back and forth with each other, but we also understand that both of us want to find Devlin. So that's what we're working towards. But I need to check on Tamara, so I hope she's doing well. Um, Shadow, so good to see you. Christmas Swan, so good to see you. Hey Titch, thanks for being here, guys. Hey Marion, sorry if I didn't get to say hi to everyone or if I double up here. Detroit, I don't know if I said hello to you, but thank you for the blue hearts. Yes. Um, Devlin's a sweetheart, guys. He really got my heart, and I was just like, "Oh, what can we do? We gotta get him some boats. We got" 'cause, I mean, there's so much water, right? Lake Odessa, but they have, a couple of lakes, Jordan Lake, everything goes into big old Lake Michigan. It's like, um, thank you, Little Miss Sharon. So, yeah, it's just, so Christmas one, I know he is very popular. So I hate to say popular. On Facebook is where a lot of people listen about Devlin. Sorry, my lighter. But yeah, I mean a lot of people listen about Devlin there, and there's a couple of groups. TikTok is moderate, and then YouTube's not as much. But but yeah, I need to do a good video where we dive in to some subjects. And also, I would like to have our search and rescue friends up on the panel, although they won't be able to speak about Devlin's case specifically. And so, in that way, I'll probably keep you guys not asking about any cases specifically to them, but I want them to come up and teach us, excuse me, some of the things we don't know about search and rescue. And I think that would be really cool. And I don't know if you guys would like that, but that's what I wanted to do. I've just been so busy since I came back from Tennessee. And a lot of stuff has happened. Thank you, Little Miss Sharon. So here's the thing. All right, here's the thing about the JLR and Magnolia. She came out and she made a statement, and I'm going to read it, and I'm going to stand firm on this. All right. All right. So we got Medea with the frying pan, hot grits, right? Hot grits. Stop domestic violence, goodbye Earl, the whole 9 yards. If I should have put the secrets in the sauce, right? I need like little Jessica Tandy up there. She's so cute. She's like secrets in the sauce. Yeah, let's do that. Get Cicely Tyson up here because I'm sorry, I do have to say that I do think that because we found out later on, we were able to gather a lot of information about what happened here. And I think that because she received a restraining order and everything, I just believe that she is being honest, right? Now, I'm not a human lie detector. I'm not always right. So I can't tell you guys. I don't know who's being truthful. I do know that that little dog is so cute, and I'm glad that she has the little dog because when there's when there's a traumatic situation, dogs can feel it too, and they're just as scared, and it's sad. And I just poor little Rio. His name is Rio, I think. So so cute. Um, so sweet and innocent. All right, so I just said sending love, hugs, and prayers, and I just redid this. So this is all I was hoping for everyone to send her nice comments. So I hope you guys did. I hope no one went over there from the Dragon Tribe and did any mean comments to Magnolia. Okay, because as it pertains to what happened in this situation, I don't want to say anything about anything else because for one, I don't know. I will never fault anyone else for having their own independent feelings about the situation, especially if that person dated Mr. Riches, right? If you dated JLR and you know him way better than I do, or you were friends with him or shared a hotel room with him, like I'm tending to believe and listen to everybody that's coming out informing opinions, right? Based on the people that actually know this guy, right? Because I don't know anybody in this situation except for Betty, because Betty was there for me when I was going through something horrible. And also, just before that, as a creator, she was very much kind enough to share, the videos that I worked on and different things like that. So I'm always going to be grateful for people like that. Um, And then also with the JLR footage, I mean, I did use his footage, um, and then I put it with what was said on Smiley Stories, and I was like, "No, there's no yard signs, Mr. and Mrs. Foot." But that was his, and then I just put Chris and Katie on top. So JLR's driving and Chris and Katie are zooming through town. Um, which obviously for someone who doesn't know anybody involved, it does make me weirded out, like, who do I network with? Because I know Betty, I've met her, I've met her, talked to her and stuff like that. So, I mean, I know I'm good there. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is just in general, like, do I really want to take people's content? Because what if they're like horrible people and I'm replaying their stuff? And I don't know. I don't know. It's just a weird situation, but I'll never fault anybody for coming out and giving their opinions on it. I just ask that in our Discord specifically, that we don't say anything to compare our trauma with anybody else's, and please be respectful of Magnolia in this situation. Like, don't be like, "Hey, she's lying." I mean, I get that that's maybe how you feel about it, but just please don't say it in there, because guess what? Somebody could screenshot that and then say, "Well, this person's saying this about you, Magnolia, in Lady Freedom's chat." And I don't want her to feel bad. I don't want to make her feel worse than she might or whatever. But we're about to hear how she feels because she made a statement. All right. Magnolia says, I wanted to acknowledge that I'm obviously aware that the Chilean County Domestic Violence Police report from Christmas Day and my protection order case have come to light. All right. So by her saying come to light, that means that she was okay with it. So that made me feel a little better because I was really feeling bad. But I wanted to humiliate Mr. Riches, so because I just think he's a little biggity bitch for doing that. If he did, allegedly. The New York Post reached out to me yesterday and I answered some of the questions that they had for me for the story they were working on, right? And we read the New York Post yesterday. The police report speaks for itself. This has been extremely traumatizing beyond words, and withdrawing completely felt like the safest way for me to begin the long journey of healing. It's had those or I've had the support of family, police, doctors, advocates, and my therapist. So it seems like she's taking the proper steps. It seemed like she did anyway because, she's trying to get protection for herself wherever she lives. It sounds like she severed ties with him. Even as far back as when she switched flights, so she wouldn't even have to be on the same airplane as him, steps like that. If you're in a situation like this, no contact is the best because you don't want them to hoover you back in. And I'm guessing that might have been why she kept going back and things like that. So that's just my opinion. Again, I'm not saying she's a perfect victim. I'm not saying that we should treat Magnolia like she's not a human being, because she is just like all of us. I'm just saying I think we should be respectful of her feelings. Okay, so being thrown into the whole role of a survivor has been the hardest thing I've ever endured. The impact this has had on my life is immeasurable, and I know it's not something that will ever fully go away. I know the road ahead will be long, but I'm taking it one day and one task at a time, and I think that's great. Uh, I want I want to assure everyone that I'm safe now, and I did have surgery to repair my nose, and it appears to have been successful, but I won't know for several months if further treatment is needed. I do not know. I'm very lucky to be alive, and I don't take that for granted. I agree, because anytime there is, and what's being alleged here is multiple attempts or multiple times that he put her hands around her neck to restrict her airway. We all know what that results in. And I would consider myself lucky. I do consider myself lucky. Um, okay, so Rio is also safe and has been with me through everything, and he was not harmed. Okay, so aside from being exposed to everything, but he's really, really cute, and I hope he's okay. Um, I don't intend to rehash this publicly, but I do want to say that I'm incredibly grateful for the support I've received and for the many people who have reached out over these past couple months out of concern for my well-being, right? Because she just like disappeared, guys, and she was working really hard for JLR, in my opinion. Like I said, I wasn't there, but I didn't want, I just, I don't really know what has transpired. We will wait for court and we'll probably give an update because I think it's important and I don't want anybody to um be blindsided, but I don't think that he's going to get in a lot of trouble for this, right? Like usually the abusers don't get in trouble, very very much trouble, right? I mean, maybe she might um take him for damages or whatever. It is a civil matter. Um but yeah. So, yeah, I mean, he's not like that's the thing. We don't have a point of reference either. And then we also had, Betty tell her side of things and she's like, "Well, he never had hit me before." So, I mean, but that doesn't mean that he wouldn't, with her. So, I mean, we just don't know. I think that since there were so many officers that responded and then him leaving and then him not saying anything after the fact is also I don't know though, because I'm sure every day he was waiting for it to break because it is public knowledge. It's not even like she had to put anything out and she didn't obviously for a very long time. This all transpired December 25th, right? Christmas Eve, but then Christmas Day she called. And that was um, Christmas of last year. So December 25th, 2025. Justice for New, good to see you. It really is sad how this has become a spectacle. Most abused women wouldn't be advertising it, in my opinion, and it's very odd and probably manipulative, and courts will find out the truth. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I don't know if she wanted it out or not. I have no idea. Um, I'm just guessing that if she didn't, both of them were probably just waiting for the ball to drop because I think it's so explosive because everybody knows them. Everybody knows who JLR is. Everybody knows um, who Magnolia is, and she did abruptly leave. So, um, yeah, I don't know, Sasha. See, like, I don't know. Sasha thinks that her injuries were very severe, which I agree there. Prosecution will ask for the max 10 years or so. Yeah, the judge may say, well, let's meet in the middle 5 years. So does Jonathan have priors of violence? This will be important because for a repeat offender, yeah, the point of view escalation has occurred and the sentence should be longer. So I know, and see, I don't think he has anything prior. And again, I mean, strangulation is like the worst one, right? Because I mean, that's gonna, I mean, yes, somebody could really do a number on you if they're just hitting you, but putting their hands around your neck and cutting off your air supply is serious as it gets. You can be brain damaged from that as well. I mean, oh my God. Ugh. Yeah, it's terrible. It is absolutely terrible. I just don't see how anybody could do that to themselves either. That's another thing. Like physically speaking either. Right? Because it's not like she's gonna go down to the lobby of where they were staying and be like, "Hey, can you punch me in my face?" I mean, it's just it doesn't work that way. Those injuries were pretty intense, I agree. So thank you, Sasha. But yeah, I just don't want anybody to be upset when he does maybe if he even pled down to like a misdemeanor or something or, but if he has proof that that didn't happen, again, I just don't know why he would have fled the scene. Obviously, he was worried if she threatened to call the cops, but it does appear that he left and then she called the cops later, like much later. From what I was reading anyway. Um So, yeah, and I don't know how long they were together. See, I don't even know how about their relationship, and I feel bad because, but it wasn't like that was what we were talking about either. Like she wasn't very quick. Betty isn't like that, guys. She's not like somebody that's like, "Oh, let me poison your brain against somebody that you don't know." She wasn't like, "Oh, let me try to get Lady Freedom to hate on JLR," like we weren't even talking about that kind of stuff. I was asking her about, things she had done, cases I had watched that she had went over and interviewed people and, that sort of thing. It wasn't the first time we met. The next time we met, we were advocating together. So, I mean, it was we weren't talking about JLR, that's for damn sure. And Canine Captain Jules, it's so good to see you. Thank you for being here, girl. Hey. So, Jules, we need to do a panel too. I'm telling you, girl, I've been, you know. Captain Jules, I swear that's who I was waiting to pop up on the list. Spiritual beings, the Lord, our Savior. Like, who hasn't he? The Eiffel Tower was one that was alleged in several places. I don't know. I've never seen the documents. But I know that the New York Post also said it's alleging they had to take away his pen and paper so he couldn't like write anymore lawsuits against people. Allegedly, according to the New York Post, but we read that yesterday. So, um, yeah, that's what it said. That's what I'm thinking, Detroit. Now I'm like, but it's like traumatic for me because as a fellow survivor, like I do put myself back in those situations and it's just I always will like just stick up for the victim and listen. Okay, they're right, you're wrong, blah, but we do still have some more, to go over. So, I mean, we still have some more to go, but I mean, I don't know. Like, that's why I was strong in my message. I was like, what else proof do we need? Do you guys need more proof? What should we do here? Um, but she was left unconscious and he ran, if I'm not mistaken, allegedly. Yeah, and I think either he accidentally took the wrong phone but he left her with one phone, um, which was their joint work phone. And then it was also alleged, that maybe it was because he was caught doing something that was going to be, embarrassing. Then again, it is JLR. I mean, he's got a lot of stuff. So, yes, we do. I know we need to do panels. We need to do panels, Kate and Captain Jules. I know. And yeah, I really need to do a live on Zachary. Like really, really need to do a live on Zachary. So, because oh, like I said, I got so behind. I've seen cases where there was a DV offense and the other party got nothing even after 3 DV convictions. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Justice for Noog. Yes. Seems like it's always different in each court. And that's what's hard because this all happened in Washington, right? And this was during they were covering Travis Decker's case. And then he lives in Florida. So it happened while they were traveling. And then, so I'm not sure how it's going to transpire. I do know on Devlin's anniversary of him going missing for 1 year, or if we want to call it, the 1 year mark, is when he's going to court. So again, I just feel like poor Devlin's going to be put on the back burner on YouTube, so to speak. But I can stream to Facebook, and I've been thinking about doing that. So we'll see if you guys would like that or whatever. Let me know. But I think I'll probably just do it anyway because that's where he's most prominent on Facebook. Yeah, Christmas Swan. He did it for the longest. Excuse me. They're together since 2023. So, sorry guys, I can't get rid of this cough. It's just like kind of hanging. Um, I don't know anything about underground searches. They were done. Yeah, I mean, I think there were so many searches done, Captain Jules, so many searches. Um, and the thing about them is they weren't ever logged in a central location, most of them. Oh, really? A company called Scan Skunks in Tennessee that does this, huh? So, yeah. Detroit, exactly. Chicken shit little weasel. Yeah, exactly. I wonder if they could charge him with attempted unaliving. Well, see, that's what the other charges are pretty harsh for. I mean, like he was threatening to take her life if she told, which happens a lot. I mean, that's like Predator 101. It's like they wanna make you feel so scared and threatened, like they're gonna, and some of them follow through with it, especially if they're putting hands like that. So, all right, guys, so let's switch over a little bit to, Sebastian. Well, let's switch backgrounds as well. Oh, and no matter how many times you try to tell a girl, don't go with a disrespectful hussy. Here comes somebody going to marry old Tony Jones, Crystal McCrory Jones's case. All right. And so let me see, which background do I want to put? Oh, that's right. We're gonna put up Craddock tonight. That's right, our friend. Okay, hold on. All right. So I'll make myself small and put me right by the pig. All right, there we go. All right. Have you seen me? My name's Sebastian Rogers. I'm still missing. Hello. All right. So, oh my gosh. Well, then, Jules, you definitely need to come up on panel. I should have called you. I didn't know. I don't know who's all like, I just know that, I mean, a lot of people were all together on Summer. A lot of people were all together on Gabby Petito. A lot of people, that were traveling like as a brigade of sorts. It was like a true crime brigade that fell apart. This is me on the outside looking in. So guys, please don't get mad at me if you are part of who we're talking about. This is just me speculating. And this is what I'm picturing in my head as I'm putting the pieces together. I'm like, okay, so you guys were like a brigade of people who wanted to follow true crime cases and cover them and discuss them. I'm like, that's pretty cool. Like in theory, I don't see anything wrong with it, although I think that it didn't end well. And, people kind of disbanded. And so Titch says to drop the link, Jules. You want to come up, Jules? Oh my goodness. I'm sure I have the body cam footage too of him trampling through the woods. Oh no, super loud. That's me, Jules. And then here I am. I can't stop talking, So people are like, shut up, because here I am. Da, 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 and you're like, you gotta be quiet. That's too funny. And then my boots are humongous and I'm trying to walk in them. And it's like not working. Oh my gosh. Well, we need to get that live together. That's too funny. Hey Susie, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Oh my gosh, the FBI. That's what okay, so the deception is real with JLR. Like he's very much like I don't even know if it's delusions of grandeur or if he's just kind of playing a part, right? Like, oh, I'm this big important guy. And like, it reminds me of the guy that pretended and duped everybody into thinking he was a Rockefeller, but he really wasn't a Rockefeller. He just duped everybody into thinking he was. And he just got in on all of these, grand events and all this stuff for the elitists. And he was like, not a Rockefeller. So, yeah, interesting. You know, he says it himself that he preys on gullible people He thinks people are stupid and he thinks he's the smartest one. I can see that part. But that's just from what he has said. So yeah, come on up. Oh my gosh, I'd love to know some more. Because like I said, I don't know. I don't know really what all kind of transpired. I just have been hearing bits and pieces of it, of true crime, YouTube true crime history, if you will. But yeah, let me drop the link. Oh my goodness, hold on, Jules. Let me stop sharing this part too. Um, oh, and also, guys, so there was what I have for you for Sebastian tonight is a video that I made. So of course, always if you want to go watch it without any commentary on it, I only pop in a couple times in the video. But just yesterday, well, March 20th, because we're after midnight Eastern time, a story broke that there was a basketball coach in Sumner County who was also the criminal justice teacher at Gallatin High School. And here's the link, Jules. And so he was a Hendersonville police officer for over a decade. I think someone told me it was like close to 20 years. And then he went into criminal justice teaching at the high school and was a basketball coach for the girls. I think a girls team, if I'm not mistaken. They haven't released that yet. But like, could you imagine absolute position of power and trust? There should be trust, right? You should be able to be like, wow, I feel protected and I feel like I'm getting the best information from someone who was on the police force for so long locally, and how much history they would know about it, the town and everything like that. Would seem like he would make the best teacher for criminal justice at the high school for these kids. But here he is being a dirty old Chester cheetah, being a dirty old Chester cheetah. And I have to wonder if Snuggle Struggles is standing there um rewarding him with fucking Gatorade. I'm sorry. And this delusion of safety, right? Because nowhere are we safe. I mean, anything could happen at any moment. Um I just watched this guy get his head almost bit off by a damn alligator out here. Like, you know, I mean, I don't see our law enforcement coming out like, watch out for them alligators, because they like to like eat people's heads off. Like, it's they're humongous too out here, by the way. But we're never safe. That's why we always have to be aware of our surroundings. That's why we always have to be aware of red flags. So I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about that tonight too. So, but I don't know, Witchy, if he was like a liaison for the school or not. I know that in their conversation, um, that they spoke about when he was on the podcast, they were speaking about the school resource officers, and they call them SROs, right? And then I hear that and I'm thinking RSO, but no, it's a different acronym, just switched around. But yeah, I'm like, listen, like, oh, but no, they're not talking about that. They're talking about the resource officers. Now I will say, I remember one of my favorite stories that Seth has told about Sebastian is that he went to his school resource officer and he had such a great relationship with his school resource officer that, he was teasing him every day, and joking around with him and cutting up about how many, tickets are you going to write today, and, that sort of thing. And that's something that was shared with Seth. And so, I don't want to bash school resource officers because they're there, to help. Now, it seems like they're more embedded in the schools nowadays, because I know, like, when my daughter was little, we had a school resource officer, but when he was at the school, we always knew who they were at the school for. And it was one of my little daughter's little friend's brothers. Like he was, where I'm like, oh, they're up there for Matthew again, because none of the other kids were getting in trouble. I'd always see it. I go, oh, there goes John's van. He's up there talking to the school resource officer because whatever happened. He was always a good kid at my house, and so, but he liked to get in trouble at school. But now I think they're more embedded in the schools. There was also just recently a child that brought a gun to school. And one of the other students told the school resource officer, and that school resource source officer sprung into action, found it right away. So the need for them in the schools is huge. I think they probably even need metal detectors or some sort of a wand, but that was said by one of the parents in the WSMV4 interview, which I'm still working on pushing that out to you guys. So that's coming. But I like to do smaller doses because I know it's hard for people to watch a long video, and I think I get more views when I do a shorter to the point videos. So, but we'll go over that too. Oh, Jules is here. Hey, Jules.
Yay. I was like,
Hold
I'm
on, let me
here.
get you up because I got both of us. Okay, cool. All right.
Yay.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm good. It feels nice to be able to catch you because, like, during the week, I go to bed super early,
Yes.
dude. Like, I wake up at 4:30 in the morning and then I go to bed like 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. So I'm like, yeah, I can see you on weekends.
Right. Oh my gosh, I know. I know. Well, it's I've been trying to do some day shows, but it's so hit or miss for me because by the time, I finally get on, it'll be like 2 or 3, and then I don't get off till 5 or 6. So like that day is just going to be shot for me because then I have to make a video for the night one. So it's like I might not, I'm probably not making dinner that night. That's for sure. So,
Oh, yeah,
but
for sure.
I'm so glad you're here. Hello,
Yeah.
Mama Davis.
I love how little Miss Sharon always greets me. She's always like, Jules and Gator. I'm just like, oh, Gator says hi too, little Miss Sharon.
I know, right? I love your avatar because Gator's always in your avatar.
Oh, that's Marley actually, and I figured it was appropriate because
Oh.
she's got the USA goggles on her eyes.
Oh my gosh. Oh, now I see. Oh my gosh. Aw.
Yeah,
Gosh, they're all so
she's wearing
beautiful.
goggles. Marley.
I can actually tell them apart if I see them, like, but not in the avatar. Aw, Marley, I love that. So they were talking about the dogs. They have Stella and Charlie that they have at Sumner County that they use for the school. Like the school resource officers actually use the dogs.
Oh, the SROs. Yeah, sometimes SROs will have I guess they're supposed to be like I don't know if they're therapy dogs or what they're or like
Mhm.
I think they're therapy dogs. Yeah, I didn't know the SROs there had therapy dogs, but I mean, good for them that they most schools should all schools should have those dogs, honestly.
Mhm. Oh my god, the dogs make it the difference, right? They really do.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, I didn't know school resource officers were allowed to have canines, but I guess as long as your department has like the ability to, because school resource officers still come out of like different counties, at least in Pennsylvania, they'll do that. Like Montgomery County schools have SROs, but they work for the sheriff's department under, the county stuff, but they're assigned to school specifically. Like, I guess it's like a certain SROs are new to me. Like, that's a whole, we didn't have those when I was in grade school or middle school.
Yeah, we didn't either, like Olivia did when she was little, but like I said, they'd always just be there whenever her friend's brother would be in trouble. Wasn't
Oh,
ever
man.
like, embedded in the schools as much. I mean, I think that's a great program to have.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Therapy dogs aren't really talked about that much. So, like, I'm glad that they finally have that. They need them. They definitely need them because, like, you got to think middle school and high school. That's when you're really forming your personality and all this. Like, it's just good to have those dogs in the schools. The kids really need them for sure.
Yeah, Eric Craddock was saying they bring them in for those purposes. Like if someone loses a loved one or something, they need cheering up, or, something happens at the school. Because I mean, I can't say that any schools are different than Hendersonville or any of these towns. I think everywhere kids are bringing guns to school or drugs or different things that they shouldn't be.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of schools around here, they'll bring it, they don't really so much bring narcotics dogs in. Like, one public high school up near me, or I don't live in King of Prussia anymore, but near my parents, they have canines come in and they'll search the bags, but they're mostly looking to make sure kids aren't bringing in like explosives or firearms or anything like that.
Oh
Contraband.
my
Some
god.
dogs will do contraband searches, like knives and stuff like that. But I mean,
Mhm.
I think I mentioned this before. Canines can be certified on multiple things, but you'll never have a dog that's certified on both explosives and narcotics. That's the only two things a dog can't be certified on together. Because you got to think, if you're searching like the Eagles games, if you're searching an Eagles game and your dog's sniffing backpacks and it sits down and it's trained on both explosives and drugs, how do you know which one it is? Because you treat them very differently, obviously. Um,
Yeah.
so yeah, there's that. That was something I never thought about that before until I became a handler. I'm like, you know what? That's a really good point. Because what do you do if the dog sits and you don't know what it is? So yeah, SJLR about Gator though.
So
Gator.
JLR knows Gator too. Oh gosh. All right, let me switch our background over because
Yeah, I felt bad, but I mean, we can talk about Sebastian too, or we can end it with
no,
JLR. It
no,
doesn't
don't
matter
feel
to me.
bad. No, I'm just interested to hear because I think it's just fun to kind of go over that kind of stuff. We'll do it. We're just doing a true crime party here.
Hmm.
But I never thought that we would be talking about like this subject with other creators and stuff. I mean, not that we're all above it or anything, but it's just that, I mean, usually I thought we'd be talking about like true crime stuff and people that we didn't necessarily know but like or know of. And now there's been a lot like even with
Arctic
the Arctic
Fox.
Fox guy. Yeah, I mean, I did a couple shows on that. So,
Yeah, that was surprising because like I didn't know a whole lot about him. I just saw his videos pop up on my feed. He actually covered Jesse Farber one time. He covered him, and I was like, oh okay.
whoa.
Um, so I was really surprised about all that. I was just like, because man, he was posting all this like awareness stuff, and I'm like, he's actually putting out a
Mhm.
lot of information. And then I was just like, wow, I was not expecting that. And I agree with what Lori said. Magnolia did do a post today, and I'm glad to see she's doing all right. So,
Yes, I
yeah.
I just read it not too long ago, Lori. Yeah, we just read it here because I know I'm the same way. I'm hoping, that she's doing good, and I just, I know it's just hard to come back from that. I mean, we just I think a lot of us know,
Mhm.
and you just yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, exactly. That's why when like my ex's name was starting to get thrown around with everything going on in Pennsylvania right now, that's why I showed you the one video in particular that was like, and you and I have talked about this before, so it's
Yeah.
just it's hard to deal with. And
It
like
makes me wanna, like, rage out when it's one of my good friends too, though, because I just feel so bad, like, I feel so helpless, and then, even not knowing because I don't know Magnolia either, so but I
mhm.
just also felt like I should, try to do a good job on covering it and that sort of thing.
Yeah, but I'll talk about what so he was up here for Cavalcante, obviously. Um So, I probably don't want to getting sued next for talking about him, but I don't care. This is what actually
Oh
happened.
god, he
So
sued the Eiffel Tower girl, I'm just waiting for him to send me something,
he sued
you
Jesus, he
know?
sued Trump, he sued Elvis. Somebody mentioned in the chat earlier. Like it's just like what? Um, but like so he was up here for Cavalcante, obviously, and the biggest problem with him was number one, he's got hats for different agencies that he's not affiliated with. So like he had an FBI hat, which I mean, I think even Heather Cohen talked about that at one point in time to me. I can't remember if it was Heather or Chloe. One of the, the original PIs talked about that with me in the Sebastian case. So he was walking around with an FBI hat, and so Longwood Gardens here in Philadelphia, where we all were, there were some private contractor canines coming in, but I was coming in under the agency that I was assisting with at the time, and they were pairing us off with different state police And the two troopers I was with were really, really nice, but our dogs weren't allowed to go into the woods because there was concerns about, well, you're not under PSP, like you're not a PSP officer, you're assisting, this is contracted out because the governor's bringing in these people, but we're not going to be liable for you. So basically, we were just like perimeter puppy guard dogs. Basically, like if he came out of the woods, we were allowed to do something about it then. But like if I saw him running through the woods, I wasn't allowed to send Gator in there. The PSP had to go get him. So it was like, which I understand to a point, but at the same time, it's like, well, what's my purpose then? He was walking around, and this is the point in time. This is right before Bortak got there because Bortak came in. They're the ones that deployed Canine Yoda and the other, I forget the other German Shepherd's name that came, and they sent Yoda in to go get him.
Yoda.
Yeah, Yoda was the Belgian Malinois Yoda, awesome dog. So he was walking around the woods, and again, this is before they got there. So we were told to be quiet, have all our lights like turned off at this point in time because we wanted him to come out of the woods to like go somewhere on the road, so we could get him. Because if you see some of these flashing blue and red lights, he's obviously not going to come out. So while we're there's still like moonlight. There was like the Channel 6 news reporter. I forget that guy's name. His name was like Chris something. He was out there like filming the cows in the pastures and stuff like that. Oh my God, it was funny. But JLR all of a sudden, and I don't know who he was at this point in time. I had no idea who this guy was. All of a sudden, we hear somebody talking really, really loudly, and we're like, "Who is that?" Like walking through the woods, we hear Trump, 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 Trump. Like someone walking through the woods. He's like talking at the top of his lungs with his phone turned towards him and this little whatever light on his phone. And he's live streaming, walking through the woods, just like, and we're just like,
Oh my God,
who is this guy? So I know one of the state police officers walked over to him. He's like, "Hey," he's like, "Do you know you're not supposed to be out here?" And he said he was press or media or whatever he said he was. And the state trooper's like, what are you wearing on your hat? And then he tried to say it was like an NCIS show prop hat or something like that, but it said FBI on it. And then he's
no.
In
front of the police, he's got an FBI hat on.
State police. And
jeez.
There was that was the one time. So eventually like he like walked away, and Gator was in my car, which is parked next to the patrol officer's car, and Gator's just like loses his mind barking because he just sees this dude walking around with this bright light on his face. But there was another time when JLR was down by the border, he was wearing a border patrol hat. So it's just like that's like, and I think I still have that photo on, it was on his Twitter. I don't know if it's still there. I think I might have it actually. I'll have to find it. He was wearing a
What
border
if like
patrol hat.
some little child went up to him thinking that he was like somebody that, would help it? Like that, I could see that being not
I mean,
so
people can like buy
safe.
like patches and stuff like that, like online for agencies, but like not really hats. I mean, the hat that he had that said Border Patrol on it wasn't like you probably have seen the current ones they sell right now on like websites where it's like the circle logo with like the United States inside and it says like US border, whatever it says. He was wearing one that straight up said Border Patrol.
I guess it's not a joke, but it's more of like I don't know, maybe just like adoration for the cause. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find that picture actually. But it was just like like my concern is like dealing with immigration and stuff like that. Like what if you have someone who's legitimately trying to seek asylum and they're trying to get in touch with it, you know what I mean? That's why I'm just like, this is why it's dangerous.
Sure.
It was just like so weird. It's just like why does he do this? But I mean, I didn't agree with his methods during Cavalcante. I mean, he did walk away from us after the state police that were with us told him, "You got to get out of here." And he did walk away. But then I think it was like 45 minutes later, he was live streaming in a different part of the woods, talking loud again. It's like, dude, can you just not do it, please?
Oh yeah, and I mean that's where I would think it would be like impeding an investigation, or because obviously if somebody's hiding out, they're not going to come out to where someone's loud and like flashing lights around. They're going to go away from the situation. You guys were trying to kind of catch him where he was going to come out, sort of thing, right?
Yeah, well, we were this is back when we thought that he was still like in the Longwood Gardens area, but he breached friggin' the perimeter, and I won't get into that whole thing. That's a whole mess. But he breached the perimeter, and then like that's why Bortak eventually came in, because Bortak came rolling in. They literally just walked right up to Lieutenant Colonel George Bevins or whatever his name was, and he was just like, "Hey, we're here, we're taking over, and basically like you need to sit down." Because they had like 2 weeks to get this guy up until Bortak finally showed up to come get him, and Bortak found him, I think, within like 36 hours. So, but they had a drone out there too. They sent the drone out. They thought they found him, and then they deployed Yoda. And Yoda found him underneath. He was underneath this wood pile, and he started to crawl out. And that's when Yoda came running around and got a hold of him. So,
Wow.
yeah, there's pictures online of like Yoda like laying on his legs, like staring at him all happy, like I got him. So yeah.
Aw. They just wanna help, like, that's what I love about dogs is that they're just doing it, like, to please everyone and just to do their job, like, they're like, "Give me treats and I'm good," and aw, that's so great. Yeah,
I I know
I'm glad
exactly.
that it
He's so
all
cute.
ended well, but I can see how that would be, like, interfering and, like, there was a lot of stuff in the New York Post that I found to kind of ring true about the situation, just, as an outsider looking in.
Yeah, I mean, I never agreed. Like, wasn't there something with like maybe someone in the chat knows he like pretended to be a relative of somebody during the Sandy Hook, that whole
Mm.
thing. That
Yeah,
like I've
yeah.
never ever agreed with his methods on how he does things. Like was I glad that he was bringing awareness to like the border and stuff going on? Yeah, I was, but at the same time, you got to be careful with what you do because again, wearing a border patrol officer hat or something like that, that's not good. Um,
No, I mean, yeah, because anybody could go up and think he was whoever, but then also, yeah, just being loud and obnoxious. And that's who I would think you'd encounter a lot of police officers that would be like, we're gonna need you to leave. Like, I'm sure he's been asked to leave many times because like hey, we've got it under control or whatever. Like,
Yeah,
so
I know my either my body cam was on or my dash cam was on. I'm gonna go back and look and find it because I remember I was talking about this before, but I was just kind of like I kind of was just like filed it away. I'm like, oh, you know what? Maybe I'll like I don't. So I'll have to go back and look and find out which device it was on because I know I still have it somewhere. It'd be funny to watch it, not because of the situation, but it'd be interesting to watch it now, like JLR before he was like where he's at now, just running around the woods being loud. It's like, calm down, dude.
yeah, he's definitely high energy, and I don't know how he live streams like he does because I need a break. I mean, I've often wondered like where these people use the bathroom, like, and that's just me like thinking as a YouTuber
I mean, I guess
because
when you gotta go, you just go, man. Like I don't know. This is just that's a possibility. It's weird, but hey, I've seen
or
truck
even
drivers
like
do
at
weird
Pig
stuff.
Fest. Like, I
Yeah.
felt weird, like, filming Pigfest because I'm looking around and I'm like, "Well, these are all, like, people hanging out, there's families, there's, like, little kids right next to our table." I'm like, "I don't know if I really wanna, go live and be like, 'Lady Freedom here,'" like,
Yeah,
I
right.
just, like I was reading the room, I don't know that he does that, I think he just goes live, it seems like it anyway.
And I agree with what someone in chat was saying, like about once he like, started really going after like Seth, like that was not cool. I was just like that was really messed up.
Yes,
I still can't
yes.
believe like 'cause he was all about like the Chris and Katie thing, and didn't the Bower Sox like follow him? Like it was just odd. And I was just like, wow, he's actually gonna expose like what's going on here. But then like I don't know why. I just remember one day he randomly flipped and I couldn't understand why. I was just like, what the heck happened? You were followed by the Bower Sox. And like we saw the
Mhm.
pictures of like Terry out of the car and stuff. It's like, how does one go from one to the other? And it's been a couple people that have done that. And I don't know how that like happens. It's just like I was really confused.
Come to think of it, that's another one of JLR's clips that I used in my videos. Come to think of it. I mean, yeah, I forgot about that until you just said that, Jules, because I remember he was in the neighborhood and then, Terry Bowersox gets out and he's like, "Rrr," and it was a whole deal. And I was like, what's with these grandparents? They're not even looking for their missing loved one. They're just too busy harassing this guy. But then again, he can be um a lot. So, I mean, I don't know what all transpired before that or if there was something and then he just started rolling, the camera. I don't know, but I do remember using that.
Yeah, it was just very, very weird how that all again, I don't know what changed in him, but just something did. And I just remember thinking just like
Oh, so what do you think of this? Titch says that it was actually Magnolia that started bashing Seth first and then JLR followed suit. If I remember clearly. Oh, okay. I see. I didn't know that. It was around the time that they got together, though, I think, wasn't it?
I honestly didn't know who Magnolia was until one day I was in JLR's chat watching something, and then she was like moderating, I guess, and then that's when a fake Jules came into the chat, and Magnolia was just like, "That's because I was already in there." And Magnolia's like, yeah, this is not the real Jules." So then she deleted the fake Jules, and that's the extent of how well that's the only interaction we've ever had. And you see all his chats get it goes by so fast. But yeah, so I've never met her in person because I didn't see her during Cavalcante. I don't think they were together during Cavalcante. So I just remember him being up here running around doing his thing. So that's all I remember.
So maybe it was like around that time when they were together, like when they first got, and maybe that, because we were like, well, was he blackmailed maybe by like, Chris Proudfoot? Because I know Chris Proudfoot does like the weirdest things to creators. Like he's always doing, like, even with my stalkers, like they were in contact with Chris Proudfoot. And I'm like, why would you even like publicly connect yourself to harassment towards me who talks about your missing stepson? Like that to me was so weird.
That's very weird. It's very weird.
Like he does. So I was like, well, maybe they were blackmailing him. Like, if you don't stop talking about Sebastian, then we're gonna out that you're this or whatever. But then again, it doesn't seem to phase him because he hasn't missed a beat.
Chris hasn't, you mean?
JLR hasn't even.
Oh yeah. Okay, because I was confused for a second. I was just like, but yeah, I don't know how that dude also travels as much as he does either. I'm just like, how does one like?
He's running. No, I'm just kidding. He's on the run.
No, but he's like the way he like with the whole I don't know any case at all. Like he'll be like a crime will happen like in like I don't know Nevada or South Dakota, and all of a sudden JLR the next day it's like, "Hi, I'm live in South Dakota." I'm like, how do you just like? I guess revenue from his channel or sponsor. I don't know, but I've never figured out how that dude gets around from place to place as quickly as he does. I'm just like, oh boy.
He does, like he really does. And I think that was really why I followed him a lot in the beginning of Sebastian, because he was going to like New Mexico and he was going to different places, and like getting the scoop. And that's why I said, like, don't be mad, guys, if he doesn't lose a bunch of people over this, because he's always going to be the one to get the scoop. He's very focused and driven. But again, I just can't support. I don't know. I just can't.
I agree. I was surprised when all this stuff was coming out, honestly.
Same.
I forget how I saw. I forget who shared this. I think it might have been Jules True Crime shared something on X, and I was just like, "Wait, what happened?" And then that's how I saw everything going on.
I saw it from Nerdy.
Oh, Nerdy. Yeah, I know Nerdy was posting it too.
Yeah, he posts so much on his Twitter. I'm like, oh my gosh, all of this information. So. He's got little man syndrome, thinks Mama Davis.
He thinks he's 10 feet tall. God, yeah. I don't know how yeah, he's really not that, he's not that tall. I think he's like 5'8", 5'9", maybe.
All right.
If I remember.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't mean to derail this. So we can put the Sebastian thing, because I was going to talk about the Sheriff Craddock and stuff. What was I going to say? Let me find out what I was looking for. Let me mute myself real quick while I look this up. I was going to ask you a question about Craddock. Give me a second to find it.
Yeah, no worries. Twitch said to ask BHB about it because she was talking about it on her channel. I did go and look to see if she had made a comment, because I know she made the other comment about, that he's very different, from when he's on the camera to off the camera. Which, I mean, some people do have that persona, right, where they're like, one way, and then in real life they're a different way. So to that degree, I can see that. But I'll definitely go check her out, Titch, because yeah, it is interesting. Yeah, see, I mean, I just haven't watched him in so long, except for I was going back through some of his old videos, again, where he was talking about Katie's side. And I was, Sasha, so I was kind of, looking at his research from that, especially because when I did a Google search, it popped up with his research first on that. And then I went down the rabbit hole of the stepdad. So, um I don't know, Babs, and I think that's what's wrong with our society, is that it's still going on. Babs, says, "How does someone beat the pants off of a woman on 20, excuse me, 12, 25, 25, and go on with life like nothing happened?" Um, there was no indication, which is a scary thought, I
Hmm.
think. And he never talked about Magnolia or said, "Hey, we decided to part ways," or anything. When we were watching the Nancy Guthrie stuff that he was doing, because Jen has really followed Nancy's case, and I said, "Where's Magnolia? Is she and JLR still together?" And I'm like, "Oh, maybe they broke up." Because as I said, she was pretty involved. So,
Oh yeah, she was always
um,
there with him too. It was just, yeah,
yeah.
she was just gone all of a sudden. And I was like, is she? I don't know. I didn't want to ask. I just didn't know. I was just like, maybe she's like at home, or maybe she's got something else going on. I wasn't sure, but I just thought it was odd that she just suddenly wasn't even like present in his chats anymore. So I was just like, um.
Mhm.
But somebody
I
said women were
know.
throwing themselves over him in Arizona. I mean, I to each his own, I guess. I just
What is it
no.
about Arizona and the YouTubers that were covering the case there? Because they were getting mad, women or whatever. Like, I don't even know how to say it. What was the allure? Because I guess maybe they were on the national stage or something.
Maybe. I just I don't know. I don't think like I don't know. Maybe that's what it was. I mean, it just I don't know who else is really out there. I know JLR was out there. I know Dolly was out there. Was Nerdy
Yeah?
out there? I don't know if Nerdy was out there. I think, or I don't know if he was covering it. I don't know
I
all who
don't
was
think he
out there. I
went.
just remember
I
seeing the
think,
one. Yeah,
Andy from Corn Planet went. I know that because I saw him out there once.
I just know that at one point in time somebody DoorDash JLR food and got it delivered to Nancy Guthrie's house, and I was like, who who does that? I don't know if you saw that. Like somebody DoorDash food to Nancy Guthrie's address for JLR, and he was like all confused because the guy went up to the cops. He's like JLR, and then the cops like, I think he's over there, and JLR was like, yeah, I'm JLR, and somebody sent food to Nancy Guthrie's address for him. It was
Was
weird.
it pizza?
I don't remember what it was. It was in like a cooler type of thing, so I have no idea what it was.
Oh, okay.
But
Interesting, yeah, because they do that with DoorDash, so I don't know, maybe they sent him, like, a salad or something? I don't
I don't know.
know.
What's a good Arizonian food to have while you're, I don't know. It was, it's like, I can't imagine being somebody being like, hey, can I have food delivered to this address? And then it's like the missing person. Like, that was just kind
Like
of
cactus?
weird.
I don't know.
Right.
I
Cactus
don't
juice.
know. Cactus juice, here you go. This will keep you, from well, and that's why I was like, I didn't know what was going on with the whole Dolly thing because I was like, well, maybe the ladies were just being nice and making sure he wasn't, like, not wearing, sunscreen, because I know that was a topic of conversation also, but I was like, "What are with these thirsty women?" Like, because I just assumed he was still with Magnolia, so, Lori says it was pizza, Babs is yeah, pizza, so it was that's
No, I
too
know he didn't
funny.
ask for a JLR because he was, and I mean, Babs, I know JLR didn't ask for it. I was just bringing it up that I thought it was weird that that somebody randomly sent food to a house for a YouTuber. Like to me, that's just kind of weird. Because I
Same,
know he,
that's never they can send me pizza anytime they want. Like, if you guys wanna send me pizza, please, I love pizza. I was wa I was watching this video the other day, Jules, it was so cute. It was of these little babies that loved pizza, so, like, the one was excited whenever it got delivered, and then she, like, takes a bite and she's like, "Oh, this is so good." It was hilarious. But then the other baby was, like, climbing out of his mom's arm because there was a pizza laying on the counter. It was
oh my
it
god.
was so cute.
Yeah, Gator likes pizza crust, but
Oh, so
yeah.
does Django. Oh gosh, yeah, he just sits there like, "Please," and I'm like, "Dude, I eat my crust. I don't know, you're SOL." No, but Nate doesn't, so he gives him the crust, but,
Oh no, I eat crust.
sometimes I'll be like,
I'm
"All right."
Italian. I'm Italian. I eat it all. I eat all my pizza. I
I
roll
know.
my pizza and I eat it. So yeah, I just
I know. I'm like, it's like the crust is the best, right? I mean, I like it.
it's a few channels try to make a comparison to pizza. Oh God, that's that's going a little too
That's
far.
funny. Yeah, exactly. Well, maybe they. Oh no.
Maybe the
Actually,
timing with the potential criminal they're saying that Nancy's connected to, Mr. Epstein or whatever. Like maybe that's why people were making the connection to Pizzagate and Epstein and this. Like it's just you could go down rabbit holes of conspiracy theories with that whole thing. It just,
oh yeah.
I still can't
There,
believe she's still not here. Like I don't. I feel like how long has it been since she's been missing? Like 40, or is it in the 50s now? I don't know how many days she's been missing for.
I'm not sure because I haven't been as good about following her case. But a couple of months, I would say. I
Okay.
didn't think it would take this long to find her either. I mean, and the weirdest thing to me, Jules, is the little bit that I do know, I'm just like, there's no way he carried her by himself. I mean, he had
Mhm.
a full ass backpack. The backpack that they said was the backpack Ozark Trail, one had a pocket on it, but the assailants did not have a pocket. So I'm like, right off the bat, you guys got the
Mhm.
wrong backpack. I think it might be the same brand. But then I was looking at the reflectors to see if those matched, and then I was like, "Ugh." So, yeah. I've
Yeah.
been down a few rabbit holes with hers, but
Yeah, I just it's like with Sebastian, how does somebody just disappear? Like people don't just disappear. So it's just
mm-mm.
I agree, Mama Davis, something's not right with that whole case. It just there's just a lot of things. I mean, maybe we just don't know a lot. I'm sure we don't know a lot of stuff that the FBI and people know. It's just but just like what we know right now is just like nothing. And it just and some people are just like, oh well,
Are
she's
you satisfied with the sheriff if with his response? Because I know everybody's upset with Nano and everybody, and I'm not sure if it's warranted or not, just to be honest. I
I
really
didn't.
don't.
What was his latest response? Because I don't know if I heard it.
I guess his
Or,
name is Nano or Nanos, and I guess people are not pleased with, like, his what he's done or maybe, like, what he hasn't done, sort
oh,
of a thing.
is he the guy that wasn't letting people search on properties and stuff like that? Or was that a
Perhaps, I
different?
don't know if I heard that or not.
I remember there was it was either the sheriff or somebody was like saying like people couldn't do private searchers. They didn't want private searchers going all over the crime scene and whatnot. But these people were looking to search on, like, I think, public property, not private. Because people aren't dumb. I mean, I think this is in Gens we were talking about this because like people aren't dumb. They're not just gonna be like, hey, I'm just gonna walk on this random person's home property and search. Like it was for
Uh-uh.
public properties in the area to search for her. And I guess one of the sheriffs was saying like they had issues with that because it could tamper with something. But it's like you guys have been on scene for a pretty long time. And if public searches, that's not a problem. Now I don't
Yeah.
agree with someone just saying I'm just going to walk this neighbor's property just because like that's wrong. You obviously should not go walking on someone's private property. But I don't see what the issue was with public searches, especially after as long as it was. So most people who are found, if you think about it, a lot of people are found by like, if not search parties, by like hunters. Hunters find a
Mm,
lot of people. Hunters originally found Jesse in Pennsylvania. Hunters
yeah,
plus ATVers found Jesse originally before we went out there and helped Rachel recover the rest of Jesse. But it was originally hunters and ATVers that found him. So
mhm.
it's just and
My,
they're
oh
not
my.
nothing against law enforcement or search teams because obviously that's my area of is canine. But like we like I'm not like you never know what somebody else might see. I mean, I could be like an area could have been missed or something like that, or maybe the dog was having an off day. You don't know, and I don't feel like it hurts to have eyes on all the time. Just different eyes too.
Yeah, and with Jesse, was he found where he called her from? Because with Jesse's case, he had called his wife guys from the woods and said that he was being chased, and then so she had kind of a general location. Was it the same location that he gave her? Was it? I know
Um,
there were two that she mentioned to me that she thought he was
I
referring
think
to
I
when he
think it
called.
I think it was the other location from where we were searching for those weeks we went out there.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I mean, Stephen Crabtree did do a really good job with that cell phone tower data stuff because it gave like I did give a
Mhm.
smaller area of each mountain, but I think he
Thank God
was
for that.
found
Yeah.
eventually on the opposite mountain of where we thought he originally was, if I remember
Uh-huh.
correctly. Um,
Okay. That's what I wanted to make sure because I thought that was the case, and I remember, you know, just that Stephen Crabtree did a really good job and was very
mhm,
kind and, I mean, yeah, so I think that's amazing. Um, and then ATVers were able to find,
the skull,
um,
yeah.
yeah, Jesse's skull. So, um, yeah,
It's
I'd
obviously
like to do a
utility
little.
workers too. Yeah, it's hunters, utility workers, they're the big ones because they know their woods, they know their area, so, like, they just happen to find them,
That's why
so
Detroit and I were trying to get the DNR involved so much in Devlin's case because, just getting those flyers out to those guys, knowing that there was a young man, like what he was wearing in case they stumble upon some clothes or a cell phone or, one of his battery packs that he had or, just any of that, just knowing, um, you know, that
yeah, I
Devlin
drove
might be
past
out
Lake
there.
Odessa, and I was thinking that's why I sent you the video. I was driving past Lake Odessa
Yes.
when I was visiting my boyfriend out in Michigan, because he's out there. He's a deputy canine handler out there, so, out in the
Cool.
state. So, and then when I was I drove past it when I was going out to visit him, and then on the way back, I'm like, "Oh my god, it's right there." So I was like, "Let me take a video of this for her." So, to show, like, but now that I know where it is, next time I go to visit him, I said I would drop off and maybe I'll link up with James if I can get in touch with him, the search and rescue guy, and just see what he has to say.
Yeah, I would love to hear that, uh, what your guys' thoughts are at this point, because I know we're getting closer into the spring where, we can kind of put people more out there to look and stuff like that. And I
Yeah.
need to reach out to James. I feel bad because I haven't. Well, the last time I talked to him was when I was in Tennessee and I found the deer bones in the woods.
Mhm.
Um, so, but I was happy that I could identify like some bones because I also thought like, wow, it's so like Tennessee is so rough,
Mhm.
the woods are, and so I was at least glad that, like, if there was something out there, I was confident that one of us could see it, if that makes sense.
No, I get you. I understand completely. Yeah, it's Michigan's a lot warmer. It's getting warmer now than it was,
Oh
obviously, in the
my god.
winter months because Michigan's very cold.
They're out
Um,
there in their shanties, and they're ice fishing, and I'm like, "Oh my gosh." Yeah. It reminded me of back home in Chicago, you know?
oh, you're talking Michigan? Yeah, I mean, my boyfriend's obviously when he came out to visit me in Pennsylvania because we see each other, a couple times a month just because of the distance. He was just
Mhm.
like, it's like 75 here in Pennsylvania, and like back home in Michigan, it was not 75. He's like, this is weird. I'm like, this is like normal for Pennsylvania this time of year. Well, sort of normal, I guess, because it's March still. But yeah, he was not ready for 72 degrees. He thought it was going to be like 40 something, 30 something. I'm like, no, not this year, apparently.
That's too funny. That's probably what it was in Michigan because it stayed cold there. I mean, I've been checking up a lot on them, and you guys getting any warmer over there, you know?
Nope, it
So,
snowed last week again. So it was weird. I'm like, why is it snowing? Like it's again, I that lake effect snow stuff.
mhm.
But yeah, I plan on reaching out to James when I go back out there again just to talk to him to see what he's thinking because I'll more than likely have Gator and Ara with me. So electronics for and cadaver. So I think he found me on Facebook. I think I showed you like the profile that started following me. I'm like, is this him? So because it was like the backwoods search and rescue page. So I'm assuming
Yeah,
it's
that should
him.
be James. Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
It's either
he's
James
a
or
good
someone
he's a
else.
good guy. I mean, he's very much involved in the search and like in the beginning a lot of people were speculating on Facebook and being like, "Well, nobody's searching for Devlin," you know. So of course I'm like, "We need to search for this kid," you know, and then James and I got linked up and he's like, "We're looking, trust me." And then shortly thereafter Piper had gotten involved, which her and her husband are just volunteers that,
Hmm.
will go out and look for people because her brother, they had to search for her brother at one point. And so she's just kind of getting into to volunteering, but she also found Rebecca Park too. She was with that group
Okay.
that found her. Mhm.
Oh yeah, Detroit. Detroit knows all about Michigan. So yeah, I like your state, Detroit, Rock City, or Cheryl. Sorry, I'm still calling you Detroit. I
I always
liked
call her
Michigan.
Detroit. I always call her Detroit. I'm like, "Detroit." But yeah, no, I mean, yeah, it's just a lot of water too, which is but
Yeah.
I would like to know what happened with his cell phone, with Devlin's cell phone, because, um, that's another thing that he wouldn't go without one.
Hmm.
So, but the bad thing is he didn't have it hooked up to a plan or anything. It was a burner essentially.
Yeah, I've been wondering about his whole cell phone thing. It just I don't know. Not even I would say kids these days can't be without a phone, but it's not even just kids. It's just like most people nowadays. Like if you
Mhm.
think about it, how often do you like leave your phone like charging on the kitchen counter while you go outside and go do whatever? I mean, my phone's typically always with me, or I'm like close to it. Um,
Same.
so it's just like that's why with like Sebastian leaving his phone on the counter, and then like it just I'm just like, when do you really know somebody to be without like a cellular device, like just or not being like within close proximity of it? I charge my phone overnight, obviously, so like, and then during the day, if I'm in the car, I'll plug it in. But it's just whenever I hear someone's like phone's missing or their phone was left behind, I'm just like, that's weird because it's just like unless someone's really trying to go like off grid, but you know what I mean? It doesn't
Yeah.
happen.
Well, I agree, and it would make more sense if he was grounded from his phone that it would be charging or whatever. Mom's put it up. You can't have it. But, Katie keeps saying you weren't in trouble, and then, he didn't even have it at the Texas Roadhouse, which was also weird to me, unless he was grounded from it again. I get grounding
Hmm.
from a phone. I've grounded Olivia from her phone, so um I mean, it's the one thing that, like you said, all of us are just always wanting to be connected. Like, if my phone's inside charging, my earbud will probably make it all the way around our little yard and stuff. So,
Hmm.
that's about the only time that I wouldn't have it right on me. But then again, I'd get a, notification or something, and then I come in here and check it or whatever.
Right, it's a different time and age, like, I remember, like, I was talking to someone about this the other day, being like, when I was a teenager, obviously, I had a really big ass brick phone, but I'm thinking about before that, like, when I was, like, in middle school and whatnot, like, obviously, we didn't have cell phones, we had the corded phone in the kitchen that you used to call it your friends, and if you went to the internet, dial-up internet, like, it's a totally different day and age. Like, back then, we didn't need to, like, be in constant contact with somebody, and it's a different world. Like it's crazy how now how much we rely on something so small, like a little cellular device is like has your entire world in it, compared
Mhm.
to back then. It was just different. We didn't have like
Totally.
all these apps on even when phones first came out. There weren't like apps. It was just like you had to like remember how you had to like type like push a button multiple times to get to like a certain letter in your phone, like get like it was
Yes,
just like
like
it was
P9, I
weird.
think was it called?
Yeah, it's just so
Yes.
weird. But yeah, I wanted to ask you. Oh, I wanted to ask you about Sebastian's case. So, can you explain
Yeah.
what happened with that deputy that like flipped Seth and you guys off? I saw it very briefly. I didn't. I
Oh,
was just.
yeah.
I didn't. So I apologize if you talked about this. I'm just trying to get back to Sebastian for you because I know people want to talk about him. But what happened with that deputy? That I guess I missed what happened. I just heard about it.
No worries, no worries. Yeah, so, you know, my thing, oh, really quick, yeah, Lori, I'm like always trying to get my daughter, when she says it's like snowing or cold or whatever, I'm like, it's really nice in Florida, trying to get her to come come live here. So, but yeah, so with that, Jules, it was really like everything kind of happened fast both times, but the first instance, we were kind of all standing in kind of a line, and it was kind of like an L shape. So like some people were standing on one side of the street, but then there was the corner, and then other people were kind of standing on the other side, and we all kind of had signs up. At that point, they had put some signs up on the poles, and everybody was like taking them down. Like they had them up, I think, on the 25th, and then they took them down, put them back up on the 26th. So, did you see the video where he hit the sign?
No, that's why I didn't see that.
Okay, well, we'll play it. Okay, no problem. So, yeah, so we're in that kind of an L shape, right, on the corner, and up until that point, like, nobody had, said anything rude, like, all the other officers were just kind of, like, stoically passing us, eyes forward, just kind of because they had to park a little bit of ways, but then there was also, like, court going on and different things. Because I mean, it wasn't extremely busy by any means.
Mhm.
Um, the downtown area wasn't, but, um, so they were still having to walk past us at some points, though. And, I was being positive with them. I'm just kinda like, "Hello," and, as they're walking by, but most of the time, they didn't say hi. I don't think I got a single hello back, but or acknowledgement or anything. But people were beeping and, they were cheering for us and stuff like that. I think a lot of people are afraid, but I understand why now, because, I mean, this guy seemed pretty pissed. So he is, he is with another officer, a female officer, and she's doing what I told you everybody else was doing, but then he was kind of instigating. So he walked up on Seth and he walks up to him and like doesn't directly go into, face to face, but pretty damn close. And, so that happened, and then he walked down the sidewalk, and he was saying things like, "You can fill out an application if you want to," talking to Seth or maybe the group. We're not sure. I'm not
Wow.
sure who he. Yeah, and, I had heard that before, that they had asked him to fill out an application or whatever, and I just kind of feel like that was a slap in the face. So anyway, he also made the comment, "You guys could help search if you want to," and I think that was more directed towards the group. And
Mhm.
then he had said, something to Jen while, because she was further down, so I didn't get to hear what he said when he was further down by her, but he had said something to her, and then they kept walking. And then we did, a little bit more, we did the prayer and the cake part of the, day, and then all of a sudden, I was talking with, one of the people that was there, one of our subscribers and stuff, and we were talking, and all of a sudden, they come back around, and let me show you what they did this time. See, I caught the first instance on mine. I was live. Of course, when that happens, I'm live.
Mhm.
I was like, "Really?" Because I just wanted to get the cake and stuff because Jen went live first, and, so I was like, "Well, I'm gonna go live next, after Jen." Um, so that way, because Betty was live, like, the whole time too. So, let me share this really quick. Alright, good, you guys can see it. So, I'm over here talking, like, on the side. I'm actually right by their cameras, and, this is what happened. So, like, for here, I don't
What
know
the
if he
heck?
was yeah, I don't know if he just hit the sign or if he was trying to pull it, but, like, that's what really pissed me off. I didn't see anybody get flipped off. I seen him give a thumbs up, and he put his hands in the air and walked on. Now other people were saying, "Oh my gosh, did you see him, just flipped off Seth?" And I'm like, "Oh shit, I never saw it though." And I
Mm.
don't believe I got it on camera, although people say that I did.
Can
I
you
was
play that again
trying.
real quick? Because it would be really. Do you mind playing it again real quick, just so I can watch it? Because like I was trying to see what he
Yeah,
was doing.
no worries. I'll put it on a little bit slower too, because I don't have this the sound on. Because I hold on one second. We'll just do like 75 or whatever. And you can kind of see him coming up right here. Like he put
Weird, but
I know he put his arm up like prematurely, even like before. I know I slowed it down just then, so it's gonna be like really a long time before he hits the sign. But like he put his arm up before he came up to the sign.
it's yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, and it was KJ's sign. It was not one of my signs. And she said 2 year. She said it said 2 years is too long on it.
Uh, mm, is this like a new guy? Like, is he a new hire or something? Just or like a young guy? I'm just curious.
Well, I like to call him Deputy Dumbass because I'm like, why would you do that? And the lady is not doing anything, by the way. Like, she did not do any of what he's doing.
Yeah,
A- And then, so then we have, hold on, let me put
I
this.
agree, Titch. 'Cause that's just not professional. And they're just even making a joke about filling out an application. It's just not professional.
Yeah, and I don't want to misquote Jen, and I don't remember what exactly he told her, but he's a lot bigger than her. We both know, Jen's
Hmm.
tiny. So, Jules, they're walking now down, and I did zoom in. That's why it's so blurry and pixelated because this is from
Hmm.
Betty's footage, and hers was on a tripod.
Right.
But so this lady is holding a sign, and she's gonna wave at the officers, like friendly, like nicely wave at them.
Hmm.
So I don't know if this pissed him off, but this is what he starts doing, which is pointing, I think. I don't know. I want your opinion. See, because I zoomed in and it's in motion, it's blurry.
I mean, I don't know what the goal of pointing it then would be. You can hear someone
And
saying that
then
he
Seth's
flips that
like,
off.
yeah, well, Seth's like, I can point too, but see, it was really clear, but since
Mhm.
I had to zoom in, that's why it's all blurry.
And I think it'd be weird if you were to just randomly point. I mean, I just if he really did flip you guys off, that's completely and totally unprofessional, and like that's not okay.
Mhm.
So I don't know if anything was done about it, but just like you're there for a missing child. Like what?
I
Even if
know.
you weren't, deputies really shouldn't be flipping people off. Like,
He's so angry, and that lady was just like being nice to him, and I think where his arm is coming that he couldn't have really, done the bird, but then he might have. It's so blurry. But
it's
people
hard to
were like,
tell.
"Did you see that? Did you see it?" And it was like, "Oh my goodness." But yeah, I've been um, trying to gather everything up because I mean, I don't know. I just think that well, I just hope that when Crime Time Buzz called in, because she apparently did,
Mhm.
and so they're aware of it, you know. Oh, see, that's still not like a good still of it. Yeah, there you go. See, he's like he had his hand down by his side and he just picks it up and points. Is the
Did
best
he
one that
say
I.
anything, or was he just quiet when he did this? Like he
Now
was
he
just.
was across the street from all of us, so like
Mhm.
yeah, because the first time they came by, they were coming from across the street on the other side, and they were going at they were waiting at the crosswalk, and then once they made it across the crosswalk, he went directly to Seth, and then
Mhm.
kept walking down the sidewalk, and he was saying that kind of stuff. Which we have a search on Saturday planned at that point, and so we're like, well, where do we search, buddy? I mean, we're going to Jen's hotspot, but if you think you could do better than her hotspot, I would have rented my car for an extra day.
Yeah, I just he'd think he'd be smart enough to know
Jeez.
that you guys were recording and there were cameras everywhere. Just like
I
And
know.
maybe I don't know. Sometimes people get really like in the moment, like hot headed. They don't think. I don't know.
I was so worried about one of us doing that. Like, I was like, bring your manners, everyone. Make sure you guys are, because, it is, like you said, we're all humans. We all have very strong convictions or stand up for what we believe in. So I get that part of it. And,
Yeah, you got to be careful with stuff like that. Like, I mean, some people like we see people flipping off law enforcement all the time, and it's just like you got to be careful because certain departments might take that as like some sort of a hostile intent. Not like you're doing something hostile, but they could say, "Do you have hostile intent towards us?" Because obviously that's not a friendly sign here in the United States. So, I mean, you got to
True
be
that.
careful when you do stuff like that. That's why, like, peacefully protesting, you could do that. But, like, any type of thing that an officer can take as hostile intent, depending on the department, you could get charged with that. So that's why it's just like, just tell people, just like, if you have the right to protest peacefully, but just don't, like, do something that we're going to perceive as, like, a potential. I mean, I've had people flip me off. I've had people call me a NAZI before because of stuff, and it's just like, okay, you don't like what I'm doing, but like, and like, I don't care personally, but some people take it a very different way. Some people might be like, you're calling me this, then yeah.
Yes, exactly. No, I understand. And, that's what I was worried about because I was like, and I also, me and Jen were both saying, like, if he did flip us off, like one of us might have flipped him off back. And
Mhm.
then it's like, you got to remember that you're actually flipping off a cop back. And then it was just,
Yeah, I just
I
don't
was
know
like,
what
oh,
is.
it could have caused so much trouble, but it did, like, thank God it didn't,
Well, if he does it
you know?
first, if it is at first, then it could be you could be argued it's a bit different as opposed to you just running up to him and just doing it. You know what I mean? So I think if he were to do it first, it's a bit different. But again, I can't speak for their department. Their department might have a different policy than some other people. But I just don't know what his intent would be to be pointing at you guys, like waving. Okay, wave at somebody, but just pointing, it's just weird. It's a weird thing to
I
do.
think he was pointing in this one, but then when he went back down the street, that's the thing, 'cause I was live, like I said, so when I'm filming it, I can't zoom in from StreamYard, and, like, I was like, "Damn, I can't believe" it would be different if I was getting it on film,
Mhm.
but just the quality, like, Betty's is very clear from afar, from a distance, like, this is how clear it was. And in the beginning, I left it too, like, you could see them even walking, I think I zoom in, but, like, right here, you could see them both.
Yeah.
So, that's how, but then once you zoom in, and since they're in motion, it's so hard to tell. But like I said, the thing that upset me the most when I got back home was that, like, he did this part, and then I was like, "Should
Mhm.
I send that part and complain? Because I don't know if anybody's complained about that." And, and then I'm like, "Am I a Karen?" And then, I'm just my thing is that I just am glad that nothing
Escalated.
yes, yeah, so, and then, I also know that Seth wanted us to keep it about Sebastian, like, we didn't have signs, that had
Mhm.
anything negative on them, and I know that was something that I was really pushing hard for, Jen was really pushing hard for, Seth was you know, um, Betty's signs were respectful, like, everybody that did signs, they were super respectful, a lot of them were just, bring Sebastian home, 2 years is too long, we miss you, I did one for Seth,
Mhm.
I still have my signs,
I know, I
so
saw them. They were really beautiful. You did a good job. So,
thank you, Jules. I would've been so upset if he would've hit my sign though, and then I'm like, "Oh my god," I would've freaked out, and then, so I'm like, I'm so glad that nothing, because you can think of, like, you know, all the bad things that could have happened, but we got so lucky that none of it did, and, maybe he was just having a bad day, I don't know, but no, I personally and even Jen didn't see it. Now there were a lot of people that I interviewed after the fact that were saying no, and then some said yes.
mhm.
So, I can't vouch for everybody that was there or what happened. And you know how that goes, Jules, when
Mhm.
you're going to like a scene and like people are telling you what happened and
Yeah, you got that's different sides. There's so many different versions of each story.
Mhm,
That's why we wear
yeah.
body camera. That's why we wear body cameras now when we talk to people, just so we can like body cameras are more for an accountability and for like a recording thing. People think that we track people with their body cameras. No, that's not what it's for. It's for literally accountability and for court purposes. And
Yeah,
also,
we used to
yeah,
call it CYA, cover your own ass,
cover your ass,
like
yeah.
cover that ass because it does for both parties, like, so that way nobody can say, "Oh my gosh, did you see the body cam?" Speaking of which, for Justin Timberlake.
No, I heard about it though. I haven't seen it yet, but I definitely heard about it.
Yeah, I was like, "Oh my gosh, Justin."
I don't know
So yeah,
what's going on right now. Justin's arrested. Wasn't Brittany arrested? Chuck Norris passed away.
oh,
Well, what's his face? Oh my God, Xander from Buffy the Vampire Slayer passed away the same day as Chuck Norris. Like it's
oh,
just
I
like,
didn't hear about that.
yeah, Nicholas Brennan passed away. I think he just
Oh
turned
my
50 or he was
God.
49. I don't remember, but he passed away.
Wow.
Yeah, when Chuck Norris died, I was at work and we just got done a roll call, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh my God, Chuck Norris just died. And everyone's like, wait, what? And I was like, yeah, he died. Like, because he was in Hawaii and I guess he was hospitalized and then just, I don't know, it's nuts.
Wow. So, because I never heard,
Nicholas
like
Brennan.
cause or anything. Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's
Mm.
so sad. Um, oh, because I just remember watching Chuck Norris like with my dad, and then also he was, um,
In Walker,
in that
Texas
one
Ranger.
movie. Yeah, Walker, Texas Ranger. He was in that movie with Jonathan Brandis, and of course, I thought Jonathan Brandis was cute, and so I watched that movie.
So that's how
And
you knew Chuck Norris. Yeah,
that's how where I
Detroit.
really got to know Chuck Norris because I watched that movie. Yeah,
Mm,
but he
yep.
was in a lot of movies like that. I mean, he was just in so many. And I even did a parody with Chuck Norris, and Julie Skolnick.
Oh
It was
my.
just for fun, though. I don't didn't want to rock the boat. She
We
wasn't upset. She might
we
even thought it was funny. I don't know.
I don't know. We in the military were so
Well,
obsessed with
back
Chuck Norris. We made a cadence about him. Like there's like a cadence, like a running cadence. There was a cadence about Chuck Norris that we made up in the army. Um, and then in the porta potties overseas, there was always these jokes like Chuck Norris sleeps with a pillow under his gun, and like all these Chuck Norris jokes. That's how those started. Actually, was in a porta potty in the Middle East, and Chuck Norris, when he came to visit the Marines and stuff, saw that, and he's like, "That's funny." So that's why all those started, like books started coming out with like Chuck Norris daily jokes and stuff like that. Because people
That
in
is so
Iraq were just like
funny.
writing on a porta potty in Iraq, like Chuck Norris, da, 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 da. Like it just, I don't even know how that got started. Someone just did one day.
That is so funny. I love it. I used to crack up at the Chuck Norris jokes. Yeah, like, oh, it because he's just a legend, I mean, and then I guess like Jean-Claude, what was it, like Sylvester Stallone, Jean-Claude Van Damme, and somebody else I think came out and publicly gave props to Chuck Norris. So yeah, I mean, so much so that I didn't hear anything about the Buffy the
Yeah.
Vampire Slayer guy.
Hi, Kiki.
Yeah.
Yeah, Xander, he died. That was
Oh,
really
he's
sad.
here. Hey. Yeah, that
Yeah.
is. Oh my gosh. It's just life is so short. That's why I'm giving hell to Craddock because he's liking to go on this lady's podcast, Jules, and he's like, "Oh, we're just so safe here in Sumner County."
Mm,
Well, all this stuff has been coming out, and I just feel like we're just not safe anywhere. I mean, it's just life, and I don't know, but I think that a lot of this fell short. I'm working on another video too for it. But I just think a lot of it fell short because um Sebastian's still missing, and I think I was griping last night about if this was something that Craddock thought was because he's saying basically that it's not a public safety issue.
mhm.
Um I think it is though. I think it is a public safety issue because if Chris and Katie are if my theory is that he knows that they did it, so it's not a big safety issue per se. But
Mhm.
then, so in order for that to work, I'm also thinking that, he's not afraid that they're going to reoffend. And
I
so to
mean,
speak.
hypothetically speaking here, if you really think about it, hypothetically, if Katie and Chris did do something, parents doing something to their own kids is still not make not safe. It's not. It's still. It's still like that's why I would argue with him. It's just like even if he were to know and they were to have done it, it's still like a safety thing. Like parents don't do that to their kids. So I mean, it just yeah. I don't really mean I don't want to say nowhere is safe, but I mean you just it's hard to be come out and be like, oh, our community's so safe or our county's so it's just because I don't know. They're just don't want to say nowhere's safe, but at the same time, yeah, nowhere's really just like I mean, again, Nancy Guthrie, who would have thought the neighborhood she lived in just like she's just gone. Like just you think that that'd be like a safe area and safe neighborhood and whatnot, but like you don't know. So
Well, and I just think it's so weird, Jules, because this lady, so I heard about her from 5D. This lady has like 60 subscribers when 5D had brought this out. So just a couple days ago. And the more I was listening to the interview, I was like, oh my gosh, she's basically trying to talk Craddock up. They are friends because she does thank him for being friends with her like at the end. And so I'm like, they're really trying to just say that
thank
their
you for being my
area is
friend.
everything right. What's that? What'd you say?
I said, thank you for being my friend. Yeah, the
Thanks for
song.
coming on my podcast. I mean, they were probably both like, yeah, one hand washes the other.
Yeah, right.
But I'm thinking like they're definitely they knew each other from Sunny Weatherford. So she knew
Oh,
Sunny
okay.
and then Sunny knew Eric's type of a thing. Yeah. And I know that he was absolutely, the pick for sheriff per Sheriff Weatherford is, from the best of my knowledge. Because I mean, when Sheriff Weatherford passed away, respectfully, um, he Craddock was the one that his family was even saying, Sonny would want Eric to be. I think his wife even came out and said it, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, Sonny's wife, you mean?
Sonny's wife, yeah.
Yeah.
And she's like, yeah, Craddock is absolutely, our pick. And but so this is just my kind of little, satire and, in the middle of it. And then he made a funny comment and I couldn't let it go. So here we go, Jules.
Okay.
A podcast of the Sumner County Republican Freedom Caucus, where we explore the challenges of a thriving Sumner County. We can all agree that public safety is non-negotiable. Okay, so let's talk about Sumner County. It is serving in Sumner County has its challenges. And so as you think about what it means to be leading this part of our community, how does that fit for Sumner County?
It's an awesome responsibility when you sit back and think about it, right? I think everyone agrees that a safe community is paramount. It's the foundation for everything else. I've heard the county mayor say you have to have good schools and you have to have a safe community or else no one wants to be here.
And I say they are shocked after a teacher was arrested for sexual battery of 3 different students. WSMV's Brendan Dearney talked with people who are concerned there might be even more victims.
A 16-year-old student here at Gallatin High School told deputies that she was afraid her teacher was going to force her to have sex after he got her alone and started inappropriately touching her thigh. Total shock. Ronnie Cunningham couldn't believe 53-year-old Jamie Owens was arrested for targeting 3 girls in the same day. The basketball coach and criminal justice teacher had been at Gallatin High School for 3 years after working more than a decade for Hendersonville Police.
Okay, so that broke yesterday and I didn't have a chance to watch it. I know, guys, it's so graphic and just
scumbag him.
Yeah. It's shocking, right? And then, just previously, everybody thinks that that Craddock either looks like Pee Wee Herman or Forrest Gump. I think I need to put a poll in for you guys.
A hybrid of the two, basically. I don't know. He just I don't know, like a Jimmy Neutron, but as a grown up, I don't really know. It's just like with that hair right there, it just kind of reminds me of Jimmy Neutron. You remember Jimmy Neutron, the little floof in the front? He looks like Jimmy Neutron, but with a goatee. I don't, or a beard, whatever you want to call it. Is it a? It's a
Yeah, oh
beard.
yeah, it's definitely a goatee. And I mean, I don't know. He just I don't know what to make of his ability to, shake hands and kiss babies, so to speak, here in this interview, and his unwillingness to come out and have a conversation with a bunch of people who were down there. Like, we none of us were intimidating Jules. Like, I was
Mhm.
giving up hugs and I was trying to be, just as positive as I could be for Seth. So I don't know.
Right.
It's just weird. He's so to me here, if I didn't know better, he's so approachable.
Mhm.
I might be like, "Hey, Sheriff Craddock, thank you for, working so hard on Sebastian's case," or whatever. But then, knowing that he seemingly dropped the ball. I don't know. What do you think, Jules? I mean,
I don't. I went back and I started watching him in like press conferences and stuff like that. And I'm not going to diagnose anybody, but I wonder if he's got some type of like crowd anxiety, or if he's got some type of anxiety of dealing with like answering questions in front of large. If you go back and watch some of his stuff, like
mhm.
especially the one where the earlier Sebastian TV broadcast with the whoever the search and rescue guy is out there, like Ken Widener, that guy.
Winder.
When he's
Mhm.
talking at the podium, Craddock's sitting next to him, and the way he's like holding his hands, and he just looks like me. I'm sure he was nervous because of everything going on, but I've wondered if he's for a while now if he's got some sort, and that's no excuse, but I've wondered if he's got some sort of crowd anxiety or nervous thing. Like a lot of military people, like I mean, I can get like this too. Like there's certain times where like I just want to talk to one person and it's just easier for me versus but then there's certain situations where I love teaching a class. I don't know how to describe it. It's kind of weird, but just like I've been wondering if he's got some sort of like because he's a very quiet person in general. I don't agree with his search
Yeah.
methods and whatnot. I've just wondered that. Like I've taken a step back and watched him in interviews and I'm just like, I wonder if he does have something that like I don't know. And I'm sure he's feeling the pressure of everything going on. So
It would explain the gum chewing thing because a lot of people talk about the chomping because I have that in the intro, and
mm,
I chomp on my gum too, so I can't say a lot, but everybody notices it.
yeah.
Everybody notices it, Jules. They'll be like, "Look at him smacking on that gum," and I'm like, I know," you
I
know?
mean,
Then
he
again,
could
I'm like,
also like chew. I don't know if he chews or whatnot. Like a lot of like prior service people will chew,
"Ooh."
and maybe like on camera he
Mhm.
didn't want to have like a dip in his mouth. So I mean, you never know. But
True.
yeah, I don't think that he's yeah Titch. I don't think he's. I mean, I guess he has some handsome qualities about him, but he's not my type. I'll just say that. So I mean, he's got nice shoulders. I guess I don't not even I don't know. Not my type, but
He's not built wrong, right? He's not objectively he's nice looking, right? I think, but that's what I mean. Like if I didn't know better, I'd be like, "Oh, he's a cute sheriff, and he seems like really nice." And you look, at his background, he's still active reserves. His
mhm,
wife is very successful as well, very beautiful. They have a nice family.
mhm.
Everything is like everything checks the boxes, and this is what I've been having a hard time with even from the beginning of this case is that it just doesn't fit.
Is Sumner he ran as a Republican, right? He was like a Republican candidate for sheriff.
Yes, this is like the kind of that's kind of more of a conservative podcast that this lady is starting. Um, you know, more more for because it is a red state and stuff. So yeah, he
Right.
does support Republican like everything red across the board. Like if I've looked at his um Facebook and stuff, I've seen that already. So
Right. And I mean
mhm.
I'm very upfront. I'm a Republican, but I mean and like but the
Yeah,
thing I was wondering was like his county in particular. I don't know what Sumner County's like as far as like what their where their county stands, like red, blue, whatnot. I don't know if he's like the standalone sheriff who is like the Republican, the rest of the county's like Democrat. I don't know. Like I don't really like tying politics into like sheriffing and police departments, but I just wasn't
yeah.
sure. I don't know whether his deputies are all like. I didn't really talk to a lot of them aside from like the handlers and whatnot. So like I don't know what the rest of the department's like. So he might be like a lone man on the island. Again, I don't know. He's got some behaviors that are just like strike me as interesting. That's all.
Yeah, well, and like I said, I mean, Titch disagrees. She says, "Nah." To me, he looks
Man.
like a creepy little man, and it's funny how people have such different perspectives. I don't think he's good looking in any way. I just think that he does keep up appearances. Like it's not like
Mhm.
he's. I mean, but I guess all police officers kind of have to keep a
Yeah.
dress code type. Yeah, you can't
You
have
don't
like
want to
long
share if it
hair.
looks just. You don't want to share if it looks disheveled.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Like he
You just
just got
don't.
off a bender, his
Or
hair's all
even like
long and
patrol,
shaggy.
like for us on patrol, like we have a standard to fit because, like, I mean, and it's just like a uniformity thing. Like if you think about like the Marine Corps, for example, and how like sharp they look and stuff like that, it's a
Mhm.
presentation thing. I mean, if I were like out on patrol doing something and all of a sudden like my hair is not in a bun or whatever, and my uniform looks disheveled, I mean it's a presentation thing, and it's people think it's for fear. It's not an intimidation thing, it's just like a respect thing. um so
I
just
mean,
like
I've always admired that about people in the military too, though, that they're
mm,
always you know what I'm saying? Like you can almost tell because they're always making sure that they're kinda I mean, I not that I haven't seen people that are out of the military that have grown their hair out and stuff or beards or
mhm.
whatever,
Oh yeah, it happens.
Mhm. So, but when they're in, they have to kinda keep that up, and I think that's good. Also, I'm
He's
I'm sure the equipment and stuff fits
oh yeah,
better without yeah, like a
he's still
long
in the Navy
whatever.
Reserves, you said, or is he not in the reserves anymore?
He is, yeah, he told her in the interview. I kinda clipped this up a little bit,
Yeah, I was surprised
and
because
moved some
the Navy might
yeah,
have different
moved stuff
grooming
around.
standards than Army. You can't have a beard, but hey, Navy could be different.
Yeah, I mean, I know he's just active reserve, so would that be, like, once a month?
I think that's the Navy probably. Yeah, they probably still do like probably like the other branches. It's usually like once a month and then 2 weeks. Oh, AT annual training, whatever you want to call it. It could be any. It used to only be during the summer. Now units will do them at any point in time, and it can be anywhere from 14 days to 29 days now, depending on your unit. So, at some point in time, he's going to have to go away for his AT. So that's why you have like an under sheriff for your department to like help run when you can't do it.
Tish Tish says there's so many cute ones. The one in Washington that finally found Travis Decker. I mean, all of us ladies were like, "Oh my gosh, he is so handsome, and look at him, and he's gonna find him." And I mean, we were like rooting him
Mhm.
big time. We were,
Yeah, I
we
mean,
were, yeah. Us
obviously they're my
ladies,
thing
simmer
too.
down in the chat.
Obviously they're my thing too because I'm dating one right now. So yeah.
Aw. Well, and I mean, I just think that, like, if I didn't know Craddock on the outside looking in, I would think, "Oh,
Mhm.
yeah, he seems very qualified for the position." But, Brandon Carter, did you meet Brandon Carter, or do you know
No,
his
we
son?
exchanged a couple of emails, but I never met him in person. The one I talked to the most was Sonny, unfortunately. Not unfortunately I
Yeah.
talked to him, unfortunately that he's no longer with us, but he was I don't know, like I said before, I think it was on Jen's panel, you could tell that he really wanted Sebastian found.
Aw.
It was just like, I mean, that was sad. I mean, I didn't obviously know him as well as the community did, but I talked to him enough times that like even he was just a nice, genuine like sheriff. Like you just there's some sheriffs out there that just aren't like that. It's because sheriffs are typically an elected position almost always, and it's just like you don't
Mhm.
need to have law enforcement experiences to be a sheriff, but he did, and I know Craddock did too. Obviously, Craddock had. Like, that's the one thing I will say that like I'm glad he has some experience as a deputy. He didn't just like come out of like the woodwork and get the sheriff position. I can't stand when that happens. Um, so I mean, not that that adds to what I like or don't like about his personality, but I can appreciate the fact that he's actually done time as a cop before he became a sheriff. There's at least that. So
I love our
pretty is pretty
witchyisms.
does.
Witchy mom. Pretty is as pretty does. Well, and that's another thing that I can't fit together is, like, how he's so like, one minute he'll be so like, "I wanna go fast, Ricky," like and he's got,
Mhm.
like doe-eyed country boy, like, but he's immature, arrogant, but then, he also has this like presence about him where it's like, oh, I can see him actually getting elected though, even if he wasn't running unopposed. And then also when you tell me about, because yes, and you've also told me that too, nothing but good things about Sonny. So then I was like, well, if he maybe he didn't know, or I don't know, because I do flip back and forth. Um,
Yeah.
I mean,
I
it's not
don't
like I
know. It's
think that
hard.
he has involvement. Like, I don't think Craddock helped do something with Sebastian or
Oh,
hurt
no,
him.
no, no. I don't either.
No.
I haven't seen him enough. Like, I saw his stuff in the very beginning, and then there was like a period of nothing. And then there was the interview with Nick Barris, like halfway through, when he
Yeah.
said that it's not, what did he say about the lights video? And then he's always like, he can't comment on it basically.
Evidentiary.
And then now
Mhm.
it's just like, it's so far spread apart, unlike the sheriff in Arizona who talks all the time, or just like, you see these cases
Yeah.
where like, or with, when Cavalcante went missing, that lieutenant colonel from the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania State Police was out there all the time talking. So it's just like Craddock
Mhm.
hasn't really talked a whole lot if you think about it. Like in the beginning, he was always there, and then like there was the one thing in the middle, and then like now. So it's just like it's hard to get a read on him when you see so less of him. So I mean, I don't agree with
No.
everything
No,
he's.
and then we see him like this, right? We see him like this, and he's like, pressed shirt, like looking, like he does care, right? Like he just
Mhm.
looks like it's almost so strange.
I've never seen him unkempt, you know what I mean? Like an interview. I've never seen him like not even when he's in his uniform. I've never seen him look like he wasn't trying to. But that also be the military thing, like military standard and whatnot. So I don't know.
And then he's talking about like, conservative values, which, I don't beat everybody, my subscribers or anybody over their heads with my views and stuff. I don't even tell people like what I'm
Right.
voting or anything if I'm voting, none of that. But
Mm.
I also think that when you're looking at a conservative value, you're like, okay, well, they must have a moral compass of some sort. Like if you look in the background, American flags, the Bible,
Mhm.
it's just giving off this whole like persona. And then I'm thinking to myself, but then you have Seth, who is
Mhm.
looking at his son, who we have Chris and Katie, who look who they align themselves with.
Mhm.
And then,
Yeah.
in another segment of the show here, which isn't in this video, they talk, because I'm working on another one, but they're talking about being tough on traffic, in general, because it is very trafficky around that area, because
Mhm.
it's growing so fast. But then also, he talks about drugs and how usually the crimes are always like surrounded by that, which is, statistically, I'm sure is very, very spot on. But then he has Stephen Crabtree in the woods doing what he did in
Mhm.
his own area, and again, I know that Stephen has redeeming qualities. I never said he didn't. I
Mhm.
just get down with people who hang with my stalkers, right? Because that just doesn't work in the real
Right.
world. Like, it goes both ways. I can't have that contact, but in the same way, like, I just wonder, it's just I guess it just comes off as so phony baloney.
Yeah.
Hey, Carla Begonias.
Oh wow, it was that long ago? Press
Mhm,
conference.
it
Yeah.
was April
Jeez.
2nd, 2024 that he actually came out because they did the 5 days in, like you were talking about earlier with Ken
Mhm.
Weiner. The mayor was there, and also, I believe Susan Nyland was probably there, but I don't
Mhm.
quote me, but I know she was definitely there on April 2nd.
Hmm.
And she's the TBI
Yeah.
public relations, right? She's not a detective. She's not anyone who is working his case actively.
Hmm. Okay,
So,
you can keep playing it. I was just observing him, and I'm gonna watch him here and see if I notice the little anxious quirks he may or may not have. I'm just curious to
his
see how his
fans,
body language
though.
is in this setting. I mean, he's sitting down. He's already more relaxed than standing up, but I'm curious to see how he acts in this versus how we've seen him already.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and he's very familiar with the interviewer. I didn't add that in this video of this part of it, but he is, they're friends.
I was sitting in a meeting this morning with a major out of a police department just north of Atlanta, and he said the exact same thing. They split off from Atlanta years ago because of the policies and the way they didn't proactively patrol and do things to make sure it was a safe county or a safe city.
Daughters at the school, and one of them was actually in Owen's class last year.
We asked her questions about it, and she said he never come forth towards her for anything. So that's probably a good thing.
The police report says Owens inappropriately touched the girl's thighs on Thursday morning and slowly moved his hands further up their legs.
Somebody touched my 16-year-old, I wouldn't have to worry about the police. I'd kill myself.
Anthony Duvois has a sister-in-law at the school and thought they could trust all of her teachers.
You can't even trust your mama these days, so yeah.
I think it's intuitive to most of us that we want a safe place to live, work, and play. I certainly want a safe county. My kids are growing up here.
Both Anthony and Ronnie are happy these girls were willing to come forward so deputies could make sure no one else could be hurt.
He's in a place where he won't bother nobody again for a while.
The district has suspended Owens without pay until his case is closed. He's being held in jail right now on a $120,000 bond.
I've had the privilege of I've been all over the world, Africa, the Middle East, Japan. I've been all over the world. This is where I'll be. I love Sumner County. I love it here. I just want to see it be better.
Well, there's no doubt that as you stepped into this role where we're in a period of rapid change, a lot of population growth, a lot of social media scrutiny. There's a whole escalation of a lot of things. So in contrast, all those things that are kind of changing, what are some of the guiding principles that keep you grounded in this role?
You know, I think the biggest grounding principle I have is to just be connected with the line workers, the deputies and the corrections officers that are out there every day meeting the statutory obligations for the office of sheriff, right? There's no debate that the role of sheriff is more of a CEO role. That's what I'm adapting to. I love law enforcement. I love police work. I love being out talking to people. And so managing from behind the desk is something I'm definitely learning and I'm equipped to do. All of the paperwork is easy.
This Gallatin High School teacher has been arrested for inappropriately touching multiple students.
Yeah, I'm sure all the paperwork is easy for someone like you who thinks that rape is a snuggle struggle.
Jamie Owens is a former Hendersonville police officer and has spent 3 years as a criminal justice teacher at the school. I've been digging into this case because deputies are concerned that there might be more victims out there who haven't come forward yet.
If the deputies are truly concerned, then maybe they're the ones that need to start doing some digging.
We're doing everything we can to bridge gaps. We're doing everything we can to reach the kids before they become adults.
Yeah, well, you're doing that for sure, and we are. Was there any other feedback that came from that award, as recognizing Sumner County as the model? Were there things that we really need to brag on that we're doing differently or better here than others?
Okay, so really quick.
What a face to pause that on. Look at his face.
I know, right? I always do that. I feel so bad when I do it because I'm like, it's the worst face I could possibly land on, right? Oh my God, that's better. Okay, sure. That's a little bit better, but oh my gosh, right? I mean, so they have been recognized. Even most recently, I forget what, but didn't Pete Hedgeseth just go give an award to, was it Sumner?
Hedgeseth, our Secretary of War?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it was...
I think it was last year sometime.
Let me look. I can tell you, actually.
Thank you. Because I was like, I know they've gotten accolades, like she said. Like, I took part of it out. That's why I usually like putting stuff up kind of raw in its form, because this one I kind of moved it around and added it to the story. This is a little different than what I usually do.
Hedgeseth lives in Sumner County? Hold on. What?
No.
Oh, maybe it's I'm looking.
Or he has a home there.
He might have a home there, yeah. Hold on one second. Let me go back.
Or like family there. I remember kind of getting a little bit like annoyed just because, not that they're being, recognized. That's, if they're doing good in one place or another. I mean, the numbers show that. But Cheryl, but Okay, so Lover Girl says, yeah, he's from Sumner County, I think.
Yeah, I'm looking at that now, actually.
Yeah,
Yep.
see, you learn something new every day.
Oh yeah,
I
yep.
know he was there.
The Hendersonville Police Department in Sumner County received the Secretary of Defense employer support form. Oh, so
yes.
oh wait, hold on a second. Did he work for them at one point? So the ESGR award. Um, One second. Oh, I know why he did this. So let me, and it was an MP unit too. So let me basically explain what this award is. So if you,
Yeah,
I
please.
have the face. Well, yeah, I'll send you the link to the Instagram post. But what it is so the
Cool.
ESGR award, and I've nominated. I'll put it in the back for you, so you can just look at it. The
Thank
ESGR
you.
award is basically, let's say for me, for working for Department of Homeland Security full time now and doing Army Reserves only right now. Let's say I get noticed that I'm deploying to Iraq, or not, Iraq, Iran, Kuwait, wherever. And I let my employer know, hey, I'm being called to deploy. This is what's going on. So I deploy. While I'm deployed, my employer might like reach out to my family or send them like gift baskets. Like take care of my family basically while I'm gone. Now, when I come back, and I find out about that, I can nominate my employer for the ESGR award, which is the Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve Award. And there's different tiers of it too. There's like the tier that like basically everyone who puts their employer in, they get an award. The next level up might be like, oh, hey, instead of them coming to you, you go to like a military unit and get the award. Then there's like the third level where it's like you actually go to like the Pentagon to get this award. And then there's like 5 people who get like the
Wow.
award that Pete Hegseth gave to. So there must have been a deputy with or an officer with Sumner County who nominated his department for it, and the actual Secretary
Oh,
of War Defense will deliver it. So that's what that is. But yeah, I sent you the post with Higgs. So that's at Hendersonville. So that's what that is.
thank you. Yeah, that is so interesting. Like that. Okay, so that makes sense because I was like, all right, so Hendersonville is being recognized, and yeah, thank you for explaining that.
That's a nice award too that they got there.
Yeah, I mean, and
You.
that's the thing. So nothing is going to be foolproof, right? I mean, you know,
I mean, all that was is basically like a officer or deputy there said my department supported my family and my this is this, and that's why they got the award because this. So it looks like it was a captain and he was an army captain with the 200th MP command. Hey, that's where I fall under. Nominated his bosses, and then it went through all these channels and like recommended higher and higher and higher, and that's why Pete Hegseth was like, wow, this employer went above and beyond to take care of this officer and his family while he was deployed. I'm going to give them this special award. So,
yeah, that is so sweet. I mean, that is
Holly.
very good, and that's so positive. And that's why I'm always so hesitant to be like, "Oh, well, your area's got this going on and this going on," but it's like, it was so bad. Yes, hello, Holly. It was so bad, Jules, that I was like, "Oh my gosh," because they lay it on so thick. Like
Yeah.
this, "Oh, we're so safe and we're doing stuff so much better than everybody else here," and I mean, I don't know. I guess it's not a bad thing to be prideful about where you live, but in the same way, it just again, I think it falls short because Sebastian's still missing and
Yeah, and if you're watching him while he's talking about things he's super confident about, you can just see his body language. I think when he gets asked about
Mhm.
missing people or ongoing cases, he gets really uncomfortable. Like if he right now he's talking
Yeah.
about where he came from and all this stuff like that. When he's talking about things he's comfortable with, or he's talking about like canned index cards, as we call them, from like politician standpoint, he's more comfortable. When he gets asked about like missing people or like crimes, he
Mm.
specifically he gets a little like you can tell he gets a little nervous. And I don't know if that's because he doesn't
True.
want to say too much, or I don't know if it's because he could be one of those people where if he doesn't know all the facts, he gets really nervous to say anything because he doesn't want to be wrong. I don't know, but I've just noticed when
Yep.
he's very confident when he's talking about, he just talks a lot differently, and just his body is more relaxed, and then you can see when he gets uncomfortable. It's just he's really if he's trying to hide it, he's not doing a good job at it. So I would love Deception Detective to or Dr. G to like analyze
Huh.
their body language. I almost said body cam footage, their body language.
Hmm. I wonder if Deception Detective would do that, or I wonder if he knows about this because I mean that would be a really good person to, kind of, I mean, I agree with you. He looks so comfortable sitting here, right? He doesn't seem tensed
Mm.
up or anything, but then when we see him being asked questions like at the press conference, like you said, if it's more of a socially, or if it's more that,
He gets
you know,
weird. Yeah.
the questions, yeah, it's the questions that are being asked more so.
A lot of and I know I do that too sometimes, but just like when he's very, you can tell when he's not confident with what he's talking about. It's just, you can just tell. It's like probably like with me and canine stuff. I could spew off canine stuff for days and days and days, but you catch me off guard with like a Marine Corps aircraft question, I'm not gonna know what the heck I'm talking about. I can try to like be like, well, you know what I mean? So
Mhm.
yeah, it's different. Yeah, Titch, he doesn't do so well, yeah, that's why I said Dr. G could probably do it too.
Yeah, I wonder if Deception Detective would wanna, because here's the thing, a lot of these topics though that are being brought up, I agree with you too, Titch, but it's like I think the topics that are being brought up, if as it pertains to Sebastian, there's more. I didn't want to make this one about Sebastian. I was more trying to integrate it with the um, really bad crime that happened with a police officer and, in the county and that sort of
Mhm.
thing, just because it broke yesterday. But I mean, there's times in this interview, or the podcast where, because I do kind of feel like she's interviewing him, she's asking questions and he's answering. So,
Mhm.
um, that he's like there's a little bit of leakage, especially when it comes to Sebastian Rogers' case, but he never says anything about Sebastian, never mentions his name, not once through the whole interview.
Mm.
So, hello, SI officer. Good to see you. Oh, I'm glad you're stopping in.
Hi, SI officer.
Yeah, I know, Kylie. And see, that's why I don't like to get into politics too much because especially right now, like it's just
Mhm.
so, yeah, with the war and I mean, I get it. I get it. And I'm more of like,
I can't actually
I don't
comment on that right now, but I hear you. Yes.
Yeah,
I
I'm like more neutral, Jules. I am. I'm like more neutral when it comes. And also, I just want our military personnel to be safe. And, I
Mhm.
just think that it's just a horrible situation. Um, and I'm just kind of trying to fight evil at this level,
Mhm.
with what I can do with, the podcast or just spreading awareness. But thank you, my PTSD. She says, great live. Love you all. Or thank you. Love and hugs. See y'all tomorrow. Aw, thank you. You didn't have to send me a super chat for that, but I'm glad you did. Thank you. Aw. But yeah, I mean, it's just, yeah, those subjects are so hard. I mean, gosh, it would take me a million lives to do. And then I would
Oh,
just
I meant because
cover.
Hexus is my boss, and like as in the military, we're not allowed to like anyone. So like I mean,
Jules, I don't know the rules. Oh, that's terrible. I'm over
no,
here like,
I meant to
I'm
say that's why
oblivious.
I was like, oh no, I don't mind if other people have opinions. It's just I literally cannot say anything about him just because of who he is. So
Yeah, I wouldn't
yeah.
be talking anything about my boss besides I love my boss. He signs my paycheck. You know?
Mhm.
Yeah, I try. That's me and YouTube. I try not to talk too bad about, but sometimes I'll be like, damn it, YouTube, would you just let my video go through? Because it'll be hold for 24 hours. It
Mm.
rarely takes them that long to do it. And usually they don't have any issues. It's just, well, I mean, look at the subjects I've been covering too, Jules.
Mhm. Yeah.
I mean, left and right. I covered the Duggars. Um, but I try to look at situations kind of more like just from my own viewpoints rather than politically speaking, because I don't care who does it as long as, I mean, I don't. Now if it's politically driven, that's a whole different ball game, I
Oh
guess.
yeah.
But, you know, um I think the biggest point for us to take is that he's avoiding mentioning Sebastian. Why would any sheriff do that? What is a legit reason? I can't see any at all. I struggle with that too, Titch. And he talks about transparency. And I think Deception Detective would wipe the floor with him when he starts talking. Like, it's not in this video, you guys, but I'm working on one with examples. I feel like I should have. Yeah, I feel like I should have hurried up and got that one loaded in, but all right.
Sumner County as the model. Were there things that we really need to brag on that we're doing differently or better here than others?
I really would be remiss if I did not, again, commend the people that are doing it. Lieutenant Vines, the SRO supervisor, Sergeant Stitt, Sergeant Rager, the SROs that are in the school every day. These guys really have a heart for these kids. I know some of them that went in with one expectation, and then you talk to them 6 months later, and like, what an awesome thing I'm doing. They really get that sense of gratitude at the end of the day. I love to pull up and see them out front when the car rider lines, and all the kids are high-fiving and hugging, and it's a really good community program. I just can't imagine where we would be without them.
Yeah.
The arrest report says Owens got the 16-year-old students on their own and started touching their thighs inappropriately and was even moving his hands up their legs even further. And a girl who witnessed one of the incidents told officers that the student looked like she was very distressed and was about to start crying. This is the 18-page arrest report that we got a copy of here at WSMV.
I mean, this is so sad. So 18-page report, 3 girls in one day. And then I wonder why my videos are getting, held for review because these topics are horrible.
Ugh. Oh, I put something in the back chat for you a bit ago, but yeah, I don't.
Thank you.
It feels like he's passionate about his officers, which is good about a sheriff, but to the same extent, like you should be passionate about your entire community when you're a sheriff. I mean, you really should be, or county, whatever. But he's just, and for what Twitch was saying, I agree. He should have brought up Sebastian's name, 100%. But someone, I don't know if he got coached before he went on and did this. I'm assuming he didn't, because I mean, a sheriff should not have to be coached to talk about his own county. Like he just shouldn't be. But sometimes,
he's public speaking too. He's a very good public speaker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I will say that.
Somebody might have been like, "Hey, if you mention one kid, you have to bring up the rest of them." But at the same time, it's just like, well, why not say all their names? I mean, it's just, I would just say all their names. So they're all.
I just think it would go so far if he was to be like, when he was talking about, he brought up an example of when he was dealing with Sebastian's case, and then he also shouted out emergency management too at the same time, but never said on the Sebastian Rogers case or anything. But I see what you're saying where, and he might have even coached himself not to rock the boat, because there was also a question about media scrutiny. And he kind of dodged it. He just was like, well, I'm mainly here to take care of my people. And that's basically what he continued. But I think it was more of a programmed response than a well thought out one.
It's a program response, but also I feel like that was the military side of him coming out. Like, we take care of our battle buddies. I feel like that's him saying he's got to come out and take care of his people. So, I mean, I feel like just looking at him, I can tell he's a very militant type of guy. Like, I feel like military is a big part of his life. I feel like he lives, breathes, and eats it. I'm sure he was active duty before he went reserves. I don't know. It seems like, again, and this is, I'm not defending how he's handled the Sebastian case by any means, because I would have handled it way different than he's done so far. But again, I'm just wondering, just watching how he acts, like you can tell he gets very uncomfortable with certain things, and I can't place why that is. I think it's a confidence thing. I think when he's not confident with something, he gets uncomfortable. Just what it seems like. But yeah, I'm trying to see both sides. I'm trying to see both sides. Like, I see where everyone's coming from, where it's like he's like not doing enough, and I agree with that. But I'm also trying to see, like, from his standpoint of his behavior, where it's just like, why is he maybe not doing? I try to figure out the why before into things, like, why is he not doing his best? Why is he not doing that? Like, I'd like to find out the why first. And again,
same here. I think, or maybe does he have an overconfidence that he has it all under control? I mean, and I wonder that too. But I love having your perspective because, again, I can become very biased just up here by myself, right? And then
Mhm.
also with the videos, I like to hear other people's perspective on what they think is going on here, you know?
It's good to have discussions. I mean,
Mhm.
not just about
Absolutely.
I'm sure you know, I've told you about this before, like, my brother and my dad literally stopped talking for 2 years because of politics, because they just could not talk about it, and that
Aw.
was my brother's fault, not my dad's fault, and it's just like, why? Like, wha you're father and son, you should definitely be able to have discussions about stuff, so just, like, I can agree to disagree with anybody, so that's why, like, I don't mind
Same
talking.
here.
Like, I would love to debate Tim on this whole Karen Reed thing that he was going off about, because it seems like he was the only one that was just like, I would love to know why he feels this, like, I just find it interesting debating people about these things. I just would like to know what he had to say about it. 'Cause it seems
That's
like whenever
funny.
he starts to talk about it, he gets cut off, which is like, I'm just like, "Oh, I wanna know what he would say." But, maybe I would get a 4-hour long tangent, I don't know. But just I like debating with people. It's just like, it's interesting because people don't talk anymore. So,
Well, that's one
yeah.
thing that I loved about watching Charlie Kirk videos because
Oh,
I wasn't
yeah.
familiar. Yeah, like, that happened while I was live and we were talking about it, and then I finally went back and watched, his debates, and he would just always
Have a
it
response,
was
yeah.
always, like, good and funny and, just back and the banter back and forth, it was mostly civil, and then sometimes I was like, "Hey, that wasn't a bad point that that one college student made," or whatever, but he always did a good job of that, and it always, ended like you said, "Agree to disagree, don't hate," and I think we
Yeah.
need a lot more of that.
We need more did you ever watch his Jubilee interview where it was, like, him against, like, 25, like, liberal students? And, like, it's you should
No. You gotta send it to
I'll
me.
send you the link for you to watch it another time, but it's very interesting watching him, like, I don't know. He's, I loved how quick-witted and smart he was with his responses. So, and, like, that's why he did this thing, because he wanted, like, the one time someone said to him, they're like, "Why do you, like, come after, like, college students? Because, like, we don't know as much as you do," which was this whole college is a scam thing. But they're like, "Why do you choose to come
Mhm.
at," like, he's like, "You come at us with, like, why do you pick college students?" And he's just like, "How old are you?" And they're like, 19. He's like, "Are you a voter?" And the kid was like, "Yeah." He's like, "I'm talking to voters, not college students specifically." He's like, "I'm talking to young voters. I'm not targeting college students because I think I'm smarter than them. I want to know what these people who are going to change the future potentially think." So that's why he did that. So, and I appreciated that about him.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that, because usually the kids think, "Oh, I'm 18, I can do whatever I want." I know I thought like that, so I
I
mean,
thought that too.
I was trying to be an adult, I was like, "I'm an adult, damn it," I don't know. But I also agreed a lot with, I wondered what kind of rhetoric, my daughter would pick up even in college. So that was an interesting topic for to me as well, because they are teaching different things. And even though, I kind of dodged a big bullet because she wasn't being taught like inappropriate things at any level that I ever knew about in school. Um, but I mean, I'm still worried about how she's shaping, her thought processes and stuff too. And even as old as she gets, I just hope she always keeps her values and, like little Miss Sharon says, her moral compass. So,
Mhm.
yeah. So, I mean, I think that's interesting because a lot of times it's what they're learning. And, I mean, it's anytime you're in a setting like that and you're being trained or you're learning something, you're kind of being programmed to it, so in a certain way. So I think it's um, interesting, to go
Mhm.
and out to them specifically. That's why I always thought Charlie Kirk was pretty
He was quick.
smart for doing that. Yeah, I thought that was cool.
He was young
So,
too. I think he was what, 31 when he was unalived. He was 31, I
yes.
think, right? He was, yeah, he was like either 30 or 31. I can't remember what it was.
Mhm. Yeah, so he was kind of, yeah, in the middle there, between my age and my daughter. So yeah, I
Mhm.
mean, like to me, he would still kind of be a younger kid.
Mhm.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, all right. So yeah, back with this, but there's not much more of I was just kind of putting it in. as we go. But 18 pages, guys. I can't believe there's that many.
Jesus.
I don't need to look over them to know that something terrible happened to these poor girls. I'm good.
Goes into a lot of details about exactly what the students said Owens did to them. And if you want to read more of those details, we have them over in our story on WSMV.com. A lot of people told me they were totally shocked that Owens would do something like this. I even talked with one parent who has a 15-year-old daughter who was in his criminal justice class last year.
Like I say, you never knows what goes on in these schools all the time, you know.
But to stay grounded, be with the guys who are doing the job every day. Make sure you see what they see and what they need to do the job. Equipping them and training them and supporting them while they're out serving the citizens of Sumner County is paramount. I think my number one responsibility is to take care of the people who go out and take care of the people of Sumner County.
Yeah.
Sumner County Schools has suspended Owens without pay until the criminal case is closed. He's being held in jail on a $120,000 bond right now.
Or if we're dealing with a violent or potentially violent situation, or just helping citizens, any aspect of law enforcement, I love it. I love it.
Yeah,
I do. Anytime I can get out and be next to the guys, whether I'm just passing them a Gatorade to make sure that they have their thirst quenched while they're working a crime scene, or
Gonna kick some names and take some ass!
Water sucks.
them a Gatorade.
It's better. But use it on the field. Gatorade not only quenches your thirst better, it tastes better too, idiot.
You're drinking the wrong water.
Gatorade.
H2O.
Gatorade.
H2O.
Yeah. Well, thank you, because that's the kind of servant heart that really does make a difference in leadership. And so that does shine through, I think, in all you do, whether it's from behind the desk and creating a vision for the future or supporting your team.
Okay, so that was just that was just some inside jokes, Jules, and I don't know if you got a chance to catch the last couple nights, but we've been kind of like laughing about Pollyanna's. Did you watch the 2-year interview with Holly Pollyanna?
I don't think
Holly,
so.
Holly?
I don't think so.
Oh, girl, it was basically, what she was saying in the 1 year, told a lot of the similar anecdotes, misused the past tense. There was a lot.
Oh, yes, I did see that. I did see that interview. Yes, I did, because Deception Detective actually covered it too, actually.
Yes, I played him on here because he's one of our favorites, and
yeah,
yeah.
He's like, he even said, he's like, I think Katie and Chris are watching my interviews, and I'm sure they are, because Chris watches a bunch of, I mean, who doesn't watch true crime channels?
All. Jules, he watches us all, which blows my mind. I'm like,
how does he have the time to do that? Like, I don't understand. Like, I don't know.
I don't know either. I don't see how he keeps up either. Like, it's got to be exhausting. But this is the one that Chris from Mob Crew made. It says Crispy spends all his time trolling through YouTube. Oh my God. Yeah. So I had to put that one in the back just, because it fits. I mean, I could come up with a new one, I suppose. But he was talking about the Gatorades, and so I was like, don't drink the Kool-Aid, don't drink the Gatorade. Oh, right? More like haterade, Craddock. So I have to give him shit, Jules, but I love having your perspective. Do sheriffs go out and give like waters and Gatorades to their guys? I've never heard.
I mean, I guess if he happens to go to the grocery store and is like, well, hey, these look cool, and he's out on the road, he just drops them off. I guess. I mean, I did that as a commanding officer in the Army. Like, I would take Gatorades to my guys on gate guard duty because I knew they were bored out there. But I mean, I don't. As long as he's not doing it every single. I mean, I guess he's taking care of his people. But I mean, hey, a Gatorade's a Gatorade, right? Like, sure.
Guys in uniform are cute though, so I wouldn't mind bringing them a Gatorade. But I had to tease him a little. I had to be like, is he a water boy or is he a sheriff? Like,
I
what
love
is
that, by the way. It's funny, but yeah, I mean, it's an adorable sentiment that he's doing. I mean, like I said,
it is nice.
I didn't take Gatorade. I took other stuff to my guys at the gate. Like, I don't think Gatorade was ever one of them, but like bottles of water or just like a snack or whatever, because you want to check on your guys. But I mean, how
Yeah.
often is he doing it? Like, I'm sure there's other sheriffly duties he could be doing. I would actually, while that was playing, I was trying to find like the guidelines for what the Sumner County Sheriff's outlined responsibilities are, but some of the stuff's like outdated and it's like Montgomery County, Tennessee stuff. Like I couldn't find the Sumner County one. I was just curious to see what his legit like duty description is as a sheriff. Because some
So
counties are
there's
different.
definitely well, and I feel stupid because I'm like, it's not in this one, but like, so there was some talk about how Davidson County wasn't doing as much as they, like our county's better than their county, but there was some of that I heard of, like I didn't think it was as relevant, but then or prevalent maybe even. And then in this interview when it was brought back up again, I was like, "Oh, so you guys really are kind of a rival."
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, and he also said, which I found was really weird, but he was like, "Yeah, we don't care who solves the case. Again, pertaining to Sebastian, he was saying, we had a situation where we had to bring in other agencies from all over, and we didn't care who solved it or who was in charge." Well, and that's what he said, not who solved it, but who was in charge. Damn, I wish I would have done this whole interview.
Oh, okay. Yeah, hmm.
Yeah,
Well,
because he definitely
he should
says
bring in
it.
outside agencies to help with Sebastian, but I mean, I don't get why they're just I don't know. I don't know why he's like weird.
I just feel like he's probably, well, I don't feel it, I think it. I think that the lack of trying to say that, well, here, I'll just say it like this, since nobody is asking about, "Are our kids safe?" Or maybe he's assured
Mhm.
their kids are safe, then that can only lead me to believe that he knows what happened to Sebastian.
Mhm.
But why haven't they took action on it?
I
Or
mean, I'm sure he has some ideas or I'm sure he's leaning a certain way, but you got to remember evidentiary support and like things to go into. I mean, he could have like we see this all the time. Like there could be like a bunch of like we know it's this person, but until you have that one piece of 100% definitive, solid, concrete evidence, you can't act on it. So it's because you don't want to risk, God forbid, someone running, or if Sebastian is somewhere right now, like them moving him. Like you got to find the one
Mm.
piece 100%, solidify things. So
Oh my gosh,
I
I
don't know.
hate like, I hate to keep on comparing to Monkey, but, like, Little Michael
Mm-hmm.
Monkey Vaughn, I mean, that's the most heart-wrenching thing, that
Yeah.
they just won't tell his mom, like, where did they put, I swear it's infuriating to me. I need to do a live on Michael Monkey Vaughn too. Did you
It's
see where
like
they were
was
taking, well,
good.
they took down all of the signs and they caught some lady doing it.
Mm-hmm. It's like with
I mean,
Zachary, it's like, where did you guys put him? Just tell, Cindy where he's at. She gives tips all the time from these people that are just messing with her. And it's sickening at this point. Um,
oh my gosh, I need to reach out to her. And that's the thing that is so crappy, is
mhm,
that these people are so sick that they will taunt. I mean, it's just like Gina DeJesus's mother was passing out flyers. Her kidnapper, who just had her a few blocks away, went to school with her mom even, and then she's passing flyers out when her daughter's missing. He takes a flyer and brings it back to Gina and says, "Your mother's looking for you," and gives it to her.
aw,
And that was the first thing that she gave her mom back when she was found, was that flyer.
aw.
I know, and she drew little butterflies on it and decorated it, and I mean, these people are so sick, and I just can never discount them. And then I wonder how sick and Chris and Katie are. Like, am I underestimating them? Am I overestimating them? Did they hurt Sebastian? Do they just have him, hidden somewhere? But I mean, after all this time, I don't know why they. I mean, when are they going to produce him? Then are they just
I
going to
know he'd
drop
have
him
to
off at a
surface
gas
eventually.
station?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, are we gonna find him walking down the road in, another state completely, or what? I mean, what's the deal?
Yeah, I don't know. I really, like I said, I trust Max. I've trusted Max since day one, just with that path. And then I think he was let out, got in a car, and someone walked back. I really think that's what happened. And Mob Crew and I talked about this before too. So, I
Yeah.
mean, I'm not saying there was Chris in the car. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. I just think there was a car that he was walked out to, and somebody walked back. That just what I've always thought. So I don't know. There's just I'm sure Craddock knows something. Again, we don't have the body cam footage of the officers that were there at the house that day, or the canines, or like there's a lot of stuff you think about it that we don't have and we're not going to get because it's an active investigation. Um, remember with Lori Vallow Daybell when they went to her apartment, they
Yes.
released the audio for her trial of when
Mhm.
they went to her apartment, but they didn't release the body cam footage until Chad's trial or whenever that was, because they couldn't. So we won't see that body cam footage or that stuff until, whenever this comes to fruition. Because, like, I know the DA said that he's ready to prosecute when the time comes. So,
Mhm.
he's just same thing with Zachary's case. People can feed us tips all day long, or with Cherry's case, people can feed us tips all day long. But PSP, Pennsylvania State Police, isn't going to act on anything until they have that concrete piece of evidence, because it takes a lot to go to DA to get like a warrant to like dig up a property, especially if it's like not if it's like a township property or like there's like
Right.
it takes a lot to do all that stuff. So it just all depends. But I don't know. I'm sure Craddock has his things and reasons, but I also know that law enforcement will also pretend to be buddy buddy with somebody just to get them to just like eventually say something, or just staying good graces with somebody. So like I don't know. He's kind of hard to figure out, and I think it's because I do think he's got some kind of social anxiety or something along those lines, or maybe he's just like he's deployed obviously all over the world before. He's seen sometimes when we go, us military people, after we see the world and stuff like that, we're very uncomfortable with groups of people, and like one-on-one when we're confident it's easier. So it's like again, I
Mhm.
don't agree with how he's run the investigation. I just don't know why he does the things he does. Um
Yeah,
just
well, and that's why it was hard for me to believe that he would kind of more or less buy into the good old boys unless he was really benefiting from it, right? Because there'd have to be some sort of, win in that situation,
Yeah, I don't
for
think I
him.
don't think he's doing that by any, but just I think he's way too militant and way too like all American boy. I just that's just the vibe I get. I don't think he's doing that. Do I think he? I think that he's got weird techniques. Like I said, I just don't think he's in the good old boy thing. But that doesn't mean someone in his department's not. So I mean, I hate to say
Yeah,
that.
and I can't find any information on Brandon Carter. Like, there's nothing. Like, there's not. It's like, I mean, I found out everything about Craddock because everything was out there, and that's one thing
Mhm.
I will say that he is. I mean, the good, bad, and the ugly was I was able to find it right away. Um,
Yeah, he
and
has
I
to
s
be transparent. He was running for office, so I think he has to be.
Mhm. Well, that's a good point too. That's a really good point. So, I mean, but then I'm like looking at Brandon Carter and I can find 2 positive, he got an award for, good police work.
So did
And
Bobby Simmons. Bobby Simmons from TBI got an award for working with the Memphis field office.
Mhm.
So I've never had a problem with Bobby Simmons personally. He's talked to me a bunch of times and helped me out with stuff. So, but some people don't like him. I mean, he said different things to Seth and different things to me before and different things to Chris. So maybe he was doing that to figure stuff out. I don't know. But I mean, I never got a vibe off of him that Bobby was at all any kind of like weird either. I can't speak to Carter because I didn't know Carter, didn't know Craddock, but knew Sonny. So it's just like I don't know. It just I think Craddock's way too like I hate saying Eagle Scout, but he just gives off major Eagle Scout vibes, basically, of just like, just versus I don't know anything about Carter, or I don't know anything about him. So
Right. I mean, I get what you're saying. I mean, that's why I think I'm so like dumbfounded by the situation, because I'm like, I can't get a really good I mean, it just seems, yeah, like it
yeah.
doesn't fit some way. And I'm like, well, he can't possibly want to throw all of that away, and why would he? And also, he's very educated,
Hmm.
because a lot of times when you're just stuck in like one environment, you've never been out, then you do get into like more corruption. But then when you get,
Hmm.
like you said, you go and look at other parts of the world and are familiar with that, it's different. But it's also different, like you said, from a military standpoint. So
You also got
um
to remember he's a dad too, and he doesn't want to do something like corrupt or bad that's
Mhm.
going to cost him being away from his kids. Because you can tell from his social media profile how much he loves his kids and family. Um,
Yeah.
I don't see him
Yeah.
being the kind of person that wants to risk getting taken away from his kid. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I don't know anything about Brandon Carter. I don't know if he's married, got kid. I know nothing about his life.
I can't find. I'm trying to build a dossier on Carter, but I also, I can relate to them keeping, not like necessarily keep your enemies close, but
Hmm.
or anything. But I mean, if you think somebody may have involvement, but you just can't really put your finger on it, then of course you're going to leave that communication open, and you might even have a friendlier
Right.
interactions to kind of build rapport, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I
I
mean,
don't
did
know.
you watch the Corey Richards trial at all?
No, I need to catch up with the Corey Richards thing. All I did was watch the verdict, and I was like, "Yes."
Yeah, me too.
Because
Oh,
I
you
really
gotta
did think
watch
that.
that private investigator. That private investigator was hilarious.
Oh.
He was so snarky with the. I'm not gonna ruin it. Just go watch it. But what I was thinking was, there was at one point in time an undercover detective who works in the drug world and stuff like that. So Court TV had to cut the feed and erase it. They were live, but they got it off in time, so it's like not everybody saw because that cop was undercover, and he can't have his face out
Oh.
there. Um, and I guess the judge realized who the witness was and was like, "Whoa, whoa, cut the feed." I think they only had like him on for like maybe 45 seconds before they realized, "Oh crap!" And there's delay anyway. But I mean, you got to remember, if one of his office, let's say let's say Craddock has a CI, a criminal informant. Let's say he's got a cop that's doing undercover stuff. He's got to be careful with that stuff too. He doesn't want to like out his guy. So I don't know. I always
Yeah.
try to think from their perspective. Like if it were my department, what would I do in this situation? What guys would I have on what grounds? So yeah, it's just I don't know. I just
Oh, I love
and
that though, because I mean, obviously, I'm gonna think one way, and I don't have the experience with that. And then also with law enforcement, the way that they have to do things is it is totally different than, say, the general public. That's why I always like calling it night court, because it's just like the court of public opinion. Hey Brenda. So, that's just,
yeah,
it's just
just
part of it, that we're gonna speculate, and we don't have to worry about, is this gonna get to a jury or not?
And I'm trying to remember. I remember Chris was saying TBI said they weren't to do polygraphs with anybody else but their people or whatever. And I wasn't. I don't
Mhm.
know if it's TBI or Sumner County, but somebody came out and they were just like, "No, we didn't say that. We said it was up to you if you wanted to do it or not." I forget who that was. I forget what department that was. Um, I think it was an email that Justin put out. I don't remember. Somebody put out an email where they were like, "No, that's not what we said. What we said was do what you want." Basically, that's like with Craddock. That's just what Bobby Simmons said with me. He said Jules' credentials are legit. If you want to use her, that's up to you, but she's good on our end. Um, and then Chris Proudfoot said no, even though TBI said, "Oh yeah, she's good." I'm pretty sure it was the same thing with the polygraph test. Um,
Yeah, well, I mean, and all of that is so suspicious to me. I mean, and it's not even just like, oh, I'm putting my tinfoil hat on, but no, I mean, really just knowing how other cases flow, or I say patterns in true crime. I don't know if that's anything, but I mean, the way that we see
mhm.
different patterns in true crime, I mean, everything that they've done has been so suspicious, in my opinion. Like, I literally thought after Holly Thompson's interview that there was gonna be, like, arrests, because
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah,
just
well,
because
yeah.
and I know you can't arrest people because of their body language or
Mhm. It was
I
noticed,
get
I'm
that.
sure, by somebody. I'm sure somebody watched, I'm sure they watched it and noticed. I just I know they did. So they got to keep. They're keeping an eye. They're watching us. They're watching all the coverage to see because they know people are going on panels.
Yeah.
So just they gotta watch them to see what's going on. I still want to know why Chris said to me on the phone, knowing that mother effer is gonna fail when he was talking about Seth. It's just like, what?
Mm.
Why did you? I don't get it. That was
I
weird.
think
No,
Chris is so used to like subtly smearing people. I think he's really actually kind of good at it. I hate to give him any credit, but I think that like those little seeds, it's almost like
yeah,
he's planting little,
passive
you know?
aggressive.
Yeah. It's like, you know, yeah, because Chris is he is passive aggressive when he wants to be, and then he can be overly aggressive too, where um like I'll never forget when he was on Clues and he was talking in like tongues.
Oh yeah, or when he was going off on Brittany, I was just like, whoa,
Yes.
like weird.
That
And
scared the
Janet,
crap
yeah,
out of
like
me. Not gonna
yeah,
lie.
yeah. It was just that was a lot. I mean, like I said, he was never
Mhm.
personally mean to me. He never screamed at me or did anything like that. But again, you got to
Do you think
remember,
it's because you're in the military though?
it
Is that
could
why
it
like
could have it could have been. But again,
yeah,
I mean, there's things
respect?
that Chris and I talked about that I side eye, but him and I actually did have a few. And I will give him this, is the one thing I will say. Him and I actually did have a few good discussions about like the country and like the gas prices, whatever. Um,
Mhm.
because like I didn't want to just like right out the gate just be like, what the heck did you do? Like I wanted to get him like, and I
Sure.
was being genuine in my discussion with him, like talking about stuff. Um, and you can tell as our phone conversation goes on, he gets more comfortable. And then we went back to Sebastian. But like there was a time where him and I talked about the military and like the country, and it was actually like a decent discussion. But then like his behaviors later with other people, I was like, what the heck? Like it just with the Britney stuff or just like talking, just, I don't know. Like
Mhm.
seems like totally two different people. It was weird. So I
Yeah,
just
like hearing him yelling like in the background and then telling Katie, "Turn your phone around," and then not you, you, and then, like all of that
mhm,
was like so I mean, and then also, the other Heather PI that I think Josh put it out.
mhm.
That was very strange too, where I was like, "Oh my gosh, this guy is very
Oh yeah,
angry."
he got weirdly like angry. Then like he got like really calm out of nowhere. Like if you go back and listen to that when he's talking about Chloe, he gets all angry. Then he pauses. He goes, "By the way, I talked to your dog handler." Like he got really like drop down a key. It's just like, huh? Like okay. He's like, yeah, that ain't happening. And I'm just like, you were nice to me about the dogs and stuff. Why are you? Maybe Heather set him off, and that's why he got mad. I don't know, but it was
True,
just kind of
yeah.
weird.
That's true because I mean, everybody's gonna react differently to different people, and then, I mean, reactions can be caused, and yeah, no, I totally get what you're saying, but yeah, and then I also think he was probably trying to be more respectful because 'cause you're military, but yeah, I mean, he does change from because he can be completely calm, like, if he's
Hmm.
on Queen Bee's panel or somebody's, he's just like I think he's usually went off on Clue's channel, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I don't remember what channels he went off on. It's just, but Janet mentioned about arresting for abuse, and you can arrest child abuse is a very real charge. You just have to be able to prove it. And I know that people say the CPS reports. Um, again, you got to remember.
Yep.
I don't know how many are still open. I don't know what there's the findings they have to go off of. But and again, they could. I don't she might be saying, like, could they bring him in for that and then because he's in there, question him like a suspect for other crimes like they're doing with that Daniel Martell guy, and, like, I don't know how it
Mhm.
works in Tennessee. I don't know anything about, um, CPS. I don't know the world of CPS really that well, so that'd be a question for somebody who knows that world, but, I mean, just because you bring somebody in for one charge doesn't mean you necessarily can question them about other stuff. It depends on what it is and what the state is, because there's certain rights in certain states and whatnot. So, um,
Right. Exactly. That's what's really, when we're speculating in true crime, we always have to kind of consider that, and that's something that's kind of smart if you're going to deep dive, because I agree, and that this is the most asked or talked about topic is the CPS reports, and also
Mhm.
I kind of been doing videos and talking about it lately. Even Kylie Ray says that's why they said the CPS officer told Sebastian to stop lying, and Chris laughed. And he
Mhm.
sounded like Letitia Stout. He said, "Oh, he's just a child." And I thought, "Oh, Letitia."
Mm.
You know?
He was following true crime cases for a while too before, so I don't know what. I never asked him that question. I should. I should be like, so by the way, since you listen to true crime podcasters, just out of curiosity, what have you? Who did you listen to, or what like cases did you? Just I'm curious now because I know we knew about Gabby Petito because you think he talked about that on someone's show. Everyone knows Gabby.
Mhm.
I forget,
Yeah.
but yeah, he interesting dude, to
Yeah,
say
I
the
mean,
least.
that's who inspired me to start a YouTube channel was Gabby Petito, because everybody was like sticking
Mhm.
up for Brian. I shouldn't say everybody was. I'm just saying, like, there was an unusual, in my opinion, amount of people that were like, "Oh, she was the one that did it." And like it was just horrible, and I
Mhm.
couldn't handle it. And I was like, "I'm going to start a YouTube channel." And it took me like what, 2 or 3 years to actually do it. But I was watching, kind of what everybody else was doing too, and kind of learning about it, because I was like, well, I don't even know the first thing how to do it.
Mhm.
But hey, Ice Mama.
Yeah,
So yeah, I
he's
mean, it's I think that's one thing that kind of gets everybody up in arms, because I think they could have. My thing is I feel like they could have used it as leverage in the beginning, because I
Mhm.
know they knew about it. I mean, I shouldn't say I know for sure, but I'm pretty sure they knew um relatively early on that CPS was involved, that there was one open, because like you said, there were four that were closed, so
Mhm.
they were closed, obviously
They'll
some
be
kind of
considered
directive.
they'll be considered in a courtroom, like, they'll be looked at, but, I mean, you can't if a CPS report's closed, technically, you can't I don't know what it's like in Tennessee, but I know in Pennsylvania, if a CPS report's closed, it's closed. An officer can't, like, decide to reopen it and go after someone after it just you know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
it just but if there is still one open, for whatever reason, obviously they're gonna keep that close to the vest, and they're aware. They know they exist. It's just it'll be good fodder for the DA or whoever's the prosecutor. I'm sorry, to use in whatever their argument is. But I mean, they got to be careful with that stuff too. So we don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Decocratic. We don't know what we don't know. So
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know what we
isn't
don't
that what he
know.
said? He's like, we don't know, or something like that. It was like, huh? Like
Yeah.
that's another reason why I think he's got some kind of like some of the things he says. I'm just like, huh? You're okay. So, yeah, he says a
Yeah,
lot of
and I mean,
interesting stuff.
I think that's what, I was wondering if maybe they did tell Kate. I mean, maybe they were gonna try to get Katie to come to the office, but she already had a lawyer, or she asked for a lawyer, so it shut everything down. Or I'm just trying to figure out, what could have happened here, because
Mhm.
I just feel like something is amiss, but I don't think it was intentional or malicious on the part of law enforcement. I think it was
Mm-mm.
more of an unconscious bias in believing Chris and Katie too early. But then again, with the CPS reports, I do get stuck, because I'm like, well, what was
We
Craddock thinking about those? And did he like use it as leverage?
I
And
mean,
then
we also
Katie
don't
just
know
lawyered up.
100. We don't know 100% if they do believe Chris and Katie, or if they do believe Seth. We don't know because they don't come out and talk about it. So I mean, we can assume based off of the few things we do see in the case, but we honestly don't really know what they are thinking. I mean, people pull up like, oh, someone may have gone on vacation with somebody. Like, we can think all those things, but I mean, at the end of the day, let's say like my best friend in the whole world, if I were to find out that like she did something horrible to her kids, obviously that's my best friend, and like, but I'm still gonna do what's right because I can't just let you, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I don't like, I wouldn't care about how long we've been friends for, how long this or whatever. We travel the world together. You do something to one of your kids, I'm not gonna back you. Like I can't do that. And I won't do
No,
it.
I
So
wouldn't either. I'd feel violated. Like I didn't know you were that way. Like I'd be so hurt. Like
right. It's just mind boggling. Like it just catches you off guard. But again, that's me talking about a friend. Now, let's say like, if I were, if some of, I work federal law enforcement, but let's say I worked local law enforcement and like, I'm friends with people in my township or whatever. And then like, I find out that their kid's missing and they may or may not be a suspect. I mean, I'm not going to suddenly just be like, if I'm suspicious, I'm not suddenly going to cancel my vacation plans to them because they're going to be like, oh, do you think I'm a suspect? And then just like make it weird. Like keep the relationship you have and just see how they act differently. Because if you've been on vacation with somebody a couple times, you're going to know if they're acting differently or if they're getting nervous.
Oh my
So I
gosh, that
mean,
reminds me of Chris Watts staying overnight with the couple that were his friends, him and Shanann's
mm-hmm,
friends, and they said that they noticed a big difference in him that night. Like they were like scared. Like in hindsight, obviously they probably wouldn't have allowed him to stay overnight, but they looking back, they were like how he was so weird, right? He was just eating pizza and like
mm-hmm.
nothing happened. And it reminded me of, Scott Peterson ordering the double
Oh,
double when the police asked
yeah.
him what he wanted to eat. I mean, and he had just, in my opinion,
Scott
murdered Lacey
Peterson.
and
That dude
Connor.
got Scott Peterson got beat up in prison again because oh no, he was playing pickleball and he
Oh
got
my,
mad. He was playing pickleball in prison. He beat somebody up because he got mad. Then he got like beat up by 4 people. So it's just like, dude,
were they playing
come on.
pickleball? Were
Yeah,
they,
playing
or what?
pickleball in prison. That's what he's
Did
doing.
you hear
It's like,
that? Oh my God, I feel like such a horrible person, but I think that's so funny when like people people like
it's
Scott Peterson get what they deserve.
I know. I know. Don't feel bad. I agree completely. So just like it's just like, mm, I don't know. Just this is why like when I see cases of like an inmate will like let's say like an inmate that's in there for life like unalives another inmate or beats up another inmate who like was like a kitty predator. Like I don't get mad when I see
Mhm.
stories like that. I'm like, hey, justice was served. And like I don't know,
Yes.
I've always seen and heard about this when like one of those people goes into the prison system, the other inmates, regardless of what their crime is, they're just like, mm-mm. And it's actually like that overseas too. Like when I was stationed in Germany, it's like that too. Like in Germany, if like you do anything with kids,
Wow.
like they're relentless. So it's just yeah, it just people are
Yeah.
I don't know, but I don't know how we got on to Scott. We were talking about being friends and the behavior. I was like, how do we get to Scott Peterson again? But we were talking about people being friends with people. But again, like you got to
I guess we
think,
could call it the Dexter complex when they
yeah.
when they're like they're killing because they enjoy it, but also they're doing it for
Hi,
getting the bad
Tori.
people. Hey,
Yeah, you
Tori.
got to remember, like if like let's say Craddock and Chris are like BFFs or whatever, and they're going on vacations together. Hypothetically speaking, if Craddock suspects Chris, can you imagine how hard that's on Craddock trying to maintain a quote unquote friendship with this guy, while Craddock's also a dad
Mm.
himself, thinking this guy who used to be my friend may or may not have done something to his stepson, and like he was my friend. You know what I mean? It's like you got to think about like I don't know. That'd be very
Oh
hard. Like,
yeah.
working undercover would be very hard for me. Or like if like being an informant on a friend of mine, like me being an informant on a friend of mine, knowing they did something and me still having to pretend to be okay with it. If I were a mom, that'd be very hard for me. Like it just would be.
I don't think I could do it either.
Yeah, I just
It's
yeah.
tough. Like, yeah, I mean, be like, oh, I support that. It's like, no. Ice Bama says I've always wondered how many other CPS reports there are in California. There was
Mm-hmm.
at least one there. I wonder that too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because
California's kind of a weird state though, so I don't know like how they
mhm.
handle CPS reports versus that's not necessarily a political thing. California's just kind of weird with their laws in general because it's such a big state. So like I mean they just have different rules there than the rest of the world, I feel like.
Right. Yeah, well, they I heard you can't even bring, like, nuts, like peanuts or anything from another state into California, like,
Oh, you
they'll
can't
shake you
drive fruit?
down.
Somebody in here said they were from from Washington State. Back when I was with my ex and we were driving from Washington State down to Arizona, when we crossed
Mhm.
the border from Oregon into California, there was like a checkpoint and they asked me if I had any like fresh fruit or something in there, and I was like, no.
Oh
And
my gosh.
I guess because there was like a pest, I don't know what it was, but they asked me if I had any like fresh fruit that I was bringing across state lines, and I'm like, no. So, but I mean,
Oh my.
and I remember my
That's
ex
funny.
explained it at the time. He's like, I think my ex was like, it has something to do with like transmitting, and like he said it in a way that made sense to me, but he was from over there, so I just yeah.
Yeah, like, it might bring foreign I don't know. I know what you're saying because somebody explained the nut thing to me too. I was like, "Okay."
I didn't
And
know that
Brenda
about
Brown, thank you for your super sticker. That's so sweet of you.
yeah, I didn't know that about nuts. Maybe Brenda Brown that was actually I think she said she's from Washington State, but I don't know what part. I mean, Washington State's very different. Eastern Washington and Western, they're very different. It's the very different states.
Tori said,
So
"Don't take my lunch, please."
I know, right? It's like, well, I was driving. It was like 2 a.m. we were driving through there. So if you want to call it lunch, we can, or late night snack, or whatever, second breakfast, whatever you want to call it.
Second breakfast.
I was just like, I don't have any fresh fruit, but then I really, really wanted a peach. I just did. Of course, after that happened, it's like, man, I want a peach. But like, where am I gonna find that at 2 a.m? Unless I theft of a peach tree farm. But
I
yeah,
know,
I
I
don't
have to
know.
be going through Georgia. That was one thing I didn't stop and, um, because it advertises that all through the highway, um, for peaches and stuff, and I'm like, "Oh, I should get some on the way home," and then I'm always driving back so late, so
I'm actually gonna be in Glencoe, Georgia for about a month for training, for
Oh,
Department of
cool.
Homeland Security. So yep, I'll be down there at Glencoe for Department of Homeland Security for a course I have to take. So I'm not gonna be far from Florida actually, because that's how far down it is.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's right I mean, it doesn't take long for me to get into Georgia, that's for sure, um,
You're probably close
but
to
it
Glencoe then, if you know what I'm
Yeah.
talking about. So it's yeah, it's not that far away. But
Aw, that's cool, Jules. Yeah, I really appreciate everything you do because, and all the dogs and I mean, it's just yeah, just something it's so important and then giving of your free time when you're searching and all of that is just
we just need to bring them all
very
home.
appreciated.
And like
Yeah.
Sebastian again, I don't know what I can't get a good enough read on Craddock. I've had my suspicions that he's just his behavior, the way he acts. There's just something, and I don't know what it is. Again, I don't know if it's a nervous tick or what it is. It could be, like I said before, military people. We just act very different sometimes. Like there's times when I want to be around a big group of people because like I love talking to people or I love teaching a class. But then there's also some times when just like I just want a one-on-one like thing with somebody. I don't know, like even kind of on panels, like when there's like 6 other people, it can get kind of overwhelming, especially when you're the one person. Like, remember that one time I was up on Queen Bee's panel, I had like 8 people coming at me? Like, that was like very overwhelming. It's like I can do like 1 to 3 at a time, but when it was that many people, I was just like, it was very overwhelming. That was on a computer, not like at a press conference. It was just like a lot. So,
Yeah, it would be a lot for me too to have like all these media people and being like, "Hey, hey, hey, what do you think of this?" And everybody one at a time, people, kind of a thing too. So,
press
um,
conferences are very overwhelming. Like the way that
uh,
who's the White House secretary, Karen Levitt, the way she handles it. Like picture being her and having like 80 reporters screaming at you, and you're just like with like and I'm sure Craddock. I don't know. This may have been Craddock's first really big press conference he was dealing with, and it's very
mhm.
different. Like teaching a class, I'm sure he's been an instructor for something with his law enforcement career or his military career. Doing that versus being in a press conference are 2 totally different worlds. At least in the military class, you have control of the situation. You're teaching the class versus just chaos. And people might say, well, he deployed. Yeah, so did I. But you got to remember, different mindset you're there for a mission, you have a task, and you're not ready. War chaos and chaos of like people being people are two very different things.
Yeah.
Just two different worlds.
No, that's such a good point though. And also I think too, like even because I was mentioning that he does public speaking over at well, or he has before, but there was a group of them and also they were, speech was probably prepared before and he's up there, knowing nobody's gonna, all the students aren't like raising their hand, yelling questions out or anything. So it's like you said, a more controlled environment.
Yeah,
Because
and
I've wondered often why he doesn't just send Carter out to answer
well,
questions, and then I'm like, I don't think Carter is a people person either, though.
he's also a detective, and he might not have any sort of like detectives, unless they have a public relations officer with them, or they've got something else that legally he also may not be allowed to. I don't know what the rules are for the detectives. Like if you're assigned a case, I don't know what the rules are for like the media.
Oh.
Because sometimes detectives fall under different confidentiality and like they fall under different rules. The sheriff, like he's allowed to do whatever he wants, basically, as far as that goes. He's the face of the department. He's got to be held accountable for stuff. So and like what the Detroit said, like I mean, I totally get I get where she's coming from. I really do. And this is what I was saying. Like we don't have to agree, but I like Detroit a lot. I think she's awesome. I think
We love
Carter's
Detroit.
I think Carter's just think that Craddock's just odd and weird. I don't know enough about Carter, but that's maybe he's a very private person, but at the same time it's just like there's been no anything from him that I mean, I know he talks to Tony and Seth, but I mean there's nothing that like he comes out and talks about.
He's got to be very private, girl, because like I said, I can't even find out like if he's married. Like I was just trying. I mean, it's not that I don't want to try to make him feel uncomfortable or anything like that. I mean, I was curious, and so
Yeah.
and plus I like to come from like I like to see it for myself, evaluate the situation, so to speak. Before I talk on it because I don't want to get up here talking out of my butt and be like, well, this guy's a real asshole, but like I never even tried to figure out if he's, because and so even with Craddock, I kind of got I don't know if it was a weird feeling or something, but I just thought, is this sheriff well, first of all, I thought, "How old is he?" Because he looks like he's about my age or so,
Craddock?
right? I was like yeah, Craddock. I was, like, trying to figure out, okay, how old is he? What's his experience? And then I started looking on his Facebook and everything, but I think mainly it was when Justin released the, Snuggle Struggle.
Yeah. I remember I
That's
saw a
what
Twitter
prompted me.
post that I
Yeah.
mean, I'm not cool with that. Obviously, like that's not okay. And I know people say, well, that was years ago. Like I said a lot of dumb stuff a long time ago, but I would never say
I
something
have
like
as well.
that. Um,
No, I have as well, but I never felt like that. Like I've never felt something like that. I've always thought that that was not okay. And again, like I don't know. Again, I don't know if it would have made it better, but it's not like he just did like a laughing emoji or LOL
yeah,
or
just I don't know if that was like some sort of a military dark humor thing, which I mean, there's a lot of dark military humor, but there's just certain things that we don't cross lines of. So I don't know where that came from. I would never say something like that. And I mean, I don't know if he's ever addressed it. I don't think he's addressed it publicly. I mean, it could have been one of those things where like when he was running for office and it came out his person that was helping him run might have been like, "Hey, this came up," and he might have been like, "Well, I'll deal with it if I get asked about it." I don't know. When you're a politician, everything's out there, obviously. So and people will find stuff. So he could have
True. I
also
mean,
he
that
could,
was one thing that just blew my mind when I heard that. I was like, "Oh my." And then I was like, I have to go see it for myself. Not that I don't
assault
trust
too.
Justin, but I like to go see. And
Yeah, I
like
don't know. Again, he didn't deny it. At least he didn't try to hide it. It's still out there. So it's not like he like tried to like be like a dirty politician, like, oh my god, we got to bury this real fast and make like it never happened and contact Twitter and delete like he didn't at least do that. At least he didn't do that.
you know
I'm
what's
again
weird is
not
this
okay with him saying it,
person
but
no, I understand. And like but it's also the other person that was on there was named like Mr. Wonka or something, and he got his Twitter deleted for something that he said. Um, I remember seeing that as well. Um, because I
Mm,
think he tagged him in the comment.
I agree with Detroit. I mean, I adore you too, by the way, Detroit. I do think I agree that there is a point in time where you do need to do a press conference, especially when it's like this long without hearing anything. And when he put out that letter, if he even wrote it, he may have just had someone else write it and he signed off on it. I don't know. But I agree. I mean, even if he comes out and does like a private press conference with like maybe just like 10 reporters sitting in chairs, whatever, not like a full-fledged anything. If he is uncomfortable with big crowds, just do like a small press conference. That's it. It's better than, not doing anything. So
It's
I
better
do
than
adore
not.
you, Detroit.
No, I'm right there too. Like, and I'm equally like, I'm just, I think it's more that I'm just upset that he won't do something to bridge the gap, so to speak, or be the one to come out and say, "You know what? I will do this because I know that's
Mhm.
what people want." Not that he owes us anything, but I think it
Right.
does fall short, and I get what you're saying too, Detroit. Like, it's and you too, Jules. But it's like I think
Mhm.
that's why people get so frustrated. They're like, he just puts out a statement, or when they put the statements out, it's like
Mhm.
I think people look at it like as disingenuous, or
Yeah,
do I know?
if TBI did a press conference, Credit can't do anything about it. I mean, even though it's his investigation, there's still a higher authority. They TBI did a press conference before. But yeah, I don't. Does Sumner County have a PAO? Do they have a public affairs officer?
I don't believe so, and I think that's why they brought in Susan Nyland, is the best
Oh,
of
they
my
borrowed
knowledge.
her. They borrowed their PAO.
They're like, "Can we use" because for a while, I thought she was, like, one of the lead detectives until I, like, did a little bit more, "Okay, who is Susan Nyland?" Because I was looking into all of them, then, and, who are the people that are in the care of Sebastian's case, because, I can get really fired up about it, and I'm, like, overprotective, and I'm like, "Oh, I need to chill," but then I'm like, but Ice Bama says even if Craddock may not like doing conferences, he should, as every at a very minimum, have someone else from the department do one. It's been
Mhm.
almost 2 years since the last one. I know. I mean, it's when we think of it like that too. And again, they like to put the like statements out in writing, and they never. So I think that's why people, like Lori's saying, yeah, Ice, exactly. I mean, so I think that's why people are like, it's bullshit and it falls short because, oh, I see what Tori's saying too. Yeah, TB, I could also do a press
Yeah, that's why I
conference.
said that. Yeah, I don't think that they already
Yeah.
did one, but I don't think since they're even though it's Craig's investigation, they're the higher authority. I don't think he can do anything about that. I think he can say, "Hey, this evidence, don't put it out there." I don't think TBI would put out like certain evidence if they thought it was going to hurt the case anyway. But I mean, and to add to what Janet, yeah, I agree with Danny, and so does Bryant, in my opinion. But I'll leave it at that. Need to be investigated. So, yeah, just.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people who are close to um the case should be. I mean, even like some of these YouTubers that Chris and Katie have talked to, I think there would be a lot of value in questioning them about what they know. And Lori says at least, yeah, acknowledge it. I mean, that's what I think, and especially when I think of how heartbreaking it has to be for Seth. Detroit
Mhm.
says we could at least talk to Seth and have a private meeting, something to show that he cares. Come on now, be the man. Ridiculous, in my opinion. Yeah, I know. It is, and it is so
Mhm.
frustrating too, I think, because then, like, Nick Barris will come out and be like, "Well, there's nothing," and I just don't believe that either.
Yeah, Nick. I don't know what happened to Nick Barris. Before he was like also about the live video. Then all of a sudden he got like, uh, and I don't know. Maybe law enforcement's like, hey, you need to stop because you're gonna. I don't know. I doubt they would tell him anything like secretive about their investigation. If anything, they probably would definitely make sure he's left out of it because he's press. I don't
Right.
know. I don't get the big flips that happened. Like I don't get the big flips when people like flip so drastically too. It's always so random, and it's just like JLR earlier we were talking about it. It was just random. It was just like, why are you now like? I don't know. I don't like the flipping stuff, especially that
I do
fast and
think
that
that
rapid.
Magnolia had something to do with it, though. I do think that was like, if anything, they made the decision to, because I
Yeah.
think that was right, and I know Seth had mentioned something about it last night too.
Yeah, and I don't think Craddock would go against TBI either. I just think he knows
Mm-mm.
he's been around the block long enough to know not to do something like that, because then you're just gonna make people question like why, like, and you don't want that to happen. But I think a lot of people forget that I was involved in this from I think April, late March is when this year's Smash went missing. I talked to a lot of people on both sides of the fence, and I think people forget that. So that's why I said to you before, I'm like, this does go to trial. I'm probably gonna have to go testify to some stuff, and I'll just leave it at that because a lot of people say a lot of stuff, and I
Yeah,
always
they
tell
do.
people look at the evidence, and I keep emphasizing I follow what the dog was saying, or not saying what the dog was doing, because it lines up with a
Mhm.
couple other things that like it just does. So I don't know. I I don't know. I feel like this is gonna be one of these things where the news is just gonna come out that somebody's been arrested. We're not gonna have any notice. It's just gonna be so random and sudden, and we're all gonna be like, "What the heck happened?" Um,
I think
because
so too.
yeah,
I do agree with Ice Bama here too. The last time that Craddock and Seth had a sit down, then Craddock had lied to Seth by telling him they have a mountain of evidence, but then he turns around and says they don't.
did Craddock say that or
Um,
Carter said that? I don't remember
I
if
don't know
Craddock
if
said that or
yeah,
Carter said that.
Craddock.
I thought Tony said that Carter said that, but I could be wrong. I could be
Oh,
wrong.
maybe it was Carter. Well, and I wonder if they
Could have
had
been
a sit
both of
down
them
all
actually.
together.
Yeah, they could have been the
Yeah.
two of them.
Mm-hmm. When I see the Bauer stocks going in and out of stores or just see them around town in general, I can't help but stare at them because I'm wondering, what do you all know? Sure, it's
Oh,
going through my mind.
Kathy,
I would think the same thing.
the one that said it'd be very unwise for me to set foot on her property. First of all, lady, I never said I was going to set foot on your property. I talked to Chris about searching properties. I'm not just going to randomly walk up to your property and just put my foot in your grass.
Oh
It,
no.
it almost,
You touch a blade of
I
grass.
almost said
Oh
so. I
no.
almost said something else for at first, but grass is what I said. I just want to be clear. Put my foot in your grass is what I said. So, I don't know. I still have the screenshot when she said that. I'm just like, lady, you better be. Just don't.
Well, I've always been worried about Kathy because of the fact that she's a real estate agent and she had so much,
Mm-hmm.
access to different properties and and it also she just seems to be right in the mix of everything. So,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
and
Detroit,
not the
like human
typical
to
grandma.
human. Yeah, oh, she's not. No, she's weird. But yeah, I agree. Detroit, you could just talk to Seth human to human, just father to father. But yeah,
Mhm.
Kathy, I don't know much about her real
Yeah.
estate license. I know that's what she did for a living. I just uh, did. She's realtor in Tennessee, or does she have or can she do it in Alaska too, or is it just Tennessee where she's licensed to be a realtor? I don't know if she's.
You have to, well, I mean, I guess possibly she could get I've never looked up the what you have to do in order to get your real estate license, because a lot of times, like even where I was located in Missouri, I could have gotten my Arkansas license and traveled, and stuff, but it's really, I mean, unless you're right on the border,
I mean,
it's
have we ever
kind of
looked to see if she's got a Alaskan real estate license? I never thought about that.
no. Mm-mm, no, but I
Hmm.
know that Chuchi thinks there's a major connection with Alaska. A lot of the viewers do too, and subscribers, or will say that um, as well.
Yeah,
So, I
I'm
mean,
looking at the requirements right now. You must be at least 19, complete 40 hours of a pre-approved licensing education, pass the
oh,
Pearson VUE salesperson exam, and secure sponsorship from a licensed broker. That's it.
That's easy as hell. I'll go get my. No, I'm just kidding.
I could go get my
a real
license right
estate
now in
license
Alaska. So yeah.
Jeez Louise. Well, and I know even like Florida is even, the kind of the same thing, and it's fairly cheap compared to other places like Missouri. Because I'm still thinking about maybe just getting my real estate license here too. Because
You
there's a lot
should.
of phone work. Well, there's a lot of phone work that I could do from home and just call and set appointments for people too. That's how I started, and that's what the best of my understanding is that Kathy's back working in the office, but that's what I
Mhm.
heard last, and I didn't verify any of that. And I'm with Detroit here with her comment, because when Sheriff Craddock's talking about like safety, transparency, and then we're talking about how come he won't talk to the public. So I'm still trying to like figure all of that out too, um, from that interview, because gosh, it's just.
Yeah, I put the screenshot in the back so you could see what it says for your Detroit, Alaskan
Oh, thank
license.
you. Oh, yeah. See, this is like, oh
That's like
my god.
nothing.
I know. So, and especially as much as her and Terry travel there. Um,
Oh,
yeah.
Tori, I'll look up the Tennessee stuff too. Let me see. Tennessee real estate license thingies. Yeah, that I could
Oh,
get my
sure,
Alaskan
dude.
license tomorrow if I wanted to.
Hey, Star. I know, right? It's pretty easy. Hey, I had to do continuing ed for real estate, and it was like a breeze. And everybody would be like, "Oh, I don't want to do it." I'm like, "It's so easy. Why are you guys? Why are you complaining about it? It's so easy. You just
This
literally like read through
Oh,
the stuff.
okay.
Some of it's so easy that you don't even have to read through all of it. You just go take the quiz, and
This makes no
you get to
sense. So
pass it.
For Tennessee, it says not required, but you must be a resident of Tennessee. Then isn't that required
See,
if you have to be a resident? Like what?
see, that's why I said I'm not sure, because I'm
Oh,
glad you looked it up, because it's different everywhere.
oh wait, I get what that means. So maybe it says not required, but you must be a resident of Tennessee. So you might not have to live there, but maybe you have to own a property there. I don't know. That's worded
Oh,
kind of weird.
mhm. Yeah, because
Yeah.
sometimes you just have to hang your license at a brokerage, like they're saying here, or finding a sponsoring brokerage. Like, obviously, I'm a Keller Williams agent, or I was. I'm
Mhm.
not anymore because I don't live in Missouri. But I think I could have still kept, actually, I know I could have. I just didn't want to keep it because I knew I was never moving back to Missouri. But
Mhm.
um,
Let me
yeah, you just
see.
have to do your continuing education every even numbered year in Missouri to keep your license.
Yeah, Alaska, you don't have to be a resident here. It says in Tennessee you have to be. Hmm.
Yeah, and you do it
That's
all online.
interesting.
Yeah, it's not, like you have to go to a building or anything to take the quiz and do the whole thing. It's just right online.
I
So,
never thought to see if she had an Alaskan real estate license. I don't know what made me randomly think
I
about that,
didn't
but
either.
something you said made me think about that. I was just like, wait a second.
It's just all the properties that she would have had access to, or, she could have said like, hey, I have a client that she could have called one of her real estate, like say I called you and I said, hey, Jules, I know that you have 123 Main Street, and I have a potential buyer. Do you mind if I show? And then I would just either get the code from you or whatever, and I can go show the property, or say I'm showing the property and do something there that, that's going down a rabbit hole in and of itself. But I've always been, weirded out by Kathy being a realtor for that reason. No other
Mhm.
reason really other than that.
E-
And she's not as personable as most realtors. Like the real estate people that I know from Keller Williams are some of the nicest, like most generous people, kind, do anything for you. What do you need? You want me to run comps? Like, so it's just like a totally different, like she doesn't seem very approachable. I would be terrified to meet her as a real estate agent, but that's, I guess, maybe knowing what I know too.
Wait a second. Hold on. I think I
Hey,
may have
animal
found.
mother. Detroit says I'm waiting on that mountain of evidence and for them to
Um.
move it. Yeah, I don't wanna hold my breath because I know I'd turn blue and die. Oh my goodness, Detroit, right? Tony at Night and Dog said the same thing allegedly. I do remember them saying that too about the mountain of evidence. Yeah. And I tend to believe that more than the no evidence. I really do because I think they gathered a butt ton of evidence in the first week.
Yeah, I hold on. I found something in Alaska. So, do I don't remember where in Alaska they may or may not have had family, but there's a Bowersox Tile Installation LLC in Alaska. But I mean, this might not be her family. It's just how common is that last name? So it's just I think
Oh, I
Earl
know. I've never
Bowersox.
heard Proudfoot or Bower Sox before this case.
Yeah, I mean, this might not even be their relative, but it says license expires 9/30/2026. Bowersox Tile Installation LLC in Homer, Alaska. I mean, I don't know
Hmm.
where this might not even be them. It's just I was just curious to look up licenses in Alaska, and this is one of the things that popped up. So I'm not sure. Um, Start
Yeah, that's
date.
interesting.
Yeah, yeah. It says construction contractor, specialty contractor active. Bowersox Tile Installation LLC, Homer, Alaska. Oh.
So on Web Sleuths, Chris did say that they went to Alaska for Terry's job, and he does work for, well, he's in RV sales, right? Rental, thank
Mhm.
you, rental and sales. Yeah, that's what I thought. He's a salesman.
And again, this might not even be like I was just curious. I was just like, I wonder like I was just curious. A real
Yeah,
student.
I think it's
So
legit. I do. I mean, like, just to see, because like I said, I also wonder that about how, about access,
mhm.
and then everybody's saying, well, not everybody, but I guess there was at least three people. Again, Chloe brought that up on Web Sleuths that supposedly saw Kathy at Worsham's at about 5:30.
I thought someone gave her that tip and she was pursuing it. I don't know if she saw her or not. But
Yeah,
that's a good question.
I know. I mean, I wonder if anybody went to law enforcement. I understand, like, if, I mean, I guess it would still be hearsay if the PI told law enforcement, but why wouldn't those three people go to law enforcement and tell them that? I mean, they might have, but
Hmm. I was looking up other licenses in Alaska with a different last name. I don't know if any of these people are actual um relatives of theirs, but I'll send this to you so you can look at it. I don't know if you recognize any of these names, but I'm just curious now because now I'm going to go down a rabbit hole of like, Alaska. So yeah, just interesting. Not that I'm accusing. It's just interesting. That's all.
no, I mean, I think it's legit, especially at this point. Like, we have to. So there's something that we're missing. I mean, there's just something. Detroit says, so why Alaska? I think that's a good question too. I think that's a good question too.
Yeah,
I
that I
don't
don't
know.
know.
I don't know. I mean, one thing I can say is that because it's secluded, maybe, or there's areas that are secluded. Um, but
I
I
mean,
never believed that like Chris and Katie had all this money that they could do a private, or excuse me, not Chris and Katie. Kathy and Terry had all this money that they could take a private jet, and I mean, I don't know how true that is.
yeah, I don't know. What was Kathy Bowersox's last name before she got married to Bowersox? What was her name again? I don't
Oh, I
remember.
forget. I
Why can't I remember what her last name was?
I know
Somebody, I'm sure.
her name is like Maddie Kathy.
Yeah, I just don't remember what her last name was before she got married. Was it Guy? What? Because Brian Guy and Danny Guy, right? That's her. So
Possibly, yeah. I don't know if she went back to her maiden name or if she kept Proudfoot for a while. I mean, because I know, wasn't she married to Chris's dad?
yeah, she still is. But I just was curious to see what her name was before she married Terry, just to see if she had any license under that name. I was just curious, but yeah,
Tori
I think
says
it's a
that the
guy.
rumor around town was that Kathy was seen on the deer cam at Worsham's that morning around 5:50.
Hmm.
It's just crazy that there's not more footage either, you know. I mean, because we're always on I just always figure myself to be on camera everywhere I go. You know,
Oh
like
yeah.
gas station, you know, Walmart. I mean, Walmart's got like a bazillion cameras. Um, Publix, you know, just any of the anytime we go out, you know.
Yeah, as there should be, because I mean, just like
Oh.
there should be cameras everywhere. Let's see.
Ice Famous says they have an aunt that lives in Alaska. Well, it just makes it so much easier, you know. So no, Magic Star says it's Kathy Guy that she's just pulled up.
Yeah, Kathy. That's what I'm looking at right now. I'm looking for Kathy Guy. I don't
Oh my
see.
gosh.
Um.
So is it the lady that you're looking up at the real estate? What
Yeah,
other
I'm
kind of
looking.
business would they have? Yeah.
I'm looking right now to see if Kathy Guy. Yeah. I don't know. There's a tile business owned by A. Bower Sox, but I don't know. I can't say that's definitely theirs. It's not a very common name. Bower Sox Tile Installation, and it's a
Oh.
construction license. So I don't know. Can I send this to you? Let me see. Bower Sox. Homer, Alaska. Where the hell is Homer, Alaska?
I don't know, and I don't even know like where they went because I've heard of Juneau, Alaska, and you know, like I know different little locations, but I don't know exactly where they went.
I don't know if that'll pop up for you in the back as like the actual link, or I don't know if like you have to type in the license number to look it up, but it should just go right to it in my
Oh.
search results. But I was just like, I'm just curious.
Cool.
I'm interested in these things, you know. So,
I mean, I think it's something to look at, you know, and consider. Oh, okay, so they do have a website.
mhm. I don't know if it went
'Cause
right to the license number that I sent you because it was a search, but I mean that's where I just typed in Bower Sox for licensing, and that's what popped up. You'll see there's a couple there, but I was just curious
Okay.
because the effective date was February 3rd, 2025, expires 9/30/2026, which is this year. So,
Oh, okay.
and
Oh, do
again,
I
it might
click
not mean that
on
like something with Sebastian's like they didn't use this to like, but I just interesting. Like, people have different businesses in other states. It's just interesting. That's all to me. So,
Oh, definitely. Well, especially in a place where they went to I am not a robot. I am not a robot. Or somewhere that he frequents, because that's what they're saying, you know? So
Kathy wasn't working at the real estate yesterday. She's probably hiding. I don't know. I mean, maybe that was mean, but I don't know. I just
Platinum Realty.
listen, lady. When you tell me I better not come on your property when I never said I was going to, it's like, listen, ma'am, calm yourself.
Well, and that's the thing. Why are they always so bent out of
Aggressive.
shape about everything? Well, and even when Chris was like, "Oh, you can't put flyers up on the windshields of people's cars," and he was saying it just matter of fact like that, and he's like, "Because it's damage to property," and he's like gritting his teeth and saying it, and like that always like gave me the heebie-jeebies when he did that. So.
I typed in Bower Sox RV Alaska in Google, and it pops up. Based on search results, the Bower Sox family purchased a new Jayco motorhome from RV College Station in April 2022. This is just the AI thing. That's why I don't go off of AI. So I'm just like, Juneo. Yeah, that's where I think Tori
Thank
said
you,
that.
Juno. Maybe that's why I said that because I do have screenshots of when Kathy posted that because I did take pictures of it. I do have them somewhere in my phone. Yeah. Kylie says Kathy posted on Facebook when they were in Alaska just after he went missing and stated that they were in Juneau for Terry to do some last minute work. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I just still think it could be.
The actual RV station posted them on their Facebook page too of them purchasing their RV. I just saw that. Thank you, Bower Sox family, for your purchase.
Right.
Thank you to the Bower Sox family on their new Jacob motorhome. It doesn't look like them though, so I don't think that's them.
It is such a not a common, you know. Yeah, Maddie Kathy. Sorry, Detroit.
Oh,
It's
Maddie Kathy Bower Sox. Okay, yeah.
Maddie Kathy Bauer. Yeah.
So is Kathy like her middle name? But I mean,
I know. I think so. I think maybe, if I'm not mistaken, um, I want to say that was like her mom's name too, or something. Like she had the namesake of her mom or something.
hmm.
Hmm.
It's all very odd and weird. So
Hello, little
there's
Miss Sharon.
Miss Sharon came back.
Yeah,
That's
she
funny because
did. She's back
Gator just like sat up and looked at me.
Little Miss Sharon was on the panel the other night. We had a really good talk just about,
Oh,
boundaries and setting that. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
We had a
Sorry
good
if I'm keeping you awake. I just don't get to talk to people that often because during the week I work super
Oh,
late, and then it's
gotcha.
just like on the weekends is when I can stay up, and it's like, yo.
Right.
Well, I don't literally say
Exactly.
yo, but you know what I mean. So I don't know. I get interested in when people have their businesses in other states, and that's not
Um,
necessarily a red flag. It's just like I just get curious. That's all. So I mean, yeah, I just want to know what's going on. So it's interesting to see when people are different. Like I can see people having PI licenses in different states. That's one thing because if you're investigating, you got to go to different states. It's a bit different. But like I don't know when people have like construction licenses and real estate licenses in a bunch of different states. I'm just like, why do you need that per se? I guess so. Unless you're planning on retiring there,
yeah. Or
but yeah.
like if you live on like a border state, or, like if you're right on this, you got like three different states, I could see you working like that area. If it's all kind of, within a close area, I can see that. But yeah, I just personally, I wasn't going to continue, you do my continuing ed in Missouri if I wasn't going to actually, sell homes there or anything. Um, for a
It
little
just
while,
seems like a lot of stuff to
I
keep
worked
up
for a
with.
real estate agent in Texas, and I was doing calls for her. Um, but
Oh,
that was
nice.
just, yeah, it's too hard though because I don't know the area. The area was Lubbock, I believe. Yeah.
Hmm.
And I just didn't know. And then she was sending me maps, and I'm like, I'm still not familiar, and I don't want to, you know, send you on a wild goose chase. Um, what? And it was harder to talk to people too, not knowing the area,
Mm,
because people
yeah.
would be like, "Do you know what school district this is in?" And I'd be like trying to scramble to find it. But
Right,
uh,
especially if you don't have eyes on the school district, it's hard to know. But they're just, oh, thanks, Detroit. I feel bad. I feel like I'm keeping Trisha up here because she's just like I can't tell if she's tired or not. But then also she'll laugh, and I'm like, oh, she's okay. She's fine.
no, it's just, I mean, oh my gosh, there's just been so much that has come out. It was kind of like this after Pigfest too, just all this news and buzz around all kinds of different things, and I've just been trying to keep up with all of it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad that I haven't kept up with, but also there's this stuff going on in Pennsylvania that I just like. Honestly, it's just like so I've been staying off of YouTube mostly because of that, just because like I don't feel like dealing with people like saying stuff. By Lori, I don't feel like dealing with people saying stuff, so it's just like,
Good
yeah.
night, Lori.
So, and I've also been doing like, I mean, it was easier for me to when I was just doing Army AGR work because I was always at a computer. Now I'm back out in the field as a federal law enforcement officer with DHS. I'm out in the field all the time, so I'm not like it's not like the Army when I had an office and I could sit at my desk and like I'd go out every once in a while. It's like I'm out all the time now, so it's hard for me to keep up with stuff. And then my weekends are either with my boyfriend now, whether he's coming over here, I'm going over there, or like I'm doing a search for I was out in Butler, Pennsylvania again a couple of weeks ago on Cherry Search, going back out with Cindy for Zachary again sometime soon. So,
Yeah.
stuff like that. And it's just like I still stick. I don't live stream my searches because I just don't like. I don't.
Right.
God forbid, especially with if you knew like Pottsville area in Pennsylvania. I mean, um, it's just not a good area, and there's a lot of drugs out there and stuff like that. So I don't want to actually walk on top of something. It's just like so. Like, but I never go out by myself. I always have like Cindy's told you. I'm sure we have a group of search people, or like when we're out with Rachel. Because we don't have all of Jesse. We're gonna go back out and try to recover the rest of him. So it's just gonna be like I never go out by myself. And then
Good.
recently there's this lady, the E's talked about her briefly. They're in my prayers too. The
Yes.
E's there's a lady named Ann Gibbs. I think I told you about her. She's the one that got charged with Ann Gibbs owned Canine Hero Haven, where she owns the facility. She got charged with 41 counts of animal neglect against former retired military contract and law enforcement working dogs. So, Pennsylvania SPCA actually seized 28 dogs from her property because the abuse was so bad. Well, she only lost her kennel license for 10 years, which means in the state of Pennsylvania, she can have the 25 dogs on her property. That's why she should never be allowed to have a kennel anymore. I'm like, no, she shouldn't. She's evil. So, that's been something I've been really advocating for, is getting this lady shut down, because 41 counts of animal abuse. She did an ARD program. All she had to do is plead guilty to one count. She got into the ARD program, and then now she's on quote unquote probation, but still, these are former military working dogs, law enforcement working dogs. 41 counts of animal neglect. Like, if I showed you the pictures, you'd be like, this woman should not be operational, yet she still is. So trying to get her to just she should not be allowed she should not be allowed to have these dogs.
No, God, no. Aw.
So
That
yeah,
is so sad. Oh my gosh.
and I wanted to go search for Devlin too next time I'm out visiting, my boyfriend out there. And I've talked to him about it because of what his job is. And I think I told you, he says yes. He said he doesn't know anyone personally in that area, but he could find somebody from me to talk to, because he's more north of there. So yeah.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I'm just so glad that people are going to be able to just the weather was just always my main concern, because I know that you were telling me like, hey, we'll go out and search, and it's just so hard when it's the inclement weather and stuff. And I think maybe it'd be easier.
Yeah, Michigan's weird. Michigan's got very weird weather. One day it's like I said, it's warmer than the next day it's it's an ice storm, and I'm like, I don't get it. So I guess we'll see. But I don't mind going back out there because again, my boyfriend's out there, so I may as well just on a weekend I'm out there. He's not that far from Lake Odessa. Just search for Devlin with James on the way out there, and then on the way back home, I could come back again and search through it. So.
Yeah, that would be so great. That would just be so great. We need all the help we can get with Devlin. I mean, I just kind of feel like he's got to be in the immediate area somehow. I mean, we've speculated on maybe even that because he was supposed to be in court the next day, and Matt, his son, was supposed to come pick him up in the morning and bring him, but I don't know, maybe Devlin decided that he was going to go walk to their house anyway, I mean, because Devlin kind of had a mind of his own.
Yeah, and to answer little Miss Sharon's question, I thought the Sox drove to Oregon or Portland, then I thought they had to fly to Alaska, because I don't think you can drive into Alaska. I think they had to drive and then fly after a certain point, because unless you put your thing on a ferry and take it across, I think, or don't you get to Alaska? Wouldn't you have to go up through Canada to get to Alaska if you don't fly in? I know there's a weird way you have to get to Alaska.
I think it is through Canada. Chuchi and I were bothering her Alexa about it the one night. We're like, can you actually drive to Alaska? And it said yes, but I think you do have to go through border in Canada.
Yeah, or flying. Like I said, Alaska's just very, very, very weird. Like Whittier, Alaska, if you've heard of that place, that's the town where everyone lives in one building, and then there's like Barrow, Alaska,
Oh.
all the way up north, where there's like polar bears, and there's like nobody up there. It's just a very interesting state. But yeah, Whittier, Alaska, it's where the entire town lives in one building. It's very weird, but you should look it up sometime.
Oh, that's
Interesting stuff.
interesting.
Like it's literally like it's an old army medical building that they convert to like apartments, and the whole town lives in this building. And like the tunnel going into town, they shut it down after a certain point in time, and they open it up at a certain hour. It's like I would be going nuts. Like I just would. Like I can't. Like
I know that would be weird, right?
It's just like then they're like, oh, there's no crime here. It's like, well, obviously, because you all live in the same building, you're gonna know who did something. So it's just like, I mean, I guess that's one way to do it. Just like in
Yeah, it'd be like Clue if anything happened. It'd be like
it's like in Churchill, Alaska. There's like no crime in Churchill, Alaska, but it's because or Svalbard because there's polar bears that walk into town. So people leave their cars unlocked just in case a polar bear is chasing you. Someone can go jump in someone's car and hide. And same with houses. They don't lock their doors in their houses so someone can just run the house if they have to. It's like there's no crime here. It's like, yeah, because you're too busy trying to avoid getting eaten by a polar bear. Like, I wonder why.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no kidding.
I don't need to go there.
And I can't put it past them either, you know.
A bear will run right through a door, absolutely. Or did you mean the people? Because I was like, a bear could just run through a door, I'm sure, if it had to.
Oh yeah, bears. Oh, I don't underestimate any of the any nature whatsoever.
I don't. Hi, KJ Mac. I don't play with no polar bears. I don't play with polar bears. Like that's a whole nother 10 feet tall almost. Nope. Pass.
I saw one at the Brookfield. Well, was it Brookfield? Yeah, Brookfield Zoo had one. And yeah, he would come up and hit his paw. You could see his paw when he would push off the plexiglass or whatever it is that they use, and huge paws. Like, no.
Grizzly bears are the same way. Grizzly bears are I saw one at the Seattle Zoo, and I thought it was a rock until I saw the paws and the claws. I'm like, oh my god, that's a paw. So stay away from that. A culinary narcissist more dilly to be attacked by bears. Yeah.
No, an animal mother. I lived in. I grew up around the area. I grew up really about 3 hours away only from Devlin. That's why when I looked in the map, I'm like, oh my gosh, that is so close. But yeah, that was our big zoo that we'd always go to. But there's also Lincoln Park Zoo that's right downtown.
Did you say you grew up near where Devlin went missing?
Yeah, like 3 hours away in Illinois.
Oh wow, I don't want to say this out loud because I want people to dox him, but I'll put in the back chat where my boyfriend's from, and you can tell me if you were close to that or not.
Okay, yeah.
That's where he's from.
Oh, all right. Yeah, that's not far either, though. I know where that is.
Yeah. So that's why I was just like, I'm just curious. That's why when you said Lake Odessa, I asked him about that, and he said it's not that far from me. So yeah. Oh, Kylie's checking an Alaska route. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they flew. I'm pretty sure they drove to Portland and then flew from Portland to Alaska.
I mean, that's what I was hearing, and people were like saying, "Oh, they had like a private jet that took them," but I don't believe that part of it. I could see them, driving to a certain point and then flying, but
I don't see them driving through Canada because I mean, Terry's got a prior conviction. I don't know what the rules are for people driving. I mean, I guess you can drive into Canada if you get prior convictions, but I don't know. Sometimes it can be weird. Sometimes some states, some countries are weird if you have some sort of depending on what it is. They're weird with you driving through their country. So I don't know, but I think they also went to Canada a couple times to sell RVs. So I don't know. It can be.
That's what it sounded like. He was there for like an RV conference or something.
But it depends on what part of Canada it is, because Canada's a whole, but then it's broken up into like Vancouver and the Newfoundland. It depends on what part of Canada he was in. Quebec, it's broken up. So there's
yeah, huge. That's true. That's true.
My plan will be to not be there as much as pretty as it would be to see like the Torngat Mountains and stuff like that. I'll look at pictures. I don't need to experience it. There was a lawyer in Maine who survived getting mauled by a polar bear. It like pulled him out of his tent, and luckily his like search group or whatever travel group helped him. But I can't. And now he's like obsessed with polar bears. He's got like them on his desk and whatnot. And I've heard of survivors doing stuff like that. Like they'll survive and they have like shark survivors with like a shark tattoo. And it's just like I don't know if I could do that. But then again, I've never had that happen. Knock on wood. So I don't want to. I don't want to know what that's like. So.
Hey, I'll tell you what. I mean, I watched a story just today of a girl who saved a shark's life. It was a great white that
I
was
saw
getting
that.
beat.
Yeah, he was
Did you
floundering
see
around the
that?
ocean. Yeah.
Yes, she was like so hilarious too because she's just like, "Oh, save the sharks," and she's like, "I'm getting a shark tattoo," and I'm like, "You go, girl." I don't know what I would do if I saw a great white
I
like
mean, she at least saved it. It
like
didn't. At
that.
least it didn't try to bite her. Like if she got bit by it and survived, I'd be like, yeah, but she was saving it. Like we used to when I went to
Mhm.
Pensacola with some old friends, we used to go shark fishing where you catch it and release it. Like you catch like a little hammerhead, take a picture with it, and then release it again. Like that's that's a bit different. But if I was bit by something, I don't know if I'd want to get like I don't know if I'd want like remnants of it all over my house, like little statues of like bears and I don't need that. Hey Faye.
Mm-mm, no way. Good morning, Faye. Stay safe out. The star's having a little bit of a
Yeah,
crisis here.
Star, be careful, Star.
Oh my
And little
goodness.
Miss Sharon has a good point. You wouldn't know if they were telling the truth about Alaska. Seems convenient. Yeah.
Yeah. That's well, and that's true. And I know you can definitely drive it. You know, Kylie's like, yeah, 4,000 miles takes 7 to 10 days. But yes, I mean,
Wow.
it depends on when. I mean, I would imagine he would have to arrive at a certain point in order to make the conference or whatever it was. I'm just calling it that for lack of a better
Conference.
word for it. But
Yeah, I don't. It's a good point because, like a lot, like you said, Alaska's very remote. Like it's just there's just a lot of remote areas. I mean, you gotta if you want to go to Alaska, you really got to commit to going. Um,
yeah.
my boyfriend was a state trooper out in Alaska before he moved back to Michigan, and he told me that we'll take me there one day. He's like, but it's got to be like the summer or the spring, like when it's nicer out and when like the seasons are better. But he's like, just Alaska's gigantic. Like you don't think you realize how big Alaska is, and I'm like, no, I think I got it. But yeah,
Yeah, it's huge. Well, that's why I was like, "Oh, I don't know exactly what area because it is big. It is, yeah. Even if I say Juneau, like I have no idea where that is. Like I can't lie. I'm like, it's somewhere in Alaska. It seems like Alaska's so far off from, you know, I mean, my understanding, but
yeah, it's just like very convenient of all states, Alaska. So
yeah, it is convenient. And then also just that, I mean, Chris was saying on Web Sleuths, which, take it with a grain of salt, I suppose, too. But he's like, oh, he's done that. They go every year or something to that effect.
yes, Faye's
So,
here. Hey Faye.
yes. Hello, Faye. So, I
And
know. And
Kylie Ray's like coffee. She sent a bunch of
oh,
coffee
gosh.
cups.
Yes. Oh, gosh. Yes.
Do you think anyone investigated them going? I would hope so. I would hope that once TBI found out there's property or something going on out there, I would hope that they would investigate that.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, I just it's amazing to me that they haven't it would be I should say it would be amazing to me if they didn't have all of that information. So I don't know if that's part of the mountain of evidence but I mean, I just think that they would have to know so much more. Um oh, I used to watch the Ice Road Trucker guys. That was always scary. I was like, when are they gonna fall in? Yeah, I understand Animal. For a while I was wondering if she might have I mean, obviously Chris is hard to deal with, but I think two things can be true at once. It could be Because I think Katie likes to like impress Chris, or she's searching for validation, you know. But
Yep. Yeah. I just hope they're getting
Mhm.
closer and they just haven't told us about it yet.
I think you're right though, Jules. I think that's just gonna be one day, and all of a sudden we're just gonna, it's gonna hit the airwaves, and somebody's gonna be arrested. So I'm hoping that that day is soon. Um. So.
Yep, it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be very sudden. It's gonna be very like shocking. Um, but because I think everyone's been Sebastian's case is interesting. Like we all have our theories and whatnot, and like I don't know. It's just I really think not to say that anyone's forgotten about Sebastian because nobody's forgotten about Sebastian, but I mean
Mhm.
I just think that like it's gonna come at a time when we least expect it, and I think once the noise dies down a bit more, that's when it's really gonna come because it's literally the laws of attraction. It's a bad way to say it, but it's also not like you got to think about when you really, really want something, it like it gets pushed away. But then when like you like back off, it comes towards you. It's literally like a push pull thing that the universe freaking has. And Jen and I have talked about this before, so I don't know. I just feel like we don't. I just feel like it's going to be at a time when things have died down and there's not as much noise. I feel like that's when we're just going to get hit by it. Laws of attraction, laws of the universe, whatever you want to call it. So
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think that there's a lot of pressure building too, and I think a lot of things are coming out slowly but surely. Um, and I think we did a good job at the gathering. I think a lot of it too is really locally, and especially from what Seth said, is it seems like people think Sebastian has been found, and I think that awareness has to be better.
I agree. I When's Craddock up for re-election, by the way?
Oh,
Or
I know they're campaigning right now because I've showed pictures of it. I think it's coming up.
is it really already? I wonder who's back. Just can't. I mean, is he running unopposed?
Yeah,
Or
so is the mayor,
oh, that's weird.
but they're
That's
still campaigning, which is weird. That's what I
hi,
don't understand.
Magic Star. Magic Star said she didn't realize it was me on panel. Hi, Magic Star.
Yes, yes, Jules is here with us on panel.
People
That's
believe
what I
Sebastian's
was
been
dropping your
found.
link to.
I don't know. People. KG Max said people believe that Sebastian has been found. Oh, well, yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. A lady was telling Seth that. He's like, "Oh, I thought Sebastian was already found," and he's like, "No, he hasn't been."
Yeah, Faye, I wish that too, but I mean, that whole thing was weird. And again, I heard somebody brought up the medicine cabinets
Mm.
thing the other day. I'm just like, listen, if you listen to what I actually said on my phone call with Chris, he asked me, we were talking about medications that Sebastian was on, and I said to Chris, and I said the exact same thing to Seth because I didn't know who was who at first. I didn't know who was like, I don't want to say good and bad, but I didn't know who was potentially a suspect. I said the same thing to both of them. I said, just so you know, if either one of you is hiding Sebastian somewhere and knowing he needs his medication, Gator will find one of them. There's a couple of things that Sebastian was on. One of the medications in particular that Sebastian takes, Gator's going to find it. If you're hiding it on like a floorboard or in like a panel, Gator's going to find it. I'm telling you right now. And then Chris asked me, how does that work with like pharmaceutical medications versus stuff like, Advil or Aleve? And I explained to him, I'm like, well, there's different components that make up the drugs, whether it's, like there's illicit street drugs, there's pharmaceutical drugs, and there's like over the counter medications. I'm like, there's different components to it. And then he asked me, he's like, oh, so what would you do if like you were searching like someone's bathroom? Because then they hid like something in their medicine cabinets. And I said, if Gator were searching a medicine cabinet, he could differentiate amongst the stuff. That's how that whole thing went. I don't know how that turned into I wanted
Oh,
to go into
wow.
I don't know how that turned into on the other side. I wanted to go and raid their cabinets and steal their medication. That's not what I said. And at some point in time, my
Right.
phone call
Well, of
with Chris,
course
I'm sure is
not.
going to come out, and they're going to hear it exactly word for word. I just haven't released it yet because I can't, because of what I was told. And then also, like, there's parts of it that are sensitive to Sebastian. So it's just like one day when that phone call does come out, you're going to hear exactly what I said to Chris and what he said in response. And then just like, no, why would I want to take somebody else's? Like, I'm a federal officer and I'm in the military. I can't just take someone else's medication and be like, oh, yeah, we get tested randomly all the time. And also, that's wrong. So it's just like, I don't know how that evolves into what it did. So it's weird whispered on the lane crap, but you heard it from me directly. We were just talking about the difference between the two things, and that's how that got somehow twisted.
Yeah, and that's what's so crazy to me is because people will make stuff up just straight up make it up. I mean, just for um I mean,
He was
I
KJ
don't
Maxx.
even know. I think sometimes they like duping their audience, you know. I mean,
Yeah.
I do. I think they want to see how much they're believed when they say because I mean, even we dealt with that just a little bit ago, where you know they were saying that Jen was passing out, drugs at Pigfest for like
What?
pills. Yeah, it's crazy, right?
He was very curious about how the searches were going because he was asking me about how canines work, and I talked about the concrete stuff with cadaver dogs. Like, I mean, when he talked to me about the dog searches, he actually seemed genuinely interested. Now, some people could say, well, he wants to know what to do, but he also could just be very interested in the dog's work because he told me personally he's always wanted a Malinois. And he asked me, he's like, how do you get a retired working dog? And I gave him the name of an organization if you ever wanted one. So, I mean, I'm sure he was truly interested, but I'm sure there's also the side that's just like, because like there's a lot of rumors like, oh, dogs can't track somebody who runs through water, and that's a lie. Or like,
Right.
cadaver dogs only detect so many years. No, and Little Miss Sharon, I do. I have a body camera. It's an Axon body cam 4, so I always wear a body cam when for work professionally, obviously, but for my searches, yeah, I wear one also. But I record my searches, but I don't live stream them and I don't post them for reasons of what if I find somebody out there. I don't want that to be on a live stream because that'd be horrible. So
Yeah, that's one thing that I learned from James was like, do not, live stream searches. So that's why I just filmed a little bit of the one. I thought I was filming a little bit more, but turns out I didn't have the record button going. I'm very notorious for that. Uh, but it's also like kind of dangerous too because you're trying to film or whatever, or you're talking to people in the chat or whatever, and there's picker bushes everywhere in Tennessee, but I'm sure other rugged terrain, and how well can you really be looking when you're filming,
yeah,
you know?
I record just so like, and I even said this one. I don't remember if it was JS for Justice channel or Queen Bee's channel. I don't remember which one it was, but I even said like, yeah, I'll record for myself so I can hold myself accountable and I can go back and see if I missed something that I didn't see with my eyes. My camera might have picked something up. So I have like a lot of hard drive stuff of like searches that are probably like there's nothing there, but I mean, God forbid one day like I might need it. You don't know. Um, it's different to record stuff and like use it later after you go through. But yeah, live streaming I don't do. That's why when a certain person was live streaming searches, I'm like, what if you find something? What are you gonna do? It's just like that's why I don't really like I'll search with Cindy for Zachary's search and whatnot. Cindy's a tough woman, but there's some searches I've
Yes,
done
she
with like
is.
family members where it's like I let them know, I kind of prepare them like just so you know if we do happen to find something, we have to call it into the police. And I mean that's the biggest
Yeah.
thing with Cherry's case right now is like I've talked to Cherry's mother, which still blows my mind that people tried reaching out to her about me saying like I wasn't a real handler. It's like Janice has my stuff and so does the PSP. Nice try.
Oh,
But
oh my gosh. I'm just so glad that you're helping to try to find Cherry too, because I mean, How old is her case again, Jules,
40
exactly?
years, 41
I
years
mean,
actually.
41 years. You know, poor little Cherry, and I mean, a little girl. I mean, how she was 7?
She was 8 when she went missing.
8. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I want to make sure we
Yeah,
get
and
the
she
right
had the
info.
sweetest little face too, Cherry did. But I don't know
Ugh.
if you still follow her case or whatnot, but the guy that is the suspect is currently being held in a SCI prison right now.
Oh, good.
Well, he's already committed crimes for he's committed crimes against children before. And then he failed to register his address with Pennsylvania State Police for Megan's Law, so he got arrested for it because he failed to
Oh,
register.
good.
So now he's in a prison. I think his sentence was a minimum of 24 months, maximum of 54 months. And like, I mean, there's been news articles out on this now, so now I can talk about it. But he's written letters to Janice saying he knows what happened to Cherry, but he's only going to tell the story if he does an interview on live TV and is hooked up to a polygraph test with questions he came up with. I'm like, who does this sound like? Ted Bundy much?
Yeah, really. What I mean, I love how they just think they're gonna demand. I mean, well,
That's
I
not how a
mean, maybe.
polygraph works. The polygrapher asks the questions. And think of it this way: he's had time to rehearse his own questions and answers for years now, so he's going to be able to
Mhm.
pull a polygraph test. But also, allegedly, his relatives, who he says are involved, are deceased now. So he wants to do a polygraph test with his own questions and blame his deceased relatives. He's like, "Come on, like no."
Oh. Oh my god. And, you know, that's the thing too, is that these freaking weirdos, they love getting in contact with the family. It's like they're reliving it and they're getting enjoyment off of the suffering again and again. That's just like that Fidel Castro guy, or Fidel Castro, Uriel
Mm-mm.
Castro in
Yeah,
the Cleveland Three.
I figured you didn't mean Fidel Castro. I was just like,
Like that's
I
just
was
like
like,
Fidel.
no, no. But I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Just he's literally like and then like when he gets like iPad time in his prison because he knows like when we do interviews or there's a Facebook post about what Ara like may have hit on. He wasn't talking to Janice until we posted that Ara and Jack, the other cadaver dog, had a dual hit on this one area. And that's when he started really writing Janice, like, oh, I want to talk to you about this. I'm like, why are you getting so nervous, dude? I don't know. But Detroit asked, why did they back out? I honestly, I talked to Todd a couple, I don't know if you talked to Todd Terrell at all. He was the one I talked
No.
to. I don't know. He seemed like he was all gung ho about the search and everything. So I don't really know. I don't really know what happened. I never heard what specific threats were made or who they came from. I just heard they were threatened, but I don't know. I don't know. That was kind of weird how they departed because this is right before I got down there before Mother's Day because I went down there after Mother's Day that year. They were gone, and it was just kind of just like, what the heck? Like it was just odd.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I just know that, you know, the vice president or Brian Trasher, he had um written back someone who had sent me over the screenshots and
Mm-hmm.
just basically saying like, look, you know, law enforcement entities are not wanting to find Sebastian.
Mm.
There's people in his family that don't want to find him. Seemed to me like they, you know, weren't talking about Seth. And then, you know, he just said that they would need security clearance to go back to the area, which I'm surprised not more people talked about that. But it kind of got lost in I
Oh, are
think
you
the
talking about
cemetery stuff.
the engineer area?
Mhm.
I want to go.
Well,
I want to go in there, but and they were gonna let me because I'm still in active military. I had to provide proof of all this stuff. Obviously, what I did, but their issue was with that area was I don't know if there was like possibly training UXO, which is unexploded ordnance out there. I don't know. I heard that was a possibility. And they didn't want people walking through there without like going out with like that's what they wanted, like an NCO to go with somebody because they have an area where they think things might be, but they're not sure. So that was one of the big reasons for searching. but I mean, I don't know. I kind of want to go out there to see, but like again, you can't really get around any military post without an escort, especially right now. So I mean,
Oh,
I think
yeah.
that was one of the reasons why they were like, no, you don't need to search here because we would have known if someone snuck on here, like if Sebastian snuck on somehow, or we would have known if someone
Mhm.
came here because you can't get away with anything on a military base. Like, you just can't. Um, you can't sneak
Yeah,
onto a
it's
military
really
base either.
I remember going up to Great Lakes and, dropping my cousin off and stuff several times, so, I mean, I know that I've been on a naval base at least, so I know a little bit about it, and you would be the best person to for that too. I mean, but yeah, you just can't really
I
I
mean,
mean, you'd be
it
silly
was
too.
weird. It just, I don't know. That, and then there was like the VSO I was talking to out there. There's a VSO and there's a VFW and there's also Marine Corps League out there. I was talking to all of them about it and they were all gung ho to go like help search, obviously, because regardless of how anyone feels about like Chris, Katie, I mean, they are both military veterans and like even if other veterans don't like them, they're still going to come together to search for a veteran's kid or stepkid. That's just how it is. Hi, Linda.
Yeah, I
They're
think
just
that's
going
the
to do
most
it.
baffling piece to me too, is that they haven't made that effort.
I
They just
don't.
haven't made that effort.
Well, then I know like Terry's in the Chamber of Commerce, and so is that retired Hendersonville police officer that's a sergeant that's friends with the Bower Sox. That whole thing was weird. And
Oh, yeah.
his son owns a radio station in like I think what South Carolina or wherever it's at. Just there's a lot of weird connections there, and also that's one thing I did think about. I'm like, what if people around Craddock are corrupt, and he's kind of stuck? And like that's another thing I thought about. Like, what if his higher ups are corrupt, and he can't do anything, or he feels like a certain maybe he doesn't want to abandon the community to whatever corruption's there. I don't know. It just there's something about him I can't place, and I don't know what it is. And it just bothers
Well,
me.
it would explain the disdain on his face because I do think that you can see him visible. His face says it all, in my opinion, when people ask him questions about the investigation. He almost does seem like his hands are. I mean, that would be a good. Well, I could just say an example or even a reason why he might have that reaction.
I can tell you who the F is CP to call the shots. He's a narcissist and a control freak. It's just in my
Oh, big
opinion.
time.
In my opinion,
Big
because
time.
someone's probably listening, but just in my opinion, it's not uncommon with just not uncommon in the lifestyle that we've come from. I just saying so. Um, yeah.
Yeah, it comes with those delusions of grandeur and thinking he's the smartest one in the room. And, he was acting like that with Fred and Sheila, I thought,
Mm-hmm.
where he was almost like an equal to them and not someone who was being questioned in relation to a missing child, in my opinion.
Right. Well, it probably like started out how my conversations, and you'll hear one day, I'm sure. I would start out with me. Like I started very cordial talking about like I didn't know much about him other than the fact that he was a veteran. So I literally went off of that and started talking about stuff. Um,
Yeah.
so I just I had to I knew I can't and I wasn't fake about it. I can't just come out the gate and just start accusing somebody of something or being aggressive because that's not gonna go anywhere. I was genuine in my
Right.
conversations with him, and I mean him and I talked on the phone a couple times. The next time we talked on the phone, I had sent him a text message. This is the second time I sent him, and I don't think I've talked about this. I sent him a text message asking him if Sebastian played Pokemon Go because this was back in the day when like people were going
Mm.
into graveyards to find Pokemon and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
And then Chris sent me a text saying, "Can I call you?" And I said, "Sure." So then he talked to me about like he said, "No, I don't think Sebastian played that game." He's like, "I remember like a lot of stuff on his phone. I don't recall seeing that one." I think he did something like he's like, I don't think Sebastian knows what Pokemon really is. He may have heard about it in school, but I definitely don't think like we were talking about the stuff, the games he could have. And then we talked about the Harry Potter game that was kind of like Pokemon Go, but you ran around, you could do spells and stuff like that. And he said he didn't think he had that either. So I mean, he
Because you
wasn't
would have to have
unapproachable.
the Wi-Fi working, right? And like download an app or something,
No,
right? Because
you
I've
can
never
work off
played Pokemon.
you can work off data just like Pokemon Go. Like so Pokemon Go, it's you can work off data. It's just obviously more expensive. It's just because
Oh, yeah.
you had to walk around for Pokemon Go to catch Pokemon from the pop up, and you'd
Right.
catch them. God, I haven't. I downloaded it because my one ex was like obsessed with it. So I was like, all right, let's see what this is. And then I was like, I don't. Yeah, I'm good. It's like I'm
Right.
good. I don't need to go into like a cemetery at 1 o'clock in the morning to go catch like a Gengar or whatever's over there. I don't need to do that. Um, I don't even know why I remember Gengar being a Pokemon. I don't know why that or Ghastly or whatever those things are. Um,
Mhm.
I remember the original 150, 151 if you count the Mew thing. I don't after that I'm like I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, I heard about it because people were, like, playing it and stuff, and so I said, "What the heck's Pokemon Go?" I thought it was, like, a video game online. I didn't realize it was, like, an interactive kind of,
It was a
like
phone game, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Where you
and
actually go and look, but yeah, he would have to have I mean, I just think there would be some indication, but I know in the
data
beginning I
access,
would be
yeah.
asking that, yeah, I'd be asking those questions as well, is there any way that he could have had even, like, a second phone? Like I said, I mean, that's what teenagers do. They're able to get their hands on things that we don't, think about. And Kylie Ray, that's too funny. Chris's foghorn leghorn.
Mm. Foghorn Leghorn, oh my
Flintstone.
god. I'm not gonna be
Don't
able to
forget
unsee that
Flintstone.
now. Oh my god, I'm not
Mhm.
gonna be able to unsee him as like a Flintstone character now.
I mean, he's always yelling. I can see him, "Katie,"
Oh god. It's like I'm here to find your steps. Let's get the F out of my way. Yeah, I mean Todd Terrell was really nice. I'm trying to remember Todd when I talked to him, he didn't really say anything about Katie or Seth. He just said that he heard Chris was aggressive with YouTubers. But I
Oh,
don't
yeah.
know if again, they might not have interacted with Todd directly, could have just been Todd's people. But I mean, he said Katie was quiet, Seth was cooperative, and he just said Chris was loud, I think was the word he used. But
That
I
sounds
don't
that sounds about right.
I was like, Katie's quiet, Seth is cooperative, and Chris is loud. That was literally like how it went. So, oh my god,
In
Lynn was
my
sharing some
opinion, that's
stuff.
believable.
Like, I distinctly remember him using the word loud with Chris. I don't remember what else he said, but I do definitely remember that word. And I was just like, and I remember thinking, like, that's not a word you typically use to describe a person, but sure, we'll go with it. I mean,
My ex was
yeah.
the same way though. He thought that if he was louder than someone else, it would make him right, you know. And we had to remind him of that. Well, I didn't. It was actually my ex-brother-in-law that said that. He's like, just because you're louder doesn't make you right. And I almost pissed my pants. So I
Oh,
was like, exactly. Like I never thought of it, but I mean that's his brother, so I mean at
oh my
least
god,
it was coming from him and not me.
KJ said, I view Foot like a Minecraft character, Blocky. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. Well, he looks like it in the flashlight photo, in my opinion.
Oh
That is
yeah,
good,
I
KJ.
gotta maybe one day this week or weekend I gotta call you and tell you a story of like I don't know like I don't play Roblox obviously or Minecraft, but kids were creating a scenario which uh, has to do with my line of work, but I'll tell you about it later. But it was just funny that these kids are coming up with these like scenarios for like roadblocks and stuff like that. It's like, but that was another thing I asked Chris. I said, "Do you know if Sebastian played? What was the other game I asked him about?" Oh, I was asking about. So there's a like a farm game called Heyday. I've played it before, and like
Mhm.
it literally is like you remember Farmville that Facebook had. It's like that, but it's on your phone.
Yeah.
And I said if you played that and you was in a quote unquote community like all through the app, you can talk to like your community, like your neighbor. It's like you have little neighbors on your little and like they're real people like in different parts of the world. I'm like, you could always see if like he was talking to like somebody in that. And he's like, and he actually for a second was like, hold on, let me. He's like, no, that wasn't what it was. I think he had what the heck was that game that was big like during COVID that everybody was. Oh, sorry, is the word that everybody was buying that was like on the Switch. What the heck was that? It was like a
Ooh, I
farming
wasn't
game.
playing I didn't play it.
I don't remember what that was, but everybody like ran out and bought it when the shutdown was happening because and everyone was like playing with each other. I forget what that was. It was maybe someone in chat knows. It was like a Switch game. Um,
Okay.
could have been on at Danny's house that night. Yeah, maybe.
I know. I mean, that's the thing. I wonder about the involvement with the family always, just because of, Nina's story, and then it just kind of seems like they all stick together, which I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that if they were going to do something nefarious, it would be something to, look more into.
Did we ever confirm whether or not that poker party actually happened? I thought that Chris was on a panel and someone asked him about that. I don't remember, but
I
maybe he said,
can't. I wish they would go. Well, him and Terry Lynn were on the one panel talking about a bunch of crap about how, Sebastian's money was found later on and how this, that, and all of this stuff, but never once. And I've tried to look back and find more about the poker party, and she put um, a lot of it on like a members only. So
yeah,
I just don't want to pay to get it, but
no.
I haven't been able to confirm it. Um,
I've just never heard like
nice.
Chris or Katie outright come on and be like, yeah, there was a poker. I've only heard her story say it. That's it. I've only ever heard the one searcher bring it up. It's just like they brought up Seth disappearing at work or whatever for hours. It's just like, huh?
Well, that's why I
Oh,
had to go to one of JLR's videos yesterday, I believe it was, because he did the coverage of Natchez Trace State Park when Seth was over there searching, and I was trying to show someone who Jay Jones was, because I remember Mrs. Jones was very upset and came into Terry Lynn's chat and said, don't you ever make that shit up about my husband, because obviously Jay was working with Seth and went
mm-hmm.
to school with him, was good friends and had his back and was helping him. And Terry Lynn was alleging that he was the one that was helping Seth, be off camera and all this weird shit. So I remember all that because I was like, why is Mrs. Jones so upset with Terry Lynn? I thought they were,
Oh, I
friends.
remember now. I remember. Yeah, yeah. That was kind of weird.
Yeah, like he's got his little wife is like short and blonde, and she was out there searching that day too.
Yeah, I forgot about that lady going into Jay for Justice chat. I forgot about that. That was a weird day.
That was a long live. I was in there that day, but I wasn't chatting because it was like so crazy and chaotic. So I just was listening in the bushes. I was like, I'm just gonna sit in the bushes.
Oh, KJ said, Chris and KP, what did you do with the white shirt and umbrella you used, just like you learned in the Navy? Well, in the Navy, I know this for a fact, the same is true in the Army. You're allowed to carry an all black umbrella in the Navy and Army, but it has to be collapsible, and it's the only authorized umbrella you're allowed to carry. White shirt, if it's a t-shirt, I don't know what they're talking about, but it could be their Navy dress whites. So umbrellas are authorized. So if you're in the Navy work uniform, you're allowed to wear it, but not the white dress, like the camo things that they wear. That's their work uniform. You're allowed to carry umbrella with that, and some people wear a white t-shirt underneath that uniform, but it's just like I don't know what that could possibly mean. I don't remember
I
seeing
think
that
military guys wear those t-shirt, like wear like a plain white t-shirt, or like even Craddock was wearing a black t-shirt underneath his button up.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're like comfort. Is that maybe comfortable for them because of the?
I don't know. So like for us in
military?
the Army, underneath our OCP, for our Army OCPs, it's like a coyote colored brown shirt underneath ours. So like
Mhm.
every uniform like has like a certain color you're allowed to wear with you. Like I think the Marines, I think now they wear a green, like it's almost like a OD green underneath their camos, but we're actually not even allowed to wear our uniforms off any base right now. So for drill weekends, I have to drive to post in civilian clothes, change into uniform on post, and then when I'm leaving, get changed in civilians and leave because of what's going on right now overseas. So yeah.
See, and even Detroit, I know Detroit says yes, TL took that down, but I was in there when she talked about it and I spent hours going through old videos and it's gone. Yeah, I was looking through those myself and I couldn't find it and I thought maybe it was on a members.
Hmm.
And I was like, dang, because I mean, that's just the best way to tip her off is to buy a membership. She's like, that bitch is looking at my content, from back when. But I mean, that's what
Mhm.
I think that's another thing that is so disheartening to me, Jules, is that all of this content that was, put out by or, that people trusted the creators to go on the panels and then, little by little, even if they were taken off because of whatever terms of service violation or whatever the hell happened to Clue, all of that
Mhm.
content is gone now forever.
Well, I'm sure Clue couldn't she appeal it if she wanted to at least get her stuff saved, or does it not work like I don't know. I mean,
I
I
have
don't.
no idea. I would hope so. I mean, I don't know.
I'm sure if
I don't
let's
know.
be real, this goes to trial. I guarantee you, Clue's gonna have to testify in court, just like I'm gonna have to because she knew the family personally. Just
Oh
not because she has
yeah.
anything to do with. I want to be clear, not because she has anything to do with it, but because she's talked to them before. She might have to get called to, and I'm sure if they really had to, some department could file something to YouTube to get her stuff. I mean,
Because it saves it to a cloud, doesn't it? Or it's all
I'm not sure. I'm
archived
sure
or
YouTube probably
I
has
don't
it on
know.
some storage thing somewhere. I mean, I'm sure if like she were asked, she. I mean, I don't know. I didn't even know her channel was gone honestly until like 3 days ago, and I was just like, oh, what the heck? So, and then I just didn't want to ask any further questions. It's just like I just left it as it was.
Girl, I was traveling to Tennessee and right about the time that I was rolling through to get to where I was staying, somebody had sent it over to me and so I was listening to it on the way in and um I was like, "Oh, okay." Um yeah,
Well,
like I found out about it fairly quick, I guess. The same night that she went on panel with I think it was Queen or maybe I don't remember exactly who I watched it if it was a clip or something. But I was like, well, because I'm a believer in free speech and if people are,
mhm.
but I know there's a difference. I mean, I don't know. Um, I don't because I don't watch her, like, so I don't know what transpired or if she was like really, really bad, like by say, I don't know what was said. I don't know. I really don't. Um, I know through
Yeah.
StreamYard you could like, stream to like Kick in different places, and
Mhm.
I've always wanted to do that, in order to, just generate more people, get the stories out there to more platforms. But I mean, here lately, it just seems like everybody
I've heard the
has
word kick
gone.
thrown around. I just don't know much about it. Honestly, it's just like I don't know much about Kick. I guess it's another streaming service. So it's just I
Mhm.
know you can dual
Yeah, it's like
stream.
Rumble or whatever. Like I was
Okay.
also thinking about going on Rumble too. Yeah. It's just it's hard because it's like, even with TikTok, you can't really make a, one size fits all for all these different platforms. You almost have to, go live on TikTok and then because you can't stream from StreamYard to TikTok, and then TikTok doesn't let you say certain things.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? So I'm just
Yeah,
like,
yeah. It's weird. Like book face, and people were saying, yeah,
mhm.
KJ. I'm sure Justin and Brittany still have them. They might be unlisted, but I'm sure they still have them. Just like I'm sure Queen Bee has them. I'm sure Granny's
Oh.
Watching has Chris on her panel still, even if it's not public. I'm sure. I think he was on Barbecue Lady's panel, but I'm sure they all have these saved. They might not have them publicly, but I know that regardless of whatever differences are, I know they probably wouldn't delete that stuff just because it is what it is. It just might be unlisted right now, and just yeah. Faye said
Okay,
about
yeah.
the I
Mhm.
really do think that they were going to the landfill for electronics. It was up a bit further, but it just KSP's electronics dogs were there that day. Although some hater did try to debunk me on Instagram saying there's no way they were in the landfill search because the day before they posted a picture at a different event. I'm like, listen, I've posted photos of my dogs at events from like a week later just because I didn't want someone to know where I was at the time I was searching there, just because like Well, I don't need to tell you where I'm going. You know what I mean? So I mean, I don't go off of that, and I talk to those handlers personally. So it's like, yeah, I talk to people. The canine world's very small. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't see when they were going to the landfill. Like those were the dogs that I saw out there. Like even on the aerial footage, there's a couple dogs there. It was more than just the two. There's a bunch, but I 100% saw at least one of the black labs there. That's an ESG. So it's just electronic service dogs are looking for very specific. Those like the showed you. I did the video with Gator with him. I took the ring battery out and I threw it, and he went and he found it. I think Justin played my video of it, and it's just like they look for that stuff. But yeah, Terry Lynn had a lot of things to say about a lot of people. Terry Lynn was the whole reason why like everybody turned against me, because she got mad and searched her, and she said I was never in Tennessee, even though she never proved that. But again, I've got an easy pass and Bucky's receipts that says differently. So I never saw Bucky's. There's no Bucky's in Pennsylvania. I can't fake going to Bucky's in Pennsylvania. So
you can't go into going to Bucky's at all. It's a huge place. I'm telling
my
you,
God.
you park on the wrong side of that thing when you have to pee. It's a bad deal.
I was so overwhelmed because everyone told me how like it was, and I'm like, I don't know what this is.
Huge.
Yeah, little insurance where all the drop kicks go. Oh God. Yeah.
Yes. Well, they built one in Springfield, Missouri, right before I was, but I was moving to Florida, but I was looking online to see because they were hiring and they were like highly promoting that they were hiring, and they pay really well for a gas station.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was like, front people or cashier positions for like $20 an hour, and I was like, that's not bad. And I think they even gave benefits too, if I'm not mistaken. It's huge.
I was I'm like, what is this place? And you know what was cool out there? In the Memphis area, the Big Bass Pro Shops that's shaped like the triangle, the glass pyramid or whatever. That was pretty cool to see.
Yeah.
I heard about it. I didn't know it was in Memphis, but seeing it in person, there's like apparently a hotel suite in there, but you can't film in there. Like some YouTubers will film cool hotels. Apparently you can't film what's in this room. It's super secretive. So like, yeah.
Really?
Faye,
Wow.
I don't know. And I mean, not that I don't believe that, but I don't remember hearing the trash company workers saying the trash was heavy that day themselves. I think I just heard somebody else said that the trash workers said it was heavy, but I've never seen the trash company workers say that it was heavy, if that makes sense. Not that it's not possible. It's just, I don't know that I heard that.
Well, Aaron Cantrell was telling people that, and he even told Nancy Grace that.
Who's Aaron Cantrell again?
He's one of the news people. I don't remember exactly. I think it might be Channel 2. One of them. He was covering Sebastian's case though in the beginning, and he was on Nancy Grace's panel, and he's like, "Oh, the trash was heavier that day," but
again, that came from that came from him. I wish we could talk to the trash workers directly and be like, I'm sure the police did this, but I mean, again,
these are the oddities in the case that are just like, I mean, was it or wasn't it? And not only that, like, how would the workers know?
I was making a list of stuff that we actually know to be true versus what I've heard online. And it's actually, if you look at it, I'll send it to you when I'm done. It's really not a lot that we've physically heard or seen or been told by law enforcement versus rumors that have gone around. Like, it's actually, I'll have to send it to you when I'm done. It's actually like,
yeah.
I was surprised actually, because I was like, okay, the rumor was this, and I'm like, wait, who said that? Like, I mean, I know what's her face, Body Moving, and I don't get along, but she did have a spreadsheet on stuff, and she was smart what she did. So I like did something similar with this, like what we know versus what we don't know. So I mean, it wasn't a bad idea on her part to do that. So with all the YouTube interviews, she probably can tell you exactly what happened in what YouTube interview and who was on panel for all the past ones too. So for law enforcement, she'd be a great asset because she has all these panels documented, who was on panel and what the topic was and what the date was. Like, she's got all that.
I've seen the link that she has. does not like me.
I mean,
So
she doesn't like me either, but I mean, she doesn't have to like me. I'm just gonna like credit where credit's due. I mean, there's a lot of
yeah,
people out here
it
that
was
don't, you know.
extensive. I found a little bit of things that I didn't, but I mean, for the most part, it wasn't as bad as when I looked at Caltopo that Steve Fisher did.
Uh, Over 95 pounds. Dang, that's a heavy trash can. Um,
Well, and that's the thing, they have the arms, so I don't see how they would have even known about that either. But like,
so the trash truck is the one where it grabs them and throws it in and stuff like
mhm,
that. Yeah,
yeah,
unless there
I don't know
was,
where Aaron got that. That's what I mean. I don't know where he got that from
but
because
is the trash and recyclables like that? Because like in my neighborhood, they pick
oh,
up the trash that way, but the recyclables, it's a guy that gets out and throws it in the back. They're two separate things. So I don't know if it
oh,
was a
okay.
trash and a recycle that went out that night or just the one. But and I keep telling people like they said that so the people were saying about the two different dumpster places or two different landfills. Let me just be clear on this. So they take all the trash to this transitioning site where they separate like, and I talked about this in my one video. They separate
Mhm.
like the potential like where the lithium ion batteries would have been and whatnot. They separate that and they separate the bigger stuff like if someone threw out a couch and stuff like that. That's technically the first landfill. Then from there they go to the dumping ground. So there's a separation point, and this is true in like out here. We have a separation station for the first landfill, and there's a second where they dump everything. So when people say two landfills, that's what it's talking about. It's not like because they say the trash is dumped to two separate areas. Technically, yes, it was. The trash that could stay at that station stayed there and was discarded of one way, and the rest went to that bigger dump site. So that's what the two. And the reason why I knew this is because
Oh,
like I dove in deep and I asked about this. I asked about like my trash guys around here about the works, and I called down there, and like it just that's what the two separate landfill stations are. And I talked about this in my one video with the electronic stuff. It was just a transfer station, so that's why it was one too. It was like two separate dumping grounds. You know what I mean? So it's just that's why it was
right.
confusing for a while.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and I do remember all that with TL about about how
exactly, Tori.
there was this laptop on and it was Friday night poker night. Um, so
Yes, it is, Tori. That's correct. Time
transfer
management
station
would
right
suck
behind the
having to
sex.
take trash to Kentucky to empty. Yes, that's another thing. Like you got to think: is the township really going to pay to take their trash all the way to a different state? Like you got to think about that.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And I mean, they kind of were late to check the trash. I think, well, to do the landfill search, I think what it came a little bit later than I still don't know what prompted them to do that. And I was wondering at the time, I'm still wondering.
Yep, Cheryl, that's right. Yeah, it was. Yeah, there was a weird. There was a. I thought at first it was a controlled burn they were doing at the transfer station, which sometimes they'll do, but I don't think it was a controlled burn. That's what my initial thought was. Like, oh, maybe they're doing a controlled burn of certain materials. So they got to like dig it up and bury and whatnot, but that's not what that was.
Mm.
That's easy enough. I could go back and like the webcad, which is like the where fire, when like fire calls go out, like yeah, there's the broadcast of it, but there's a digital log, and that you can go back further to see. I could always go back and see what that fire was. I'm sure it's gonna be truth and half truth
Yeah,
mixed. Yeah.
I'd be interested to know that. I mean, I think that's a good detail that not many people have talked about either, you know?
Yeah, so because like that's why like I don't know tonight talking to you has been beneficial because we talked about the Alaskan real estate lessons. Now we're talking about like going
Yeah.
back in old fire calls, like um. So yeah, sometimes you got to talk to people so these things come up.
I know that's why I want to do the war room for the Discord and, just kind of put it on a higher tier so I know people are serious about being in there, but I kind of just want to go back over every little detail from the beginning and, you know, I could see that as being like more beneficial to time so I could even bring in some topics for discussion, in lives and stuff like that. So you wouldn't necessarily have to be a part of the Discord either to, listen about the topics that we're discussing. But I just would really like to, get some researchers together in there and, just go back to the beginning. Okay. Like Tori was saying about Mama Socks being in the parking lot and that there was a trail cam that caught her. I mean, those little details are interesting, but also, Jules, what you're doing is good too, is like, okay, what do we know for sure and what is something that we've heard and then what is something that could be a possibility? I mean, I think those are all valuable things to go over.
Yeah, it helps actually because it helps like get away from like the speculation side of things. And I should have done this earlier, but I don't know what made me decide like the other day. I'm like, I'm just gonna start doing this because I forget what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
heard the fire was at second generation too. So, right
Yeah, I'll
next
definitely
to
look up the logs and see what I can find too. You go to the webcat. I just would need the.
Thanks,
I mean, I
Kylie.
can look up
Yeah.
the approximate date and time. I also heard Kathy's Alice Mender second generation was working when the interesting.
Right, I know, Tori. It's like, well, and I mean, that's the one thing that I took away from it too. There's a good amount of people that think Sebastian was found, but then there's a good amount of people that are also, speculating and not really believing, what the Proud Feet are saying. And I mean, the last one that Deception Detective did that I saw said that nobody believes you, Katie, or something like that.
Oh yeah, I
So
saw that. Yeah, that was interesting. She was on for the hour. Then I remember because it was getting ready for a big trip.
she was. Yeah, I used to sit and mod for Terry Lynn, I would do at that time I was only doing videos, so I would do my videos and then I would, listen in and chat after I was done with whatever I had going. But I usually had my other phone where I was listening to Terry Lynn too. So
Oh, Kylie, you're right. I mean, we don't know that 100%. Chris told me personally that they were upgrading their security system. Upgrade means upgrade. That means something had to be existing before to upgrade it. And I mean, we don't know if they had Wi-Fi or clouds before. I'm not discrediting you. It's just that like I don't want to say that there was 100% no Wi-Fi and cloud. I mean, I don't know. We don't know that. We don't know if they were hardwired. I mean, I have Ring cameras all over my house. I can tell you right now, I prefer the wired ones. I feel like they work better than the Wi-Fi ones. I feel like if anything, the wired ones are the upgrade. They cost more than the wireless ones, so it's just like it's yeah, they definitely cost more than the wire, but they're also the spotlight ones too. So
right,
I guess it all depends. But yeah, just make sure you say allegedly when you're because I don't want Chris to come in, anyone in chat or anybody really. I don't want Chris or any random person to come at someone in chat. So.
Oh, he gets so bent out of shape. It's like, really, Chris? I mean, some of it I wonder if it's like feigned and, outrageous because he wants attention. I go back and forth. But, well, Jules, thank you so much for being up with me tonight. We definitely have to do this again. And I need to get a hold of, to do so, Cindy, so we can do a Zachary live together. So
Yeah,
we'll
let me
definitely have
know.
to plan.
I typically work like 6:30 to 2:30 is my shift when I'm doing an 8. So anytime after that, I'm good to
Perfect.
but
Yeah.
yeah, we'll definitely do like a Zachary stuff because I know she wants to get another search out sometime soon. And if you want, maybe if you want to actually have Cherry's mom on your panel, like she totally would come up on your panel and talk to you too. So
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. That would be
because
fantastic.
yeah, Cherry's been on Nancy. Her case has been on Nancy Grace before too. So I mean, that's why I said I think Nancy Grace needs to go talk to the alleged suspect because I think she should she could get him to talk if she had to. Oh my god,
Right.
Corey! If he wants to go to court, we will go.
Get some discovery. Yeah, well, that's a big one, right? Oh my gosh. Yes, it
Well, that's
is.
the
Yes,
thing
it
with
is.
this Ann Gibbs lady. Like, whenever I post stuff about her on social media, everything I post is about her factual criminal record. There's no room for what's the thing? There's no room for speculation or like I post like her criminal docket and actual photos of the animal abuse that she committed, and she gets mad that I do that. And it's like you can't do anything about me posting like this stuff. Like if I were saying like you did something you didn't actually do, that yeah, that's absolutely defamation or whatever. But
Yeah.
yeah, I went. I'll get off here in a second. I went to a Canine Veterans Day event
You're
with
fine,
like
girl.
7 other females the other day, and it was at her place. She was like, "Oh, I'm doing a Canine Veterans event." This freaking abuser lady. So
Oh my
7 of us showed
god.
up, and our intent wasn't to disrupt. We just wanted to watch her. We pulled into the parking lot of her place, and there's maybe like 15, 20 people there. She's made out like it's gonna be this big event. And we all got out and like walked up to where she was. She was supposed to give a welcoming speech. She was supposed to talk about like 5 other things. She looked at us because she knew we were, because I rescued one of the dogs that was abused by her. CWD
Aw.
Caesar. Unfortunately, he had cancer and he was sick when I got him. But I mean, I gave him
Aw.
about I was able to prolong his life for like a year before, he couldn't anymore. Because of the cancer that he got from her. Like, ugh. But anyway, so she knew who I was. So it was me and these other girls there. And she looked at us and like she started pacing. She went and she sat down like at this table, like outside. Then she went inside and disappeared for the rest of the event. Didn't give her speech, wasn't out there for the national anthem or anything. And then on Facebook, she posts, "Oh, the store was busy, so I had to like go take care of it." We sent someone in the store. There was nobody in there. So she was lying. Um, so like
Wow.
she's Zachary obviously and Cherry are my focus, but like this lady, like I'm like on her right now to be like, listen, you abused all these working dogs,
Yeah.
and she exploits them for money. So it's like no, like, and there's 2 dogs there right now where the handlers that deploy these dogs actually want them, and she won't give them back to them. She says they're not qualified. I'm like,
Oh my gosh, really?
yeah, so right now I've been going hardcore
Aw.
at getting her to surrender these dogs back to their owners. So
Wow, that's crazy, Jules. Oh my gosh. I'm glad you're doing that though. She's just mad that you're, exposing her crap and, she's not going to be able to exploit the animals anymore. So,
well, that's why I said she can
um,
serve me with a C&D, but if she does, she better be prepared to go to court, because there's a lot of people in this Canine Hero, Hero Haven's what it's called, but there's a Canine Hero Haven exposed Facebook group. There's a whole bunch of people that have been like, if she wants to take you to court and you can't afford an attorney, we'll pitch together and we'll get the attorney for you. I found an animal lawyer already for the event that does happen. So like that's all good to go. But like I said, she was going to serve me with the C&D. She better be ready, because I will.
No kidding.
I will take those dogs from her and give them to people who actually need them, or back to their original handlers, because she's got 16 over there right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, and Kylie was saying it's across the road, when she went and looked to see if second generation was kind of near there.
Mm.
And I still think that some of these schools in Utah, the boarding schools, I
Mhm.
those are still part of, what I'm thinking as far as theories are concerned. It's just so hard because we don't know. But I'm with you on that, animal mother. And yeah, Nina was saying that they had cameras, because
Mhm.
remember when she was saying, "Hey, I
Chris, don't you have
asked Chris
cameras?
about the
Mhm.
cameras." Yes, yes.
I guess
And
he.
thank you, Detroit. Yes. Oh
Yeah,
my gosh,
Detroit.
Jules, it was
I'll come back.
awesome. I love having your perspective on things. You also kept me calm and rational. No.
I try to view things from the perspective of just like, I mean, backing away and coming back when I did was really helpful. And again,
Yeah.
I don't want anyone to think like Craddock's my buddy. He's not. I'm just trying to see things
Oh, I
from like
know.
an angle of where it's just like, why would somebody be acting this way? Um, Lady Freedom knows my theory on the Sebastian thing, because I've shared stuff with her that I don't want to say on a public just because, but I think he's alive, and I think he's somewhere, and I think there's people who know exactly where he's at.
Right.
It's just
I think he's alive too. I mean, I have to I have a fork in the road too, though, that I'm looking at all options, but I do think he's alive, Jules. I do. And I mean,
yeah, I stand by. I will firmly stand by until the day like he was walked out to a car or something. He got in a car, and that's why one light was walking back. It makes
Mhm.
sense what a mob crew has said and whatnot. I mean, it just does.
I agree. That's my one main theory. And, even it works both ways on that too, because, okay, if they did take him somewhere, then and and especially because you can't really make heads or tails of, especially if we don't have any type of, evidence to lead us. But
I don't know if Nina had been inside the house, but Faith was obviously in there, and Faith could have told Nina there's cameras inside the house. But I definitely remember Nina
Mhm.
saying, "Chris, you have cameras." So both Detroit and KJ, and yeah, Faye, I'm working on getting the puppies out of her hands. She's got a
Yes.
there's a 14-year-old Malinois there named Cairo right now, canine Cairo, and oh my god, whenever she posts pictures of that dog, like using him for like sympathy, my heart breaks because he's got the gray old man face, and like I
Aw.
cry because like I just want that dog. Maybe because Gator's getting older and he's got the gray in the face. I just
Yeah.
old Malinois and Shepherds. I can't help it. It's like my kryptonite. I just can't. I'm just like.
Aw. But that's good though, because that awareness is so important. And I don't like it when people exploit animals like that. Like I do. I've been even put in YouTube jail for the macaque monkeys.
Oh,
Admittedly.
the
Yeah, because
monkeys
I
they
I didn't
sleep.
realize, I was
Oh,
making them so mad because I was like, "Don't give them baths 5,000,000 times a day." Oh, yeah, I used to really go because
oh.
they were just being so mean to those poor little baby monkeys, and I don't know. I just
I
I
can't
get
take
you on that.
animal abuse. Can't. I mean, I don't like. Obviously, I can't take abuse of people either. But like, these war heroes that came home and this lady. I'll have to send you pictures, Trish, of like what they look like. The way these
Right?
animals were left, the conditions they were left in when the animal warden came and seized these dogs from her. It's enough to make a nun swear. That's how bad it was. So
Oh, I bet. I mean, all this stuff lately has been so awful that it's like, but then I'm like thinking to myself, I don't even want to sugarcoat it. Like, if he did that crap to those girls, let's just put that right on out there. If there's 18 pages to support it, So
I would,
I'm,
yeah. And
yeah.
he was a criminal justice teacher too. Like that's like eh, I, again,
Well,
I'm not saying all
that
cops are
would be
perfect.
like if you were a criminal justice kid that you wanted to get into that and go to school for it, and then high school, you're offered that, and then you
You're
find out, oh
traumatized
wow,
now.
a real police officer, is teaching that class, like, you would think that the students would be super excited to be in that class, and I don't know, it just it really breaks my heart. It does, but then, that I have to
And it's people like that that chase potential because you don't know that guy. I don't want to call him a guy. That thing could have like there could have been like the next real life, like I don't know, Columbo or somebody in that class who could have been an amazing detective, amazing cop, could have saved a whole bunch of missing kids, but now maybe they're traumatized because of what this thing of a person did. You know what I mean? I mean, somebody might say that's,
exactly.
but we don't know. Like we don't know what the next where when the next generation. We don't know. Like one of these classes out there in the world has a future president in it right now. Like it just we don't know who it is. But to like again, someone in that criminal justice class could have been the next like fantastic detective that found a whole bunch of missing kids or stopped the robbery of like we don't know. And that's what sucks.
Oh, I know, that's what's really sad, and just the fact that you have one person, if Craddock is being truthful, building trust, and then in the community, and then there's people that are working for him that are, taking youth a billion steps back. Like, it's not even one step back. I mean, for some people, they turn to substances, all kinds of bad things, and like you said, they could have had the brightest, best future. And KJ, I know Nerdy was more certain when he mentioned the camera in Faith's room as reported by Foot, but it's not firsthand info. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
you're right. And Yeah, I think eventually we should go back over Nina's words because
Mhm.
it'd be interesting to you know see to go back and see what she said compared to where we're at now. I don't know. There's so many interviews that happened. I think I'm going to send Dr. G. He might not respond to me. Dr. G an email asking him. I'll find one interview and ask him if he doesn't mind because like he takes suggestions. So maybe if I suggest it to
Cool.
him, I don't know. Maybe we'll that'd be cool. I have to think of which interview to send him though. Maybe one of the first ones of Chris and Katie. Maybe the one of where the crane's on the table, the very first one. Maybe send him that one and see what he has to say because that's where Katie started really acting differently. Maybe hey, it can't hurt but to ask, right?
Yeah, really. I mean, you never know. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think getting people excited about reviewing the interviews is a good thing, especially because we know so much more now than we did back then. And then, just getting more experts to weigh in. But almost every expert has said that they think that Chris and Katie have something to do with it.
Peter Hyatt was about that. So
Mhm. You don't
Peter
look for what and a lot of people have said that too. Not even. I mean, they may not have even been echoing what Peter said. It's just that they're seeing the same thing. So, um, that's interesting.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna email Dr. G. He might not respond to me, but hey, it can't hurt but help. But I don't know if you've seen his stuff. He's pretty good.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's awesome.
Can't hurt, right? May as well just try it.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Yeah, let me know how that turns out because I mean, the more interest that we can spark. I mean, like I said, I just think there's just one thing that we've missed, or maybe a couple. But also, I hope we find Sebastian soon.
I do too.
Um,
I really
yeah,
do.
just so
But
sad.
thanks for having me up. I appreciate it. Sorry to talk so
Absolutely,
long.
Jules. No, I love having you up anytime. Come on up because I mean, I can only carry a conversation, for so long. So you did awesome. And thank you, everybody in the chat, for, having a great conversation too. I see all your guys' comments and just appreciate your insight too.
This is an awesome chat community, and the Discord's fun too.
Good.
I'll fly in there, and they leave comments, and I have to like go back to work, and I'm gone for like a week. But I'm like, I like fly in at the most random times too. It's like
We've
Jules just
had
comes in.
controversy and we're gonna have that with the topics, but everybody was kind of like going, with the JLR and Magnolia thing,
Oh, I just run
which is
and drop.
understandable.
Yeah, I just run and drop a picture of one of my dogs, and I just kind of leave. It's like a popping smoke thing, as we call it in the military, or like a drive by. It's like doggy.
Oh, I love it. I know I need to come in there more often. It's just like I'm always working on videos by the time I get it uploaded, and it's just been crazy. But yeah,
Right.
I would love for Dr. Gary to weigh in too. Yeah,
Has
absolutely.
he done it yet?
He has, like, to a certain extent.
I knew
But
Chris kind of talked about it
Aw.
briefly, but then I don't think Chris wants to really get into it. No. Dr. G. If you looked up Dr. G explains, he's different. But Dr. Gary's good too. But Dr. G is different guy.
He's like he's body language expert, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because deception detective's like a statement analyst. Dr. G's an actual like body language expert. I mean, if you want, I can post his channel links if that's okay, just so people can find him. He's a really cool guy. Let me see, Dr.
Yeah.
G. Dr. G
Yeah, definitely.
explains.
Yeah, Dr. G explains. Oh, and then I'll also drop really quick too, if you guys wanna help the ease out with Cole's Medical, I think they're looking at other options is what they're
Aw.
doing too. Yeah, yeah, because, I mean, I'm just praying for a miracle. You just never know. But
It's
yeah,
really
I just
sad. They're such nice
will get that
people.
one. Yeah, they're the best people and just so sweet and, bring so much to the true crime community for the good. And, it's so heartbreaking. And I'm just always thinking about them too. So, um, but yeah.
Oh, I'm glad to see they've got donations coming in though. So that's really sweet. But yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I was so glad when I saw that posted, and I was like, okay, great, because we've been doing the meal train, but you know,
Mhm.
it's one of those things where I was wondering if they were gonna need extra, and I'm glad that they decided to set that up. So, um,
Oh, he's got glioblastoma. My friend who's a dog handler actually had that. And yeah, he went to University of Pennsylvania for his radiation treatments. Because UPenn's got like, UPenn. But Penn Medicine's a
mhm.
bit far for them, but I'm sure they've got places around there to take him. But glioblastoma, it's definitely there's cures for it. It's just radiation can be very tiring. So I really hope for the best for him.
No, that's a hell of it, is the damn treatments, you know.
Yeah. No,
Just
I'll
it's so
definitely.
sad.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just always praying for them, and I was glad to see that because we haven't had any updates so far, but I think they're also exploring options and
Mhm.
thank you guys. You guys are so great with putting all the orange hearts for Cole, and the E's too.
Oh,
So thank you guys.
cool. Yeah,
All right,
I'm gonna
cool.
pray for him.
Well, I'll see you. Yeah, definitely say prayers. I think all of us praying together is the most important thing.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll talk to you later, girl. Thanks for having me up.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna sign off here too. Yeah, clear Seth is right.
Yeah. All
And I
right. Good
saw
night,
you face
everybody.
you. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
good night.
Aw. All right. Good night, Jules. Thank you. Oh yeah, KG Mac. Oh my gosh, I have a second cousin living in Memphis with it. She has had it since she was very young and still is with us, treated at St. Jude's. Oh, that's fantastic, KJ Mac. Oh gosh, we just all have to band together and come together. And pray for it, you know? Tori says, I believe Sumner County and TBI won't clear Seth because they can't clear Katie and Chris, in my opinion. I think that's the biggest one. And I think Chris would go crazy. But again, I would want them to use it as leverage. But I do think, because I think he'd go crazy. Um, all right, guys. Well, I love you all so much. Thank you all for being here for the conversation. And I so much appreciate your feedback. And I will see you guys tomorrow. I shouldn't be taking a day off tomorrow. I think I will be on late night again. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. Thank you guys. Thank you. And thank you, Tori. Prayers for Cole. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much.